So yeah, we're live on the Streamyard again because Zoom doesn't want to work correctly today. So I'm gonna get the rest of the boys in here, and we'll go from there. So I apologize that we've had to wait. Gotta copy this link. This is great. Great. What's what we're looking for here? Great radio, if you will. So, but we should be live. We should be rolling. Yes, yes, Paul, the Alaboom. No, I just gotta wait for other people to join in. Otherwise, you just gotta listen to me talk until then. Ha! Yes, Kyle, it is solo Alaboom. We have to go back to StreamYard. Oh, here's Barry.
Yep.
Back to streaming. I don't know what the deal is. Zoom didn't want to let us do, so I guess it's good that we have a backup. Even though I'm not a fan of the StreamYard stream.
Yeah.
So, but what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? Where'd he go? Sorry, try to get reset.
Maybe we'll.
What's up?
1 second here. I'm trying to let other people know that how to get in. So, hold on. Let's see here. What are you working on, by the way, Barry? I see you in your wood shop again.
I'm making a screen door.
Cool. All right, there we go.
Keith is so dark.
I know, he's part of the witness protection program.
Not that dark. It doesn't look that dark on my screen anyway.
Yeah, it does. It looks real dark. I can see the glow of the game you're playing on your forehead.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm lighting myself with backlighting in the monitor, so.
So what's wrong? So Zoom just wasn't working tonight?
Zoom just didn't want to. It kept on giving me. It said it couldn't log into YouTube, and then if I tried too many times, it gave me a 403 error saying that it was like YouTube was going live. It's just it must be, and obviously StreamYard is working. So
yeah, it's weird.
Yeah,
Zoom servers must be having issues or something.
Oh well, I mean, me for an update, so that might be it.
What is due for an update?
Zoom did. It prompted me to update the
maybe you did an update.
Yeah.
Well, try see if you can update while we're going, and then if it works, you can always switch over because we're gonna get more than 6 people. We already got 5 this early. We're probably gonna. Have to
and here's my friend Mikhail. So anyway, hey, so where are you located, Michael?
In Sweden.
You're Sweden. So what's the weather like in Sweden?
Right now, it's beginning to be dawning. It looks clear.
Why the hell would you get up this early for this?
Yeah, no kidding. You certainly could have had something better to do.
Well, he's here to talk a little bit about his game. I was hoping Richard Ham will be on. He'll be on eventually because Richard reviewed his game, The Phantom, which is based on the old like TV serials and comic books back in the day.
Doesn't matter if he comes on or not. You got no more space.
Shut up. Normally we use Zoom, which has a lot more people, but for whatever reason, Zoom didn't want to connect. So maybe I'll while you guys talk. So I invite everybody to, if you go to Kickstarter and type in the old the search machine, you can. Oh, geez. Kyle Seeley suggested, have you tried loading the latest drivers? That doesn't work. Turn your PC off. And he's hilarious. Kyle is full of funny. So I got to ask, I mean, this is the big thing. So you're in Sweden. Why the Phantom? I mean, why? I mean, is that a thing in Sweden? Like old school
Yeah,
comics?
I mean, the Phantom is really big here. Everyone knows who the Phantom is. It's next to Donald Duck. It's the longest running comic book in Sweden.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I would have never guessed that.
So you're big fans of the Billy Zane version then, the movie? see the roll of the eyes.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, because
But,
of Billy Zane, because he's just so awesome.
Billy Zane is good, but also Catherine Zeta-Jones is really good in that one.
Can't argue.
Peter just,
Can't argue that.
has she even been in movies recently? I mean, not that. I mean, I'm not faulting.
I think she's too busy taking care of Michael Douglas.
Hey,
Yeah.
he's the Ant-Man. You can't stop the Ant-Man. So,
So I'm looking at the Kickstarter now. So it looks like a basically kind of like you're not quite overwhelmed, but the feeling is always that there's more that you have to deal with than you have resources to. So you have to make good decisions. Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
Got. Yeah.
But sometimes you get a respite as well, because
Okay.
when it's always bad, I feel it's
Yeah, that can be tough.
yeah. Like when I try to play the Robinson Crusoe game, it's like not even one round where nothing bad happens.
Yeah, you need a breather every now and then.
Yeah.
Cool. I like the art style. It's got that it's not quite like Golden Age comics art style, but definitely more retro-ish.
Yeah, I chose like one comic book from the 60s, one from the 70s, and one from the 2000s. So
Very cool.
mixed those. Yeah.
so is this your first design there, buddy, or is it?
Yeah, it is my first design, and it's like I started designing this, but then I tried to design some small, more abstract Euro games during the time, and then felt, no, I need to finish what I started, and then went back. So this is my first real design. But I have some on the shelf as well.
Well, there you go.
That's awesome. Oh, there's an achievement system. That's sweet. I don't think I've ever seen that in a card game.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fun, because it's like, well, you are playing this thematic narrative game, and then it's like, well, if you happen to run across this mini boss and you defeat him, well, you should get some reward for it.
Right. Yeah, no, that's cool.
So I mean, I haven't done enough homework on it, honestly. So just tell me then, how does it, how does it work as far as like? I mean, is it? I mean, how does the game change from play to play, for session to session? Does it change as far as the like the scenario, or is it like is it a random creation for the game, or how does that work?
No, it's scenarios. In this box, it's 3 different scenarios, but 2 of them have branching parts, but they're not super branching. It's like some small thing can change in the branch, but it's also like if you compare it to like the legendary encounters, where you stack your deck fully, and you know, like within the 7 cards this will happen, and then this will happen, and this has a more like, when you're done with this part, you will shuffle in the deck. So sometimes some cards will never show up, and sometimes some worse card will show up earlier and such. So
Okay, so there's some variance in it then.
yeah, and I think it feels different when you play it, but it's also like the progression system is that first time you play something, you will unlock things like during each step of the adventure, but then you want to go back, because then you have the achievements that we talked about, but you also have loot. So you could, if you're really lucky, you could loot cards, and that will make your deck better. Those cards are better than the starter cards, and then you can try the missions on higher difficulty settings, because I think like normal, that's doable with the starting deck. When you want to take heroic, then you should have unlocked a bit of the cards first.
Okay, so now when you talk about unlocking cards, like I'm assuming all the cards are included in the game, right?
Yes.
But you can't include them in your deck unless you've completed the scenario before.
Yeah, or I mean, most of them are like while you play. There's only like 1 card that you get for completing the scenario the first time, but then it's like first time you get to part 2, you get this card, or the first time you play the scenario at all, you get this card. And then the achievement that you said also, that they unlock cards, and all the cards are unlocked permanently to your deck.
Okay, so it's kind of like Risk Legacy almost, in that it's like you're permanently altering the game via playing through it multiple times. Would that be correct to say?
Yeah, but you're not destroying any components.
Right.
So
Yeah. You're not ripping anything up.
Yeah. Yeah, but and like when you start out with like 17 cards in your deck, and when you have more than 30, then you're allowed to do some deck building and remove, so you're only 30. So it's like you start with a really thin deck, and then with easy cards to learn and remember, and then you get more and more complicated cards.
Cool. That sounds like a cool idea.
Thank you.
So with only the 3, I mean, you have plans for more scenarios past the 3? I mean, obviously you got a wealth of material that you'll be able to use.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I've already started with the blueprints of some new adventures to add. So I hopefully after this Kickstarter I have some more time to work on it, because that's what's more fun than crunching numbers.
Yeah. So I mean, out of curiosity, how lively is the board game like community in Sweden?
I think it's pretty good, and I think it's the biggest mix is like role players and board gamers. But I mean, we have, when it's not Corona time, we have cons like all over the year in different places.
Is it like Minnesota, where it's like dark and cold, so you got to find something to do inside?
You only like 8 months of it. No, I mean,
okay.
Paradise.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays if you go northern up than I am, the sun never sets. It just goes down and then it starts to go up again. But during the winter months, you only have a few hours of sun.
So how many iterations did you go through, if you remember it all? Like in terms of, just kind of figuring out, okay, this works, this is fun, this is unfun.
I mean, too many to count, but I mean, there's. I see it like a year ago. I went from one resource system to this multiple resource system, and that was the biggest overhaul because it played so differently when I only had like money, and now I have 4 different kinds, and I mean, I made it possible to add more resources in the future if I want to.
Nice.
Yeah, because I use the what we call the wild resource, a bit different than other games. So since I use wild, you can take anything, then it's easier to just push in a new resource if I feel I need it.
Okay.
But I mean, especially in the beginning, every playtest in the beginning was like tens of changes needed to be done.
I know what that's like.
Yeah.
It's like, oh crap, that didn't work. Time to fix that.
Chris is a board game designer himself. He made a
I made a card game. I was gonna say there was a lot of times during the iteration process where like my brother was kind of our main stress tester, if you will. Like he's really good at breaking things. So, I'd come up with something and he'd put together a deck and we'd play and be like, oh no, I'm changing that. That was not intended at all.
Yeah, and it's like small wordings like, I put that word in front of that. That means that every turn, everything's going to be crazy.
Yeah, it's an infinite loop. That's not good.
But I mean, as far as where are you gonna manufacture the game? I mean, do you know where you're gonna go with as far as that goes, or?
I mean, we have gotten a quote in printer in Spain that say they will be able to do it still, but we're still looking if we can get something other. But we're looking at printing it in Europe since it's our first game and we want to be close to the things to make sure.
Well, that is interesting. I mean, because most people, I mean, obviously they go to China for their production because of the cost.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we might lose a bit there, but we really want to do it.
Well, being close hand, yeah, I can understand.
I was going to say, are you noticing most of your backers are from Europe, or are you getting a spread kind of from all over?
Before I started, I was like, I'm going to focus on Sweden, the US, and Australia.
Mm-hmm.
And the US have been the biggest, and then it's all of Europe. I feel like I was pleasantly surprised over like the UK and those countries.
Yeah, because that's one thing I remember from our Kickstarter was that like the shipping, like that was everyone's biggest complaint. It's like, why does it cost so much for shipping? Like, it's just the way it is.
Yeah, and that's the same thing with this one. Even though we send it from Europe, it's still expensive. And since it's a licensed product, it's like if I do like many others and just bake it into the original pledge, then that means I have to pay more to the license fee because that's a percentage.
Right.
So
because that's right. Because since it's it's an already existing IP, you have to pay royalties on it. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who owns the rights to the Phantom? I guess that's another question I'd have. Is it so old that it's public domain, or did you have to?
I don't think it's that old yet.
No.
Yeah, I mean, some of the comics are, I think, because it's 84 years. But like all the modern things, it's owned by King Feature Syndicate. So they own like Flash, Betty Boo, Mandrake, and I think they own Cuphead as well, and those kind of things. Yeah, I was really surprised when I was looking at their catalog.
I thought that was an original IP.
Yeah, it is, but I think they what's it called? They handle the license for them.
Okay, I gotcha. Well, I mean, it is the same art style, so it's kind of that iconic, like 30s, 40s, 50s sort of.
Yeah, I mean, I love Cuphead. What was your card game, Chris? I'm gonna.
It was called Twilight of the Gods. Basically, I made it because I played Magic the Gathering my entire life. I was a big fan of Magic. But I had some issues with Magic where you don't get to play the game while your opponent is playing the game. So like if you get mana flooded, if you get mana screwed, someone's playing like infinite extra turns, or one person gets to play, the other person's sitting back and having to watch. Like, to me, that's not fun. So I was like, okay, well, how am I going to solve this problem? So basically the idea behind the game is it plays very similar to like Magic, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! In that it's you build your deck before you start playing the game, and then you're dueling against someone else. But you're reliant on the other person's resources. So in order to get resources to play your cards, you have to trade your cards with the other person. And on the back of each card is a resource level. And each card also acts as a trap. So you're reliant on the other person to play your cards, but at the same time, you know that they're giving you something bad that might be revealed in the future. So it's this really interesting kind of back and forth where, early on, players are very eager to trade because they want to get their early game cards out. And they're like, okay, it won't be too bad because there's 3 levels of resources, and the early ones really aren't that bad if they get revealed. But usually right around turn 5, both players will be like, no, I'm not trading with you anymore. It goes into full on just trying to murder each other. Wow. It was hilarious to see it kind of develop.
That sounds super cool.
Yeah, so it was a lot of fun to design it and to kind of get everything working, because the other thing is, like, we wanted to build it in a way that allows you to express yourself as a player. So like the factions in the game are based on philosophies, right? So it's like one faction is aggression. So if you play that faction, you're really, you want to attack, you want to go to face, you're doing a lot of damage. Like another one is negotiation. that one you really want to try to manipulate the battlefield. Like you want to trade with the other person because you have lots of ways to reveal those cards later on and set off your traps. So it's like, oh yeah, this deal is great. Like it'll be good for you. But yeah, and the thing is, like, you can mix and match all the cards. We didn't make it color specific. So like, in Magic, like black mana, right, can only be used to cast black and colorless cards. In ours, the resources are agnostic. So if you have a tier 1 resource, you can use that to, for any tier 1 card. And so it allows players to really customize their decks the way they want it. So yeah, it was really cool to make. And I still enjoy playing it.
Wait, your resources weren't sure whether or not they believed in God or not? That's what you mean by agnostic? I mean, I don't understand why that has anything to do.
The resources aren't quite aware of what's going on.
Yeah, they haven't quite yet made up their mind as to whether or not they believe or not.
Right. Yeah. Well, they're not sure which god they support.
Yeah.
But actually, so that was one of the other fun things that I did was the your life in the game is your deck. So each player is limited to 60 cards, and so as you're drawing cards, as you're playing cards, you can physically see your life getting lower and lower and lower, and like near the end of the game, like it's this really tense feeling of like, I've only got like 5 cards left. I better make these turns count because I'm gonna have to figure out how to get my opponent past it. But,
yeah,
I had a blast.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, and then sadly, of course, because your company that published it, they got bought out. And
they got bought out. So Tabletop Tycoon contacted me and said, "Hey, are you willing to delay our current publishing agreement for a year or so because of the coronavirus?" I'm like, "Yeah, I understand. I get it." Like, this is these are unprecedented times, but
was there an agreement that they had to publish it by a certain period of time or something like that?
Yeah, it was kind of the standard 2-year. We retain the rights to publish this within 2 years. If we don't, it reverts back to you. And so we were coming up on that point, and they actually had plans to start getting it into their Kickstarter process right around when coronavirus started happening. And so
were you making an expansion for it or something? Or?
Oh yeah no. So when we designed it, we designed the core set. We designed 3 mini expansions for the core set. We designed the next big set, the 3 mini expansions for that big set, and then we have a third set with mini expansions for that set. Because in my head, when I originally designed it, it was okay. I want it to be on a 3 to 4 month release schedule where every 3 to 4 months something is coming out. So that was because that's one of the things with a lot of not collectible card games, but card games where you're building a deck, is that people they want new content, right? They get used to playing a certain way. They're like, okay, I know what these cards do. Where's my new stuff? And so for me, it was I want to be ahead of that curve. So that way, if the publisher comes and says, hey, we need another expansion, it's all right, great. We've already had that play tested for a year. We can just slot it right in and we're ready to go. But yeah, it's unfortunately the world had other plans. So hopefully we'll get them out.
Yeah, but I mean, you still have it all there, yes.
Oh yeah, no, it's all there.
Perfect.
And that's the funny thing is that obviously we can't meet in person anymore, me and my brother and the other 2 guys that work on it, but when we were coming up with these cards, I mean, it was literally printed out, white pieces of paper sleeved in with Magic cards. That's the easiest way to do it. And we were playing it, we're this is great. We love playing with these new cards. We can't wait to show them to people. And yeah, no, it's sadly not to be anytime soon.
I use my kids' Pokemon cards.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh no. Poor Pokemons.
I got my daughters into Pokemon when they were God, that must have been 4 or 5 years ago. They really liked it. They thought it was really cool.
Yeah, same here.
So what have you learned? What's the biggest thing you've learned during this process, Michael?
Oh, I think there's so much, but I mean that basically anyone can make a game if they really try and really want to, because I mean, I had some knowledge of game design from school. I studied video game design, but I mean, yes, if you want to do it, just start start writing and iterating, because that's how you're gonna do it. You're not gonna do a final game by the first version. You really have to print it out, test it, go back, do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just keep trying and trying and trying. So
yeah, play testing is key. Yeah.
That's awesome, man. All right. Well, I mean, so I'm just not. You're welcome to stay on and talk with us about whatever. We tend to bounce around with all kinds of subjects during the entire night, and we're here forever. So you can definitely log out whenever you feel like it. You don't have to feel like you're indebted to be here. But go to Kickstarter. Just if you go to Kickstarter, search for The Phantom, you're going to find the game. Back it. If you haven't backed it, if you backed it already, back it again. Just set up another account, back it again, buy another copy.
6 times.
6 times. As Boss Tweed said, vote early, vote often.
Often.
So, anyway, so now of course we go into has anybody played any games recently? And I know for a fact that Pete and Keith and I are all going to probably offer up our opinions of a video game.
Yep.
So Pete, since this was your darling, I'm going to let you take the floor and discuss the game Maneater.
Yes.
From what is the title?
Tripwire Interactive.
Tripwire. And I want to say one thing. I do love the fact that I can't think what's the actor's name, but the person who plays Cyril Figgis on Archer.
Chris Parnell.
Yeah, so he is like the narrator of the game where you're playing the giant shark that eats people. But it's also
the dad in Rick and Morty.
Yeah, he's Jerry.
And then but it's also part of, I looked it up, so a lot of the animation and stuff was done by the same animation group that does Archer. Georgia is made in Georgia. And that's you actually see
Adult
their
Swim's
logo
in Georgia, and their office is an hour north of the Adult Swim office. So it's actually really close to where Simon's office is as well. They're 45 minutes away from our office. So I already reached out and asked him if I was in the area down the road, if I could come in for a studio tour. So we'll see.
Well, you'll see indeed. And for those of you, and Barry, we did mute you because of the fact that you're cranking up your bandsaw in the background. So
I just say that
so if you have something to add,
my delight every time. I love watching Barry.
Oh, I know, and he's completely and totally cooked to the gills. He's in the zone, if you will. And okay, so anyway, Chris, I gotta know also, are you enjoying the D&D? I gotta know.
Yeah, no, it's a blast. I was actually telling one of my buddies about it here in California, and he was like, "If you got room for another person, I would love to join."
Well, we might. Who is this person? I mean, are they as famous as you?
No. I mean, my very, very limited amount of fame. I mean, we're talking Z-list here.
Okay.
It is the bottom of the list, but no, he's a friend of mine. He actually he played defensive line at Humboldt, and then he was actually also, I think, one of the founding people behind Surfline. It's used to be a really big company that gave surf reports in California, kind of up and down the coast.
They reported on sharks.
Yeah, I mean, they probably would if they saw them. Mm-hmm. But nowadays, since all of that's automated, basically they sold the company and just kind of retired. but yeah, no, he's a great dude. He's another football player who's also a giant nerd. His career that he's working on right now is he makes a lot of cosplay props and movie props and stuff like that. So he's trying to get into the prop making business. So his entire garage is just tools and foam and Nerf guns and things being assembled.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no, his Halloween costumes are a sight because they're great. But yeah, no, he's a good dude.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll see if we can work him in. Hey, okay, Pete.
Yes.
Maneater. Go. You can handle it however you're going to handle the review.
Well, first of all, for those that don't know much about the game, it is a action shark RPG where there's a story involved, which I will not spoil because unlike others on the show, I don't like to spoil stuff. So you play through this story, and as you progress through the story, you'll go to different areas of this fictitious town, and you will do shark stuff like eat fish and fight other predators, and occasionally jump on a golf course and eat people down the fairway, and all kinds of other crazy stuff. Tons of unlockables, tons of exploration things to go grab, and almost all of the exploration stuff is a pop culture reference of some sort from various pop culture movies that fit the theme. Some really funny ones. I again don't want to spoil, because those of you who will play, half of the enjoyment is realizing as you're unlocking this stuff, oh my god, that's from such and such movie. So real fun stuff. The voice acting is top notch. The gameplay, while a little repetitive, is fun, especially if you're into the theme. Even if you're not in the theme, just think it's for those of you who haven't seen anything about the game, it's like taking Grand Theft Auto and Cars Unleashed and smashing them together. And that's basically the game. It's short. I think Keith beat it in around 10 hours. I think I took about 14.
14.
Oh, so we did about the same. I did like 13.9 hours, I think, was my total playthrough on PC. And I 100%ed it. Keith did as well. I know he did as well. So we're right around 14 hours, and but you could probably go slower if you really wanted to explore all the areas and check all the nooks and crannies. I think we've found everything at this point, but there may be stuff that we missed that's not part of the percentage. That's just little things that they've thrown in there. So fun game. I really enjoyed it. I wish it was longer. About the only gripe I've got is there's a few little bugs, but that happens these days. Most games get rushed out before they're done. But the game was definitely shorter than I was hoping. I was hoping it'd get at least 20, 25 hours out of it. But it sounds like it did well enough that we're going to see DLC and expansions or possibly a sequel. So hopefully, this being their first major game, that this will open the doors for them to be able to really go deeper on the next one. So 2 thumbs up, 8.5 out of 10. Great game. Enjoyed it a lot. It's only like $29 on the Epic Store. You can get it on Amazon for like $33. So it's not a super expensive game. It's not a $60 title. But I really enjoyed it and had a lot of fun with it. And I'm already 2/3 of the way through a second playthrough on Xbox playing through the campaign. So fun stuff.
All right. Well, I'm gonna offer up my kind of negative review. And I'm not going to say it's a bad game, because it isn't a bad game. But I measure a game with how much it wants. I want to come back and keep playing it. And I don't want to play something else when I have other games that I can play. And this one had a little bit of at the very beginning, it has a little bit of a steep learning curve because of the fact that, like, the first time you run into something like an alligator is like one of the first big predators you'll run into.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the going will be easy for a while, and so it's like one of those things. Okay, I ran into an alligator. Oh god, it's chewing me apart. Okay, well, this sucks. I finally died. Okay, all right. Well, I'll go swim out again. There's that alligator again. Oh, that guy stinks. Okay, well, I'm just gonna like bite him a couple times and run away, and then I'm gonna eat like a turtle that's walking by, and so I gain some health back, and now I run back and I bite him a couple times, then I run away. And that bottom comes back to run away, and then you repeat that over and over. Oh, well, that was kind of easy. Okay, well, that's how you defeat that turtle. Okay, defeat that guy, and then you move on, and it's like, so it has the thing where it's like you're leveling up. The way I play games like that is probably the wrong way, because what I do is I don't leave an area until I've done everything, unless there's something literally that you can't do anymore.
You're a completionist.
Yeah, well, no, I don't want to go retread, right? And so, like, there are certain things, certain impediments they put in place where it's like, if you aren't big enough, you can't go there. And once again, I'm trying to stay spoiler free here, but the game does have certain things where it just says you can't go here until you grow up and you're able to unlock that spot. So there's stuff like that where it's like, okay, fine, but so. By the time I got to the second area, I was so big that like nothing in the second area was tough. So I was just kind of like, oh, okay, well, and then, but once again, complete everything in the second area, go on to the next area. Now I'm bored because like there's really no challenge other than time, and I don't really like games where it's like, oh, well, yeah, you just have to go here and do that thing and eat these 10 fish and then fight off the Mako sharks that are there. It's just kind of like, okay, fine. I'm going to win this battle just because my shark is so much bigger and so much power. But it's time. There's no challenge. It's just me click, 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 click. And I've already put the game away. And I'm back to playing MLB 20. And it's like one of those things where it's like after I play MLB 20 for like 3 or 4 hours, I'll be like, all right, I'll play Man Eater for a little while because eventually I want to see the whole game and beat it. But I'm 9 hours in. I'm like a level 24 shark. I'm way bigger for the spot than I should be. It's already telling me to go fight Scaly Pete, but I can't go fight Scaly Pete yet because I haven't unlocked the fight Scaly Pete. And I'm just kind of like,
I'm too good at this game.
Well, no,
I
know
exactly what you did, and it was the mistake I did in my Xbox play. So when I switched to my PC play, I did it differently. Is that early on in the game, you get a quest that takes you to the other zone, but you chose to stay in that zone and try to finish everything. It progresses you through the zones on the proper leveling curve, but if you ignore that quest and you stay where you're at instead of going off to do that quest, you will do exactly what you did. You fight uphill, fight uphill, fight uphill, and then as soon as you crest it, you just murder that entire zone and out-level it, and then by the time you go over there, you're already over level, and it just continues that cycle. And my Xbox play, I did that, but in my PC play, I followed the story and then did the quest, and when I got to a point where I was having a rough go, I just went and did story. And then it progressed me through the first 4 maps at a much brisker pace. So by the time I got done with those first 4 maps and got out into the deeper waters and the bigger fish, I was on par where I needed to be. And it was a much better experience.
So from a design perspective, though, if your game allows the player to do what Lance did, shouldn't there be some sort of scaling in place so that way they aren't bored at the second level?
Open world games are always going to have that problem because people can do whatever they want. And I don't know that they would design an entire system along a specific play style because open world games just don't tend to do that. Like basically at level 1, you could go out into the very biggest part of the ocean and fight giant sharks right off the bat, and you'd have to play damn near perfect in order to beat them. So they actually recommend for the people who want a harder challenge is to level up 2 or 3 times and then swim all the way out into the end game zones, and you can fight stuff that's 20, 30 levels above your level and have the challenge of your life because it'll be damn near impossible to beat. That's kind of
then it's more on your skill as a player as opposed to your numbers that you accumulated.
Correct.
I'll say this.
That's not too bad then.
I'll say this. I did get really frustrated over some really, really tall license plates being strung over where it's just like you have to perfectly do like your jump out of the water, then hit X.
Or just wait till you get bigger, which is what I did.
Bigger,
I skipped those, and once I got to a bigger size, then you just do a normal jump and you're 3 feet longer, so you smack them easier.
I understand, but it's just kind of like how is my shark jumping like triple jumping in the air? It's I don't know.
Because
it's
you're
like
a cool
GTA game. Keith, why don't you give your opinion? Because I think you're more in the middle of where me and Lance are at.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's a $30 game, and you get 14 hours of gameplay. And if you run around, you collect things, and you chew on stuff and eat people, and it's the equivalent of a just a summer popcorn movie, but a video game.
I'll say this:
the controls are freaking shit, though.
They are. I mean,
the camera when you're fighting is horrible until you learn how to play it.
It's very hard to learn. You just feel like you're biting and you're just hoping you're hitting something because the camera's sliding around completely and totally, which is, and so one of the things I realized is that. And that's why I like Grand Theft Auto games that or just games that they have a level plane where, yes, you can go up and down hills, and I suppose you can get in a helicopter, stuff like that. But everything kind of tends to stay on a level plane, right? And it's just like, and there is no weird 3-dimensional type of thing going on. And so, and I realized part of the fun is having your shark cresting the fin out of the water and like swimming around because you can kind of see everything. But like you'll be fighting things, and then because of the way you fight, all of a sudden you crest, and it's like you can't go down. You have to hit a button to submerge, which I thought was kind of backwards. I mean, you get used to it just like any other game if you play enough of it.
Yeah,
but
it can be a pain because you'll accidentally surface, then you can't kill things under the water, or you'll accidentally go underwater and then you can't kill things above the water. But
it's got some finicky controls. I feel like there's definitely room for improvement. And I think, and they've been very good about that. Like they have an entire feedback forum where they were telling people openly, hey, please tell us exactly what you don't like in this, because they've already got planned updates for like the next 6 months. So I think the game will get to a point where it needs to be, but on its own, I mean, I was fine with it. Like I said, I enjoyed it enough to play through it twice. I'm almost done with my second playthrough. Was I disappointed? No. Could it improve? Absolutely. That's why it's not a 10. It's an 8.5 because there's a good 1.5 to 2 points worth of improvement still left in this game.
Yeah, I liked it because I didn't expect much from it.
Yeah,
here
this is gonna be crap.
This is one thing that I didn't like was that, oh, okay, so the shark hunters are coming. Okay, fine, shark hunters. You know, you eat enough people. It's kind of like when if you shoot enough people in Grand Theft Auto, the police show up. Yeah, so you eat enough people, they send out the shark hunters. Oh wow, shark hunters. This, it's like kind of tough until I got bone fins, and I was just like, oh, I just point my shark at the thing and I hit the R1 button on the PlayStation, which makes me just do a barrel roll into the boat.
Barrel roll, Skippy.
Yeah, just barrel rolling.
You become a shark torpedo.
Yeah, you just basically become a shark torpedo. You're right up against the sharks, the boats. So every time you spin by them, you're doing tons of damage to these boats, causing them to explode. And plus, the barrel roll is also your evade, so they can't shoot you. So every time they try to shoot you, you're just evading. Even though you're staying in the same place, you're just like, you just like making a corkscrew.
So tell me, does that not sound awesome to barrel roll through a boat and explode it?
But once again, this goes back to my complaint of the fact that, like, yes, I know I'm going to beat these people. I know I'm going to beat this guy. It's just the process of me hitting R1 1,000 times.
You haven't gotten to the tougher hunters yet, though, because
I've defeated all 10.
You defeated all 10. Yeah. And you were able to do the barrel roll even through the electrical bubbles?
Yes, because you just barrel roll through them and then you blow up the ships, and then the people fall out. You eat the people and you get your health back, and you just come back and barrel roll them again.
Will it blend? Apparently,
yeah, will it blend? Yes, they blend.
I mean, he's right. That does work, but that wasn't fun, so I didn't do it. I jumped out of the water and picked people off of the boat and ate them.
Grabbing turtles and swimming under the ships and shooting the turtle into their generators to blow them up, and then just going up and chomping. Because I never blew up the boats. I just plucked all the people off the boats, and then when the last person is plucked off the boat goes away. Like
I blew up the electric boat, but everybody else gets plucked off.
Mm-hmm. So I would just jump up next to the boat and pluck a guy off and chomp, and then I'd submerge and kill a few divers, and then I'd come back up and damage the boat until the cabin's broken open, and then grab that guy and then chomp. See, I was tougher, but it was more strategic that way, and it made the fights more engaging. So
I gotta ask Michael,
play how you want.
I want to ask Michael, like, well, how big is the video game world over in Sweden? Like, how much do people play video games over there?
I mean, most everyone. I thought your review reminded me so much about this review I saw of one of the Lord of the Rings games, where he showed that you could beat the whole game by just pressing X or what it was, like over and over again. Yeah, it's a bit.
No, I mean, and like I said, I'm not trying to sell people. I've definitely had fun with the game. My daughter's enjoying it. My son's enjoying it. And there's 3 save game options on the thing, which I love. So many times in these campaign open story box games, it's like, well, it's like you get the one player, and like or they allow you to have different save games, but then like you have to figure out which one is your save game. Whereas I think more games should once again have the opening of which story is yours.
Mm-hmm.
So, which I appreciate a great deal. So we're not running into each other's save games. I don't know. It's not bad. I've definitely gotten horrible. I've definitely my purchase price was earned, right? I mean, it was like I've enjoyed playing the game.
You felt the dollars you spent were worth it.
Yes, I've definitely.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a $60 game, I'd be right there with Lance saying it wasn't worth it just from the shortness of the game, because it is only a 15-hour at tops game. I mean, it easily can be beaten even by an average skilled player in under 15 hours. So, but at $30 to $35, I'm okay with that. $2 an hour for my entertainment, well worth it. If it was a $60 game, even though $4 still doesn't sound horrible for an hour's worth of entertainment, but compared to other $60 games that can give you 3 or 4 times the content, I'd have been disappointed as well. But at a $30 game, with it being an indie developer who's only got 2 games under their belt and it's their first really big game, I was totally cool with it, and I really hope that it does well enough that they'll be able to put out more stuff, because I think they've got a good idea for the game, and now they need the resources and time to really put into it to make it to that next level. And they've already hinted at there being a sequel to this game if it sells well enough, and I think it has. A lot of people are streaming this thing. A lot of people have picked it up. So.
All right. I have a game. If we're done with the shark game, otherwise we.
Yeah. Wait to interrupt Michael. He was going to say something.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I only said the sequel should be Man-Eater Tornado.
Sharknado. Bring it in.
I mean, the game is over the top enough. I could see that happening. That would not be out of the realm of possibility.
What's your game? What's your game, Chris?
My game. So Monster Train. I don't know if you've heard of it. Have you guys played Slay the Spire at all?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Monster Train has the worst title of any game I've ever heard of. Okay. But this is Slay the Spire mixed with like Hearthstone's aesthetics. And it is, I have been playing it nonstop since it came out. Like, it came out on the 21st. I have 61 hours in this game. Like, it is ridiculously fun. Because it's this deck building game where essentially it's almost like a mix between a deck building game and a tower defense game, where you have to protect the heart of the Titan that you're transporting back to the middle of hell. You're going through the 9 rings of hell to relight the fire because the angels have won. But really, all the story is just a reason for you to fight these angels and try to prevent them from blowing up your train.
Monster Train is a strategic roguelike deck-building game with a twist. Set on a train to hell, you'll use a tactical decision-making to defend multiple vertical battlegrounds. With real-time competitive multiplayer and endless replayability, Monster Train is always on time. What a horrible tagline.
I'm telling you, like, ignore the marketing.
Ignore the marketing.
I have played a lot of Slay the Spire. Okay, this is a worthy successor to Slay the Spire. Like, it is like when you're building your deck. So you pick 2 factions, right? You have your main faction, which determines what hero you get, and like each hero has different abilities. They all have 3 different abilities that you can randomly upgrade as you go through. And then your sub faction determines the other cards and artifacts that you have access to when you're playing the game. Like, it's if you like Slay the Spire, you will love Monster Train. Like, it is really good.
Well, maybe I'll $22.
It's less than 30.
It is less than 30.
He has a point.
So, do you actually create your deck, or do you, as you like in Slay the Spire, do you slowly get cards as you defeat certain challenges, and they ask you if you want to add a card to your deck, or
Yeah, so you start with the basic cards. As you go through and unlock higher difficulty levels, it swaps out some of the base starting cards with random ones from those factions' decks. Unlike Slay the Spire, there's a lot more ways to remove cards from your deck. So it's actually a lot easier to streamline your deck. Like, if you feel like you've got a combo that you really know works, like, it's a lot easier to get rid of the excess cards.
That's one thing I always hate about Slay the Spire is getting.
Well, you get stuck with the shitty cards, and it's like, why do I want these cards?
Yeah, thinning out your deck is, and it just seemed like they got tired, and they were like every single monster is just going to add cards to your deck.
Right? Yeah, just give cards.
Like, there wasn't anything other than just we're just gonna gum up your deck with garbage.
Yeah, no, it's and that's the thing is, like, you can play Monster Train either as I'm going to thin it down to like, this is my combo and I'm gonna make it work, or I'm gonna have all of these cards and they're all going to work, and it doesn't really matter which one I draw because they're like, overall the deck is going to work because I've built it that way. So like they really did a good job kind of sort of advancing on what Slay the Spire built. I would highly recommend it. If you like Slay the Spire, like check it out because it is really fun.
I remember my kids used to watch Dinosaur Train. Dinosaur Train.
This is a little different.
It's a little different. Well, the art is cutesy. It isn't grim and evil looking.
Oh no! It's like I said. Like okay, so when I started playing it, my older daughter walked past. She said, "Are you playing Hearthstone?" I was like, "No, this is Monster Train." We had a couple guys come to the house to fix our sink because like our plumbing was backed up. And one of the guys walked past as I was playing. He's like, "Is that Hearthstone?" Like, it's random dude I've never met before. Like, the aesthetic is like, if you've played Hearthstone at all, you'd be like, "Oh shit, those cards look really familiar." But it's not Hearthstone. It's not Slay the Spire. Like, it's got its own kind of unique feel. And yeah, it's really well polished. It's a lot of fun. The music kicks ass. Like it's one of the few games where I've listened through the tracks like multiple times before muting it and putting on my Spotify playlist.
Nice.
Normally most games like I'll give them a once through and it's like okay, it's time for Spotify. But yeah, no, this one like the music is really good. But yeah, no, you definitely check it out. Like it's pretty cool.
Well, I just watched the trailer while you were yeah, it does look neat.
Yeah, and I mean, it's weird because like the bosses are the same with a little bit of variance, but every run you're like, okay, what are my starting cards? What are the options that I've been given, right? Like, how am I going to make this work? And more often than not, you can make it work. But you do have to, as you get into the higher difficulty levels, like you have to be on top of your game to make it work because like one mistake is like, oh crap, I forgot about that enemy, which is causing this chain reaction, which, oh no, now my pyre is dead. So yeah, it's again, I like complicated games. I like games like that. Like it's got a lot of depth.
I don't think I've ever asked you this. What is the I mean, other than when you weren't in COVID? What is it like in the for the gaming area where you live, Chris?
In Southern California, not great. Like there's a couple gaming stores near where I live, but most of them are Magic oriented. Like that was when I opened my game store. So I ran a local game store for I think it was like 5 years or so. Like we had a great community. Problem was our landlord just kept raising the rents, and eventually we couldn't meet it anymore. But there was definitely a need for a space to play like War Machine and Warhammer, and the games that take more space than a single table. Because around here there's maybe like one or two places, and usually you have to drive a pretty deep amount to get there. So yeah, it's I mean there's a lot of people who game around here. It's just most people do it either in their garages or online. It's not, you don't have that kind of that local spot where everyone can go to kind of like learn about new games and meet other people who might be interested in that kind of stuff.
Didn't you ever bust out a "Don't you know who I am" on them?
I've only used that card once.
And how'd that work out for you?
It worked out excellent for me because it was when I was applying to the top tier rating guild in World of Warcraft that I really wanted to get into. and
what a nerd!
Let me in.
What a total nerd. So,
yep.
Michael, just so you know, Chris used to play in the NFL. He's a former NFL player, National Football League.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He used to play for the Minnesota Vikings, which is like my number one team of all time. Like, because my father cursed me with
I was the person Lance hated to see come out on the field because I was the punter. So basically, if I came out on the field, that meant we were not doing well. It's time to give the ball away.
So you worked a lot.
Yeah. There were quite a few seasons.
Everybody
set a couple records.
Everybody's full of jokes. Jokes. What's your favorite team there, Burke, for Keither? Oh, you guys. Oh, of course, Steelers. All
How
we
many
do is
championships
win.
have they won? Is it 5 or 6?
6.
6.
6.
As every Steelers fan will tell you.
Yes. And
It's
tell you
because when I
again.
was a kid, Indiana had no football team when I was a kid. The Colts were still in Baltimore, hadn't been stolen yet, and we didn't have anything. I could have been a Bengals fan, but I'm not a complete loser.
Why?
So, so that was. I mean, the nearest team was Cincinnati at that point, and I mean, my first introduction to football was Mean Joe Green throwing a kid a jersey, drinking a Coke. And I mean, really, that Mean Joe commercial growing up in the 70s with the Steelers are at their height. I mean, that's just who I latched onto and stuck with them ever since through the horrible freaking 80s and then back into being at least somewhat decent again.
Hey, you had Bubby Brister back then.
I love that a ceiling fan is telling us about the Steelers.
This is the famous Steelers chair that I fell out of live on the
Oh, that was the best.
Yeah, that
thought
was
you
pretty
fell asleep.
awesome. That's a classic boom moment.
I thought you had fallen asleep, honestly.
I
Well,
think
you
we
were
all
probably talking, so I probably. But yeah, I leaned a little too far back, and all the audience saw was
amazing.
my feet go straight up in the air.
Hey, you got to get comfortable how you can, man.
Yeah.
I think Keith did say height. Yes, it's a word. Height. Yes.
Man, I will remember 2 things from playing at the Steelers Stadium. The first one is the Styx music that they use all the time. I think it's Renegade, right? It's kind of like that's their big
I
amp
have
up song.
never been to a Steelers game in person in Pittsburgh. Only in
Berkey. I
Pennsylvania.
mean, Barry, hold on one second. I got to bring Berkey on real quick.
Okay.
But aside from the music,
Hey.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh,
whoa, it's upside
Kevin,
down.
hold on. We're in the middle of the story. We're in the middle of the story, and you can talk.
I was just going to say, aside from the music, the turf at Heinz Field is garbage. It is
I was
the
going to
worst
ask if it was before
turf.
they fixed the turf finally. It was the shittiest turf in the NFL.
It was so terrible.
Oh, and they compound it because University of Pittsburgh plays on the field on Saturdays.
Yeah, like
And
they
then
just
you'll have a swamp game for them, and then the NFL game, you just are in it's like a high school shitty field.
like we played there in, I think it was either late October or early November, and it was literally sand. Like that's what the field. It was sand. They had spray painted green to make it look like grass. This is the NFL.
Who was the NFL player that played like the flag football game on the beach and
Oh yeah, in the Pro Bowl, right?
in the Pro Bowl, and then he almost lost his leg because like he ripped the muscles like off of his bone or something like that.
Yeah, no, I remember that. I want to say what that was like.
It was like his second year in the league, and he was like an all world like the world is your oyster kind of player.
Yeah, that was early. I want to say it was like
John
2005
Carter?
or 2006, right?
No,
Was it
here,
Carter?
we could Google it. Hold on.
Yeah, no, I know who you're talking about, though.
Player.
That's when they stopped doing like all the stuff on the beaches in Hawaii because they're like, oh shit.
Robert Edwards was his name. He played for, injuring his left knee during a flag football game for National Football League rookies on the beach at Waikiki. What did it say about him? This is like, 1999. It was the New England Patriots. Robert Edwards underwent emergency surgery to injuring his left knee. Basically, like ripped the kneecap out of place or something like that.
Oh wow, 99. If he could have held out a couple more years, he would have got a few rings.
Yeah,
Right.
he had rushed for 1,100 yards the year before, and then he came down in a heap after trying to break up a pass in a 5-player per side game.
Well, the thing is, like if you put us in one of those stupid little, skills drills or friendly competitions, like we're not going to be friendly about it. Like you're playing to win.
But the Pro Bowl every kind of takes it easy though. You watch him play the Pro Bowl.
Have you seen the hit on God, the Buffalo punter Mormon? Who was the linebacker who hit him? Google linebacker Pro Bowl Mormon MOORMAN hit. I'm gonna Google it myself because he freaking lit him up. It was on a fake punt. Sean Taylor just absolutely obliterated him.
All right, Kevin, is your internet? Did you get the squirrel moving again? He lives out in the sticks.
So, Chris, do all punters have great stories? Because I mean, Pat McAfee can tell a story.
Yep. So we tend to see everything that goes on because we don't have a whole lot else to do. Pat's a great dude too. He's he definitely knows about swimming in some canals.
I really kind of just discovered his show last week. I didn't realize he had this everyday show thing, and it's entertaining. He had a story about Troy Polamalu that's just amazing.
Yeah, no, he cracks me up. Like it was oh man, he was a good dude. Like so here's the other thing is like before games, like all the punters and kickers and long snappers talk to each other because like during warm up, you know, you kind of go over, you say hi to the other guys, you know, hey, what's messed up in your corner of the world right now? But yeah, no, Pat was always a great dude to talk to. Him and Dustin Colquitt. Dustin's another really funny guy. I think he actually just retired this year. But yeah, no, we tend to just kind of hang out in the locker room and witness all of the happenings because we don't have to go to meetings. So, yeah, there's a lot that goes on.
So, Michael, how big is the NFL in Sweden?
I mean, the Super Bowl is big. Lots of people stay up for that. But the rest is, I mean, there's some fans, I would say, like maybe 1 or 2% of the people are watching or something.
Yeah,
that sounds about right. Yeah,
yeah, but it's like
football is definitely an American sport.
Yeah, and the time zone is really bad. But I mean, I think it's much bigger than baseball. Because I don't know anyone who's following baseball in here.
Yeah,
but I know
if it was morning for you when we started, that means what games air at what, like 1 or 2 in the morning for start time?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that you got to be committed if you're gonna watch that. Or an Insomniac.
Yeah, but a lot of people take the Monday off after Super Bowl to be able to.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean the Super Bowl is just kind of like its own thing. But yeah, you're not gonna stay up to watch a freaking Bengals Steelers game on a Thursday night.
You need to be really committed to not get spoiled if you're into NFL. So it's like if you're gonna watch it the day after, I mean, you really have to.
Yeah, you got to stay off Twitter and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. How big is so what is the big sport in Iceland? Sweden. Hockey, I would assume, right?
Hockey and football. I mean what
the rest of the world actually calls football that we call soccer.
Yeah, those two are the huge ones.
Okay.
I mean, the summer months we watch soccer, and winter months we watch hockey.
I was gonna. Didn't the men's team do pretty well at the World Cup last time? The Swedish men's team. I thought they did.
Yeah, better than we used to do. But I mean, we're never in the end.
Well, I was gonna say, at least you made it there.
Yeah.
Freaking U.S. was like, hey, we're gonna lose to freaking Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad and Tobago. Whenever I played any like sort of like what's I'm looking for here, like any Olympics game where you got to insert yourself as a person, I always said I represented Trinidad and Tobago. That was like, because I was just like
you just felt like they needed the help.
Well, yeah, and it's like if you bring home a gold, you'd be like a hero to the realm. Just
Right.
just
It's the Jamaican bobsled team.
yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like, what is the square mileage of? It's at only 1.39 million people. The island lies 6.8 miles off the northeastern coast of Venezuela. So it's like this little tiny dot in the middle of nowhere, and it's only 1,841 square miles. So I was like, and plus they had a cool looking flag. So I was like, yeah, I'll be from Trinidad and Tobago.
I was right. The U.S. did lose to them. We are one of the I mean, we used to be one of the most advanced nations with a lot of people.
Well, they wanted it more.
They really did.
Yeah.
I played soccer growing up, so I have quite a bit of experience with the game. I originally thought I was going to be a professional goalie in soccer, like before I started playing football, and then it was American football, and then I was like, all right, well, looks like the NFL is the way to go. So,
the USS choosing Kabuki Kid always picked the USSR in the summer games. I can remember playing that hockey game that was with basically foosball with the things and playing hockey, and then there was the USA side and the USSR, and you play them and scoring.
They have like the plastic bubble dome?
Yeah, they had the plastic bubble over the top, so the thing couldn't flip out.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
And you could hit the button for boo, like boo. You could have, and the crowd would boo and.
Hey, Lance, is Barry or Berkey coming back? Okay.
Well, no,
Brenner said his link isn't working. If you want to resend it, but if we're full, we're full.
What now? What the
Brenner said the link you sent him isn't working. I'm guessing you didn't give him the StreamYard one.
I'll give him a dang thing. Hold on.
I mean, he can't fit anyway, but yeah, you may want to send it in case the spot opens.
Well, I can duck out so somebody can fit because I'm.
Yeah, I mean, I won't be on late. I'm probably leaving in 45 minutes.
So good to talk to everybody. Good to see you this week.
Well, yeah, Keith, good to see you. I hope you are able to stay hidden from the mob. I mean,
find your night goggles.
Yeah, just tell
them the ceiling fan did it.
Yeah, they still haven't found you, which is good. Just
Keith, how was your new birth? How did that go?
My what?
Your birthing.
I don't know if that thing's even come out yet.
Really?
But it hasn't hurt me for a week, so whatever.
That's fucked up.
I'm hoping so. I had X-rays Friday, and I had an appointment this afternoon. He's like, "Well, I don't see any definitive stone on the X-ray, so I think we should run a freaking camera up your junk and go look for it." I'm like, "If it ain't in there, you ain't running." I did what you run a camera on my junk when I had the kidney stone. Why would I want to do it when you don't see one? Well, okay, we could do a CAT scan as a CAT instead. Good. Let's go for the non-surgical.
Why didn't they do that the first time?
That's what they did when they first saw it. But
so our head athletic trainer for the Vikings, Eric Sugarman, he suffers from kidney stones, and like he's gone through a couple times where like they've been bad. And he's like, I would not wish that pain on anyone.
Oh, it's horrible. This is my third bout.
Going to break them up.
It's horrible.
Yeah, it just sounds like the worst.
I'd rather take a hammer to the nuts than go through a kidney stone.
I can do that for you.
No hammer. Sure. I would pass on the hammer to the nuts too.
You got to drink more cranberry juice, man. Isn't that the thing? Cranberry juice?
I think it's genetic because I was talking to my dad the other day. He has them like every 3 years. And my mom had them too, so I'm double cursed.
Yeah.
So
I get them about every 5 years.
It's horrible. But all right, good night, folks.
Good night, Keith.
Chris, I actually had a question for you.
Sure.
You got somewhat famous early in life, right? I want to know what that was like, being like, you seem like a normal person. But then I also want to know what it was like after social media came into play.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't think I would have been as well known had social media not existed. Right? Because like that was a big part of kind of the, I guess, the persona of my fame. It feels so fucking weird to say something like that, right? Like who the fuck am I to say? The persona of my fame. Like that's such a douchey thing.
Well, we know you're totally full of yourself. So just,
right.
Yeah.
Like who's this asshole? but no, like it really was that. Had I not been on social media, kind of displaying, hey, like I'm the nerdy football player, people, got into that because there wasn't another nerdy football player. Then when I wrote the letter that went viral, like I don't know that it would have gone viral if people hadn't known who I was. So like they're kind of intertwined in that. I mean, had I written it before social media, it might have got some traction. I mean, I feel like there were some sufficiently entertaining swear words in there that people might have picked up on it. But really, like social media was kind of the driving force behind like, oh shit, did you see what the NFL punter just said, about that Maryland state senator? And so, yeah, it came as a surprise to me because when I wrote it, I wasn't expecting it to go viral.
Yeah,
but yeah, then it's like, but the crazy thing though is that like people are just like, oh, you're doing it for the attention, you're doing it for this. I'm like, no, I just want to fucking play video games, man. I'm just here to nerd out.
I want to ask you about running the game store. Why did you want to run a game store? Just because for fun, or just for?
Because I'm a fucking nerd.
You did it for the millions. You did it for the.
I mean, so when I was living in Minnesota, Tower Games, I think they were off. God, what was it? It was like either 36th or 40th. Yep.
I know exactly which one you're talking about.
Yeah. So like that was kind of the spot that I would go to because I lived in Savage, so there wasn't any place closer. Like most of the other gaming places were up closer to Minneapolis, so Tower was kind of the closest place I could get to, and just hanging out in there, like being able to play games with people who are like, I understand what you're talking about. I am interested in the same things you're interested in. Like, wasn't really getting that in the locker room. So I one of my brother's friends, he used to work at Blizzard. I think he left to work for another game company, but he came to me and said, hey, I'd love to open up a gaming store in Southern California because I feel like there's a niche here that isn't being filled. Like there's a lot of people who like to play games, but there aren't any gaming stores within accessible distance. And I was like, yeah, no, that makes sense to me because like when I would come back home for the off season, I'd be like, I would love to play Warhammer. Like I would love to play War Machine. I'd love to go play Magic against some people. I can't do that anywhere. So yeah, for me, it wasn't so much about trying to make a profit or like having it be, some moneymaker. It was more like, I want a place where I can hang out and play games with people and learn about new games and show those games to people and get them excited about games the way I'm excited about games. Because like I love playing new games. They're so much fun. But without a local gaming store, like it's so hard to spread that knowledge of a new game. I mean, like it's could be because what usually ends up happening is that you have your circle of friends, right? You have the circle of people that you play with, but generally you'll meet at like someone's house or in like a garage or something like that. Like it's not in a place where you can spread that hobby to other people, where you can get them as excited about it as you are excited about it. Like and to me, that's why local gaming stores are so important. Is because it might just be someone who stops in right out of nowhere. And they're like, oh, what's going on here? And you're like, it's a fucking War Machine tournament. This is amazing. Like, there's giant bone mechs stomping across the field against these murderous behemoths. And they're like, whoa, okay, maybe that's for me. So, like, that's, and I feel like that's something that anyone who considers themselves a gamer should keep in mind is that if you like your hobby, if you enjoy your hobby, you should always want to get more people interested in your hobby because that's what makes it thrive. That's what makes it survive. Like the more people that are interested in games, the more cool games get made. like the more awesome stuff we all get to play. So yeah, sorry, soapbox. I'm stepping off the soapbox now.
Well, the problem is that they're dying. I mean, they honestly are.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
and they
Well, I mean,
and there's a guy that runs he's run a game store for 27 years in the Fargo Moorhead area here, and he said, he's like, we've been zombies moving forward, trudging, trying to make a living for the last 2 years, and he says it's we can't. Everybody needs to condense their operations, just have Friday Night Magic, and he's like, you can't compete with, I mean,
well, you can't compete with online,
you can't.
I mean, and that was a huge problem we had, was like, we didn't want to have to order a ton of Magic cards, but like that was what paid the bills. Like people came in to buy freaking packs of boosters, and if you didn't run those, like if you weren't offering competitive prices versus the online environment, which wasn't enough to pay your rent, like people are like, oh, well, this game seems really cool, I'm going to order it off Amazon. It's like, we're not going to be here in 6 months if you order it off Amazon. Like local game stores, they aren't about selling you a product. They're about a community where you can go play. Like, and that's what makes it so important to keep them alive. Because again, how are you going to meet those other people that enjoy the same things you do?
Yeah.
So yeah, again, sorry, I care about my nerdy hobbies.
Well, I mean, the nerdy hobbies aren't going to go anywhere. It's just the places where we actually get the things that we want for our nerdy hobbies are going away.
Yeah, well, no. So the thing is that like, it's not going to make the hobby go away. What it's going to do is it's going to make it harder for those fringe games that you otherwise never would have heard of to gain any sort of traction. Because I mean, there were so many times where, like I would show up to the our game store, and like my brother would be behind the counter and be like, hey, check this out. Like, this is a new thing that, freaking one of the big three publishers, I forget their initials, but they sent this and I checked it out. It looks really cool. We should try it out. And so we'd try it out and we'd introduce it to our local community, and they're like, that's really cool. Like, I'm going to order a copy of that. I mean, that's, you don't get that just by being on message boards or by, chatting with people online. Like I will say, and I realize it's tough to say this in the middle of a ongoing world pandemic, but there is something to be said about being in the same location as other people and finding something new that you otherwise never would have thought to look for, right? Like, it's like this is something that's out of my comfort zone, and I didn't know if I would have liked it until I tried it. And now that I tried it, I really, really like it. Like that's what's so great about games. That's what's so great about this hobby.
So I gotta ask you then, Michael, what's the local game store situation in in Sweden?
Yeah, I only know about Stockholm, where I live, but I mean, we have two really big stores, or three kind of big stores, two big and one medium, but that is quite enough on this size of a town. But we also have like these groups of players meeting every week and play, and they have like a library of like 50 or 100 games where you could become a member, but then it's a harder step to join there, I would say, than just going into the local game store. But I mean, yeah, it would be terrible if my favorite store, my favorite stores are really good, like the Dragon's Lair and Alpha Spel.
Well, I suppose what kind of online purchasing options do you have to buy games? I mean, Amazon, basically, probably?
Yeah, Amazon is not as big in Sweden, but we have like all the
Oh, they will be.
Give them
Just give them time. Just give them time. They will slowly march on your borders and take over. Amazon. They take over everything.
Yeah, because if we're buying from Amazon now, it's either the UK or the American site, so we don't have our own. So
gotcha.
Hold on to your independence, please. Fight for it.
I don't think it's up to me, but yeah, I will try.
Do your best.
I mean, are there like online? I mean, just like Swedish-based on like online game sellers? I have no idea. I mean, there must be, right?
Yeah, I mean, all of the local stores have online presence, but then it's like we have this big bookstore that also sells games, and they think they have a better deal at. They could sell it with a lower tax, or they can't really, but they do it anyway. So they have cheaper prices. But
so they're dishonest.
Yes.
Well, so basically they're able to subsidize it because they're bringing in money or income from another source, whereas the local game stores are like, this is who we are. Like, this is all we got.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it's fucking capitalism.
Fucking capitalism.
You were at a game store. If it wasn't for capitalism, you couldn't make any money there.
If it wasn't for capitalism, we'd still be open.
Well, I'm not here to argue chicken and egg.
Oh man.
I guess I should ask. There's a couple of people that want to hear about my grievances because I have a huge one, but I'm going to actually not share my giant grievance today. I'm over my anger because it would fit right into your stream about capitalism and how much I hate a certain bank. But does anybody have any grievances they want to share?
Lance,
anything?
I would love to hear your grievance.
Yeah,
No,
please share it.
Please share your grievance, Lance.
No, I am not going to.
Share it.
No, I ran into an issue where fraud was committed on a debitable account that I own. On an account that I rarely use for anything.
Are you going to go into it? Are we going to hear it?
Just the bottom line is somebody made a fake debit card that wasn't mine, used it in Canada and California. So it obviously wasn't me. My bank has told me it's obvious it isn't me. But they took like basically thousands of dollars from me to buy stuff. And like, I was like, this isn't me, just give me back my money. And they're like, well, you have to wait 10 business days before we can actually solve all this. And the thing is, it's like, okay, fine. Whatever, you have your processes. I barked up the ladder as far as I possibly could. I gave them what for. And I talked up the ladder as far. My best part is like I was like, I want to talk to somebody in your fraud department. Oh, they don't handle any phone calls. What do you? It's like, well, no. I mean, I just the person who's handling my claim. Just let me talk to them. Oh, they don't take phone calls from customers. It's like, okay, well then here I want you to give them this message, and then I want you to give them this, and I want you to call me back. Well, we don't do that either. It's like, so I can't talk to this person that's handling everything. That basically is as my account is overdue. And then the thing is that my mortgage is with this bank as well. So I'm like, look, you guys are already making thousands of dollars off of me in interest every year. It's just like just fix this, or I'm going to take I'm going to refi. I'm going to find a place to go. I can probably get a better deal right now anyway. The only reason I haven't gone through a refi is because it's a pain in the ass. Just fix this for me. And they're just like, no, we can't do anything for you. You're gonna have to wait 10 business days to get back your money. And it's like, here's the big thing is that I worked in fraud. When I worked for US Bank, I worked in fraud for a long time. And it's like the bank is going to lose money on this because they're going to figure out that this isn't my fault. Somebody, basically screwed me over and took my money. And the bank is going to end up giving me back my money. And they're going to lose the money on the deal. And it's their fraud department that has to catch these things before they turn into bigger problems. So I didn't do anything wrong. Somebody somehow got a hold of my card number. Other than the fact that I use my card for like almost nothing other than like auto payments and stuff like that. So it's just like somehow, somewhere it got taken from me. And it's just like, I need you to handle this. And I was the most infuriating thing ever where they've said repeatedly, this isn't your fault. This isn't your issue. But we do understand that we're putting you through a hardship. And I was just like, it's just, okay, so I remember I talked to the last guy I talked to. I was like, this guy named Cullen. I remember I was like, Cullen, I want to just remind you. It's like you have the empathy of a dead mortician. It's just like, it was absolutely ridiculous. And I seriously, it's like, and I'm sure, I mean, they all have their policies and they're doing their things and they have to follow their protocols or whatever, and at the very least, like the bank branch guy that I talked to seems to be he's very like, he's annoyed with me over the fact that they can't do much for me. But it's just like, it's one of those things too, where it's like, I had to pay my mortgage on the 1st, with the money that isn't there anymore. So how am I going to pay? You're going to charge me a fee for not being able to pay my mortgage.
Right. But you have my money anyways.
Yes. So they're like, well, we'll have to talk to you and we'll get back to you about that. It's just a catch-22 red tape bullshit. And as soon as it gets fixed, I'm just going to get all my stuff out of Bank of the West and I'm just going to go somewhere else and find some.
Are you sure you don't want to go into the whole story, Lance?
No, I don't. I've gone outside and screamed at clouds long enough. If it had been the day that it happened, and if if that had been a Wednesday, oh my gosh, I would have both barrels. I will say this today.
Wait, hold on. Before we get into the whole story, Michael, do you have curtains that you can draw? It's really uncomfortable.
He's just like,
yeah, the sun is rising. Yeah,
it's like he's like that one guy who's sitting at the diner and they can't put the shades down. We know he isn't a vampire.
Seriously, just draw the shades.
I'll say this. So today I had to go and my daughter got her eyes checked and she finally needs glasses. She was one of those things that we thought it was likely, but so they called today. They said we have her glasses. Come and get them. So I brought her and I stopped to put gas in my car and this wizened old man. He saw that I was wearing a mask and my daughter was wearing a mask and he looked over at me and he said, and he wasn't wearing a mask. And he said to me, did you see that you can go downtown right now and they'll give you a test for free? And I said, yeah, I had read that. Like you could go and you could go in and you could get a coronavirus test and you'd have an answer within 48 hours. And he's just like, yeah, I'm not going to go. And I was like, okay. It's just like, whatever. He's like, because if they tell me I got it, then I can't go anywhere for 14 days. So fuck that.
Your bouncing social life is going to be impacted. Not being able to go anywhere.
And then he strode
at all the nursing homes for all the ladies.
Yeah.
Then he strode in. I mean, the guy had a bigger beard than me. He was just like, he
got a date with Matchlock.
he had zero fucks to give. I mean, it was definitely like, and it was just like, and then he strode into the Holiday gas station to go get his coffee or whatever. But I mean, yeah, if they tell me I got it, that just means I can't go anywhere for 14 days. So
probably his tin of dipping tobacco is what he was getting.
Yeah, just like. They won't let me into the nursing home where I can cruise the ladies. Man.
But it really does feel like we as a country are just running right off the ledge. Like, well, what's the worst that could happen?
I am weirdly of the opinion of I hope we're all wrong. I hope all the nutballs are right, just because I don't want to see people die. I don't want to see people die.
It's good. Oh man, it's gonna be so fucking bad.
What's it like in California? I mean, actually, what's it like in Sweden right now with the pandemic? I mean, you guys was it Sweden that had the weird that you opened up everything kind of early and then you had some problems? Is that correct?
We never closed down really. We only have you can't be more than 50 people at the same place.
Okay.
So I mean, our game stores is open and our mean, most things are open. It's like no concerts, no cinemas, and those things. But you could do pretty much anything. But yeah, we had been hit really hard, especially like the senior citizens where they live back there. No, I mean the retirement
Out
homes.
on the farm.
Yeah. I mean they were naive in thinking like the private companies would make sure that their employees wouldn't work if they had any symptoms, and yeah, we've been hit really hard with the old people.
Yeah,
That sucks.
It's free. So California is heading for not great times, because like the community that I live in, like hardly anyone has gotten sick, but literally the next county over is like one of the biggest hotspots in California. And I know for a fact, a lot of the people in the area where I live, the people who mow their lawns and clean their houses and take care of their kids are part of the community that's one of the most affected. And it's like it's just there's this feeling.
You can say I'm guessing you're dodging away from like a Hispanic community. Is that what you're trying to say?
Oh yeah, no. So Costa Mesa, like it's a big Hispanic community, but the problem is like the place where I live is a bunch of fucking white idiots. Like where they're just like, oh, well, because I haven't got it, that means I'll never get it. And it's like, you fucking idiots. I mean, like it's infuriating because literally I went for a run yesterday. And so one of the good things about running in the suburb that I live in is that no one ever uses the sidewalks because everyone drives everywhere. So I don't have to worry about running into other people. It's just me running on the sidewalks. But like, I shit you not, 10 houses up on our block, there was a birthday gathering, at least 15 to 20 people. Around the block, there was another gathering in the driveway, at least 8 to 10 people.
Yeah.
Took the dogs to the park to let them run around away from people. At the park, another gathering, 40 to 50 people. And it's like, you assholes, do you not understand what we're dealing with? like all it takes is one person at one of those events. And then all of a sudden, boom, it's like wildfire through everyone. And I mean, and like this is a conversation that I've had to have with my parents, because like my dad got COVID due to his work. Like he had to constantly fly to a bunch of different places, and so he came down with it, recovered fine. Like he was under the weather for a couple weeks, but now my side of the family, my parents are convinced, oh well, since your dad had it, that means that we must have had it too. Like we're fine. And I'm like, you don't know that. Like, you haven't been tested. And they're like, my mom is like, when can we see the kids again? Like when can we get together, for family gatherings? I'm like, when there's widespread testing and contact tracing, that's when you can see the kids again.
Yeah.
It's just so many people don't fucking get it. Like this, you can't just wish a virus away. Like that's not how it works.
The one that drives me the craziest is like, well, let the people that are at risk, quarantine themselves. Let the rest of us go about our daily lives. And like, well, no, that doesn't work either, because the people, yeah, and it's just but it's tough, right? I mean, if people are like in danger of losing their their business, I mean, I understand their frustrations as well. I mean,
right. Well, and that's the other problem is like the way that we've set up our society is that like, I mean, money is a fucking social construct. Like money is whatever we decide it is. Yeah. We have the resources to take care of everyone. Like we could easily make sure everyone has food and water and a roof over their head. Like that is not outside the realm of possibility.
All right, you communist pinko.
Yeah, fucking vote Bolshevik. but that's the thing though, is that when you look at like the aid package that they passed, how much money went to people who already have a shit ton of it versus all the small businesses that were like, wait a minute, where's our bailout? Like, what's going to keep us afloat? And oh, sorry, you didn't know the right banker, so you weren't in time to get your share, of the PPP. Like that, to me, that's as a political science major and a historian major, like that's where it's not a good sign for where our country is headed, because you have this income inequality that just keeps rising and rising and rising and rising, and the rich keep getting richer and everyone else is left out to dry. And like historically, that does not end well. It never ends well.
No.
there is no happy ending there.
Well, I saw somebody that I remember posting. It's like, I'm using my stimulus check to build my guillotine.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. Go for it. It's probably the best use you can make of it. Just line them up and drop the lever. Oh god! And so here's the thing though. Like, this is the thing that makes me so frustrated, is that we should know better. Like, we have the internet. We have access to the entirety of human history. Like we know how this ends. Why do you keep making the same stupid mistakes? I
mean, not to play devil's advocate, but I mean, and I agree. I mean, the answer is that you have to, oh, look at this. Here's our resident champion of the universal basic income, Forrest Bauer. Everybody,
join the conversation.
I'm gonna walk out of the UBI.
Oh, Forrest, just turn around and leave. Turn around and leave.
You and Chris Cluey can join into a wonderful
first of all, for everyone.
Yeah, you can. Well, actually, time out. This is what a weird thing. Michael, you actually live in a country that has a great deal of social work, right? I mean, it's like there is a what is life like in Sweden as far as like, with your medicine and how does the government work there basically?
Yeah, I mean, we're called a socialist country, but I mean, that's the good thing. We don't have to pay for, or we don't have to pay much for any kind of hospital visits. It's like 200 like $20, whatever you have to do, even if it's like CAT scans and everything. So that's a really good thing. We pay a lot of tax though, but I mean, I would be more interested in getting like the universal basic income. That I think would be a better system than we have, because there's so many kinds of not sure welfare is the right word, but like you could get money for lots of things, but it would be just easier to have a blanket amount that everyone would get, I would say.
Okay.
Because no one in Sweden have to go can be homeless or without food, because everyone would, if you lose all of your money, you would still get like a day-to-day paycheck, and you would get like somewhere to live from the government.
All right, Kabuki Kid, one of our ardent followers here. She asks, "What is your, how much of your paycheck is taxed, Michael?"
Yeah, so up to like $3,500 US per month, we pay 30%, but that's what we pay after they have taken away around 50%. So we pay like, how much that is, like 80%. If from what my company pays me, I would get like 20-25% in the end, because first half of it goes to pension and social security and everything, and then from that 30% would go to tax. And if I earn more than that amount would be, instead of 30%, it would be 50%.
So how much? I mean, do people grouse about that? Do they have a problem with that, or does everybody just kind of say, "Well, that's the way it works," because we live in Sweden?
No, I mean, it's weird. Like, you have your left and your right in the US, and we have our left and our right, but both our left and right is far left from both your
So 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals.
Yeah, so the right parties here, they still want it to be like, they want to lower the tax, but it's not major things. It's always small increments. And
It's so the thing that drives me nuts is that, like, okay, so yeah, say you get taxed 80% on your income, but in return, you never have to worry about going homeless. You never have to worry about having food. You never have to worry about going to a hospital in case you're sick or injured.
And it sounds like your retirement's fully covered too.
yeah,
That seems like a pretty good deal.
Except for people that have money think, well, why should I have to give up 80% of my money?
Why should I not be able to buy 5 ultra yachts?
Well, no,
Fuck you.
I would say like the big issue, a lot of the right wing would say, is that like the big companies, they rather than just, they could get people so much cheaper from outside of Sweden to do their work. So if you don't have to have employees in Sweden, you don't want to. So that's one of the downside. And like all the earnings the companies make, they usually take it to a tax haven. And
well, yeah, they don't want to pay tax on that.
Yeah, we know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, Apple, what are your tax payments recently?
Yeah, but I mean, we had this thing with all the companies that got like some money with the coronavirus, and there was a big uproar because like Volvo is a big car company and they got tons of money, and then they still wanted to give out excess money to shareholders at the same time, and then we had this big thing, and the government doesn't forbid it. They just say they really shouldn't do that, and then no one cares.
Can we get back to my previous point? Fuck capitalism. Because that is primarily a capitalistic society's behavior. Is that, oh shit, we should be using this money to bail out the people that need it versus, oh, we're just going to shuffle it off to the shareholders and CEOs because that's what shows a better quarterly earning profit. Like, again, a little bit of capitalism is okay. A lot of capitalism, I think, has been empirically proven to be not great.
Forrest, what's your take on all this?
Oh,
$20 is $20.
$20 is $20.
We should not have people over the age of 65 still having to work, not getting a chance to retire in dignity. Could you imagine being 67 years old and having to fucking go to Walmart or Target because you have to? Not because you want extra spending money to go on vacation or buy avocado toast or something, because you have to pay for medicine. It's why I'm running for politics. I mean, no, I'm all for universal basic income. I'm all for letting retired people live with dignity and letting people in their 40s start planning on retirement when they really should be starting in their 20s and 30s instead of having to wait until their 40s or 50s, and less stress on all the family structure, because that stress goes down straight to the kids. And then I see these kids in my classroom and it's so bad. It's so bad. There's nothing good about it. The way our system is fucked.
So their income inequality is one of the strongest stressors of a society. And like once it reaches a certain point, like shit gets real bad real quick. And again, historically, like that has been proven time and time again. And I don't understand why the people who already have a shit ton of money don't get that. Because it's like you already have more wealth than you could spend in 100 lifetimes. Why do you need 200 lifetimes? Like it's all you're doing is bringing your own ruin down on you. And it's not going to end well.
Yup.
Yeah, sorry to be a downer. I apologize.
That's okay. We're used to Lance every week.
Yeah. we in America go through cycles with this. I mean, it happened in 1776. We got sick of the taxes with the English. We booted them out. Then again, in the late 1800s, we were Rockefeller and all them. The Depression hit. That got straightened out. And society each time's built up a little bit better. The New Deal and all that. Social Security came from it. Maybe the coronavirus will be a reset.
Yeah, so here's the thing is that like it has the potential to be a reset if enough people understand why it should be a reset. But on the other hand, it has the potential to be an even tighter clamping down on the population because it can be used as an excuse of, oh, well, we're doing this for your own safety.
I don't think anyone who's going to win the next presidential election is I
absolutely agree.
That ship sailed when Andrew Yang, Elizabeth Warren, and Bernie Sanders went off.
I don't even think of it
Warren
as
and Sanders were probably our best bets, but
you still got a Congress to deal with. It's not just one person.
Yeah, but you got a lot of power.
Although I will say it is heartening to see Biden adopting planks in his campaign that before would have been unthinkable for the Democratic Party.
Oh, AOC. Yeah, he signed up AOC for something big.
Yeah, and it's also very heartening polling data out of states like Georgia and Kentucky where the Democratic challengers are running neck and neck with the Republican incumbents.
Well, that's because you can only tell people, no, you're doing fine for so long when they're not doing fine. I mean, coronavirus spotlights the fact that,
you're not doing fine. In fact, you're doing worse than fine. Oh, God. All right, I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick. I'll be back.
So angry. He's so angry.
Aldi's in chat too, but we're full.
Yeah, what's with the Streamyard?
Lance broke Zoom.
I did not break Zoom.
He didn't pay the bill.
Oh my gosh, I paid plenty of bill.
His Zoom got hijacked and it was buying shit in California and stuff.
No.
Did you run out of time?
What?
Did it run out of time? Wasn't there a time limit on the base thing?
Were you doing the trial? Like the free 1 month trial?
No, I paid for the damn thing.
No, I mean an hourly time. Wasn't there a time limit on the calls on one of the plans or something?
No.
Oh, yeah, you set up the Zoom like this afternoon early. I wonder if you ran out of time because you let it run all day. Because I remember seeing your Zoom link.
It actually disconnected me after a half hour. They said it was sitting there. So
yeah, I was gonna say I saw the Zoom link go up super early, and I wonder if that had something to do with you getting borked. Maybe they thought you were some kind of spamming and phishing thing or something.
Yeah, my meeting duration limit is 24 hours. I can have a meeting the last 24 hours.
Well, here's a lesson to you folks: don't pay your Zoom bill with hard-boiled eggs.
Here, yeah, I mean, everything's good.
Except for the Zoom not working. Yeah.
I submitted a thing. They will get back to me. I've tried. Like I've been sitting here. I have just gone in and launched it, and like I've tried to go live, and it just won't let me.
Just to see if we could switch midstream. Yeah. Wouldn't that disrupt the 10 people watching?
I'm certainly not inviting any celebrities to fucking Streamyard.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, we don't want to make them think we're some fucking rookie show.
You guys suck.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of talent were we looking at getting? Like Rob Schneider if we're on SteamYard.
Poor Miguel has no idea what the fuck we're talking about.
No, I think it's probably better you don't.
Yeah.
I'm a stapler. No, not that Rob Schneider.
No.
Yeah, it just says unable to access YouTube Live. Try sending it to Google again.
Do you want Aldi to host it?
Well, I'm going to try one other thing, and this would really suck if this is the case. I'm going to see something here.
It's innocuous.
Yeah. Anyway, talk amongst yourselves. You don't have to like stop talking while I'm doing this stupid thing.
Oh no, awkward silence is our thing, man.
Yeah, it's what we do.
It's what this show is all about.
Give me a number on Maneater, Pete. What's the number?
8.5.
8.5, great and a half.
Yep. And Lance hit the head on a couple of its downfalls. The controls are a little wonky. Because it's open world, you can put yourself in positions that make it a little frustrating. And it's not a deep game. You can beat it in under 20 hours. But that aside, if you just go in with the fact that it's a $29 game, it's just a fun, just mindless go in and just eat the hell out of shit and run around and cause havoc and do shark stuff. It's great. So if you like a GTA or a Crackdown style game with a shark, then you'll be do just fine.
So aside from the violence, is there anything like inappropriate?
No, the cuss words are bleeped out because it's the premise is you're watching a reality TV show about a shark hunter. So there's no like nudity, there's no cussing. It's all bleeped out. What little cussing there is in the cutscenes is bleeped out. It's 90% of its violence because you can literally go and chomp people into little bits. So if they're used to violence, like Call of Duty style violence and stuff, it won't be a big deal. Probably I would say 11, 12 plus. It's probably pretty safe. Anything under that, it's based on your maturity of the kids.
Okay. Yeah, we're like he sees violent stuff. It's just we haven't had any talks about sex yet. Which knock on wood.
Don't worry, they won't talk to you about it anyway.
I don't know. My son, as soon as he hears something, it's just like, what's this? Like, what's this? Like, I'm expecting it one random Tuesday in the car. Like, what's a blowjob? It's like, fuck. Who are you talking to? Damn it.
Yeah, I got this. Like, the number 69 is up a lot on the internet. What does it mean, really?
It's the opposite of 420. There you go.
It means nice.
Horrible.
So what is the final plan you were trying to do, Lance?
Well, I was just seeing if this thing worked or not.
What he said.
Can I just say that as someone who hates haircuts, like I really need a haircut.
Yeah. I'm with you there.
Just
I'm going to look like Eric Lang next week.
yeah.
So how far have any of you gotten into the King's Dilemma? Has anyone beat it?
3 games in.
3?
Mm-hmm.
We're 8 in, and my gas tank is slowly starting to deplete.
Yeah, 12. It's like a 12-game campaign, right? That's a lot for.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like 12 games is what I was told. I guess it depends on your story and whatnot. It may go up or down a couple, but from what I was told, it's 12 games is what it takes to finish it.
I feel like I'm just pushing shits up and down and then getting a little bit of a story.
Well, that's the whole game. It's the whole game. It is all about what victory point card did you get that round or that for that game and how you're going to push the shits up and down in order to get the most points out of it. And the story gives you some bonus points, but it's most of your points are scored through that mechanism. So it's tug of war. It's just tug of war.
I feel like that's a little bit counterproductive to the theme. It's the same issue I had with Fog of Love, where like I want to role play it. I want to be like, oh man, let's let these people starve because I got this agenda. But it's like, oh damn, I can't actually pick what I want because
it goes against your points.
Yeah, like it's sour.
That's the one gripe I have. I think the game's unique and it's interesting, but if I want to play a ruthless dictator, some games I can do it, no problem, and then other games it's completely counterproductive to how I win the game.
Yeah,
so if you're looking for a role play experience, it's not it. It's more if you're looking for a thematic game about the time that time period, then it's more suited for that. But if you're trying to role play a class, you're going to be conflicted every 3 or 4 games. You're going to run into a scoring pattern that it just won't jive with what your story is.
Yep, it's the issue that I'm running into.
Yep. And if it was only a 6 or 8 game campaign, it wouldn't be a big deal because you could knock it out. And I mean, the games aren't long. You can play 2 games a night and knock it out in 3 sessions, 4 sessions. But being 12 games, that's just a lot longer. If you're not playing 2-3 games a night, it's just gonna drag out so long that by the time you get to the end, you're done.
So what what makes a game captivate you more? Like Gloomhaven is basically the same thing. You get a story, you're pushing shits. You know, it's got Mickey's.
I think what I meant there is I don't like when it's like, hey, here's this awesome story and you're interacting and you're steering this story right here, but it's like, oh, you got to steer it a certain way because you got to get points going this way. So it's like, I want to go this way, but I have to go that way to get the points.
Like if Forrest wants to play the good king, it takes care of his people, but this game, he gets a condition card that says he has to get as much stuff as low as possible. So in order to do that, he's got to make choices that go against the story that he wants to see happen. But in order to score the points, you have to, because if you don't do it that way, you're just shooting yourself in the foot while you're probably helping everyone else score more points. So the scoring system is really unique in that every game you're getting you're drafting your story scoring points, your scoring card that tells you how you score points. And some of them you'll want to push stuff high, some you'll push stuff low, some you'll try to create a gap between the highest and lowest. There's different ways you score points, and it's random basically because one gets tossed out at the beginning of the game and then everyone drafts the remaining ones. And you may only get the duplicate 1 or 2 times throughout the 12-game campaign, which means you're going to change your agendas from game to game, regardless of what the story is telling you to do. So it's unique and very interesting in that aspect. But if you're more into the role play side of the game, it's going to be more frustrating.
Yeah, I think I just got really fortunate, like the first game or two, where it's like how I wanted to play synced up with my cards, and now
I've been lucky. I got this exact roll 3 straight times in a row. One more time, and I will check that box off, and I'll be done with that one for the remainder of the game. So I've been lucky that I could kind of push my agenda. It was the one where you got to have 1 high and 1 low, so I got to kind of choose what to push up and down. So it helped me keep the story where I wanted it, but once I get this one more time, I'll be done with it, and then I'll be pushing for other objectives to get those check boxes done to get more points at the end of the game.
So it sounds almost like you should have a overall goal that your character is striving for.
You do. Your everyone's player shield has that clan's overall goal, which tells you which scoring cards you try to. The more times you play them, you get certain points for it. It tells you, if you meet these certain goals throughout the game, you'll get these bonus points. But all it is point salad. You're doing this to do this. You're doing this to do this. You're doing this to do this. And most of them don't really pertain to the story. It pertains to how you play the game, not what you're doing in the game.
Right. Okay.
So it's cool. It's definitely interesting. It's innovative for sure. It's done stuff I've never seen in other games before, but it can lead to some very awkward interactions where you've played the game one way so far all the way, and then you have to completely flip your gameplay in order to score points, which throws off,
Right. I'm the good King Harold for 5 years, but now I'm behind the evil vizier.
Yeah, now I'm backstabbing everyone because that's what happened. Happened this game. I happened to get that card.
Yeah.
I will say though, I gotta give him credit for going there because oh my god. Like, I mean, you're 2 games in, but oh my god, it just gets worse. I mean, we're talking like you're pretty much like, oh, you make this decision, you're kind of like Hitler right now, or you're kind of like you're kind of buying slaves, or you're kind of just killing off the homeless people, and it's like, oh my god, every decision is terrible, and they give you all the gruesome details.
It's a very well told story. Like the story parts are actually quite good, but
they commit it.
Sounds like it was written by a historian.
It's very accurate to that time period of you're talking about kingdoms and castles. And
it wasn't great.
Yeah, it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't always pleasant. Sometimes you had to chop someone's head off to get ahead. And that's just the way it was.
Yo. You mean like literally?
Yeah. Literally.
That's the joke.
Did anybody else have an actual grievance? I mean, like I said, I downplayed mine a great deal just because I didn't want to rehash it all.
I still think you should give us the full details.
Yeah,
I think
give us the full story.
No, I don't.
Manager?
We want to count numbers.
We are here for you. We are here to listen to you and give you sound advice.
You just want to. And I'll say this. I will say this. So I post.
Okay, Lance, please, right now, take 5 minutes and get it off your chest. I want to be here to listen to this to help you, all right?
You're going to log out.
You're going to log out. 5 minutes right now.
No,
Go ahead.
You're gonna
I'm
log
here for
out.
you. I'm here for you. Go.
As soon as I start talking, you're gonna log out. I know better
man.
than you.
My hands are up here. I want to hear this. We're here for you. We really, really are.
I'll say this. You son of a bitch! I knew it.
That's gold, Jerry. It's gold. I think what you're trying to say is capitalism sucks.
Yeah. Capitalism sucks.
Actually, sorry, let me amend that. Too much capitalism sucks.
Well,
So what was your grievance? I missed it. Like, give me the Cliff Notes.
Cliff Notes. Somebody made a fake debit card, charged spent $2,000 worth of my money, overdrafted my account by a ton of money. My bank hit me with a bunch of fees, and so they've even said, "Yeah, this is obvious fraud. We'll get this taken care of for you." But it's gonna be like 10 business days before we can give you back any money. And it's just why not? I mean, and then the annoying thing for me was okay, so I went on Bank of the West on their Facebook page. I was like, fine, I'm just gonna blast you for how just shitty you've been treating me, because I've been a customer of yours for 8 years. Like I said, I have my mortgage with them, in which if I can change it, I definitely am. But I was like, okay, and it's like, so I posted that, and then my other people who see my feed, all of them decided that was their time to take their humble brag moment about the fact that it's I don't even have debit cards. I just destroy them and throw them away. I just use credit cards for everything because it's so much better to use that. And I was like, I don't use my debit card that much. I use it for automatic payments. That's what I use it for. I mean, sometimes I'll use it to buy gas at a gas station, but other than that, I don't even hardly ever use.
You should have went for their fucking throat and been like, credit cards prey on people who don't have money. I mean, you're supporting the big guy.
So I was just kind of why are you taking this moment to tell me how stupid I am? Just let me complain about the fact that they're archaic, stupid policies.
You made the right choice.
It's just and so these are people and then they all kind of piled in to talk about how awesome their credit card was. Oh, the cash back I get on this credit card is so amazing.
I kind of want to look at this thread.
Anybody who uses that, or it's just you're an idiot to use debit cards for anything. I'm just oh my god, I think my debit card is in some dusty drawer somewhere. I was well, good for you. I hope. How about this is really shitty. It shouldn't be happening. I hope it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it's happening to you. Not take this humble brag moment to brag about the great interest rates you're getting on your gas card. Yeah.
So do all these people seriously think that the credit card companies are offering them a card out of the kindness of their own heart?
No. I think they're. I don't think they're. But I think it was just one of those moments where I have a lot of. Okay.
I will say though, they are correct. If you have the money to pay off your credit card bill immediately, then yeah, it's a no-brainer. It's fantastic. The benefits that you get if you can pay them off. But for 90% of people, that's just not feasible.
Yeah, that's not the case.
So here's the other thing that bothers me. So I have discovered, and this goes beyond anything else. I have discovered that as I've gotten older, you kind of culture your friend group a great deal, right? I mean, it's you kind of have friends that you've had forever, but you don't really spend as much time with them anymore because you've just kind of grown to a different spot in your life than they are. And you also then, as you get older, you kind of just tend to find the people that you like to spend time with, that you actually enjoy the time you spend with them, and those are the people you gravitate towards. Yes, you have these people that you used to hang out with when you're 20s, and you would go to the bar and you'd drink 7,000 beers, and it's just but you and that person you've just grown to different spots in your life, and it's just so I have friends that were in my wedding 10 years ago that I wouldn't if they're hey, I'm having people over, I'm it's I hope my wife has a reason why I don't have to go. It's just because it's just I could go there. I guess I'd have a little bit of fun, but I'd eventually be I want to get out of here. Just whatever. And so like my Facebook feed is full of those types of people that just like say things like that they just don't understand that what they're saying is actually kind of offensive and crude and annoying.
I
And you-
looked at one of
your threads last week. I would have blocked like half those people already by now, or unfriended them.
Yeah.
Like easily half. I don't know the relationship with you. I'm not. You're not my life anymore. Goodbye. Through the virtual bullshit chat platform that we have, where you get to tell me your innermost thoughts and like, don't pull any punches, and show me how much of a monster you are.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I don't
just
have time for it anymore. I block and unfriend everybody. Like now, if you post one thing that I don't agree with or I don't want to see, you're gone. I'm like, I don't have time.
I gotta make sure I'm still friends with Scott on Facebook.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
You're lucky. You're still friends with me.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I don't. It's nobody
here's the
here.
thing, though,
It's
is
nobody
that,
I
like-
know. It's people who added me as a friend because of Board Game Geek, right? And then
oh.
I just friended. I just took every friend request and don't know the person. It's
Yeah.
stuff like that.
That's the overwhelming majority of my what the fuck is this on my timeline? It's like,
Right.
oh, they added me because they watched the channel, and it's like, okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah,
Which is my fault. Now, I mean, I have like, now I only add people that I know or let people in that I know and like I've met at least in person, because when you add someone in Facebook, you add their whole life in and their whole persona and their whole opinions and all of the crap they want to put out there. Like, I just want to see like fun family pictures, and I want like babies being born, or like I'm hanging out at this cool place. Like, I don't need the
Maybe
politics of it all.
conceived.
Like, I want real life. I want life. I don't want all the.
pancakes for me and my wife to eat.
Don't follow my Twitter feed then.
Yeah, really.
Oh no, but that's what I think Twitter's for. Like, Facebook for me is like, I want to stay in connection with people who I don't see ever, or at all now.
I see
What's
that.
up with their life?
Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying there. I think
Like,
Facebook's about reconnecting.
But as soon as someone posts like a link to Fox News or a link, to some crazy conspiracy theory website, I'm like, I don't need more of that in my face.
Well, I think it's interesting because, like, kind of what Lance was talking about earlier is that, like, growing up, you have friends because you're geographically close to them, right?
Right.
Like
Yeah.
that's just who's around you. Whereas once you get older, it's like, okay, I don't have to be around these people if I don't want to, and I can meet these other people, right? That like I actually share interests with and I share hobbies with, and like these are people I think are cool.
It's totally transforming relationships for young people, right? Because like you don't even have to be in the same city.
No,
right? You have to be a good friend. Like the guy, what was the story that reminds me of? The guy who had a girlfriend and she talked him into, well, she didn't talk him into committing suicide, but she didn't stop him from committing suicide.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
They were boyfriend and girlfriend virtually.
Mhm.
Right? No physical, never went out, never hung out. We're just boyfriend and girlfriend on Facebook or whatever social network it was.
Didn't she get arrested? Didn't she actually do time?
She went to jail.
Yeah, she went to jail.
I think she's out now, though. She just got out. There's a documentary on, I want to say HBO, but I'm not 100%. It might be Showtime or HBO, one of the two, about her. Well, it's an interesting story.
Well, that's like I was like early to mid-teen when kind of the internet was really becoming the internet, and like I have people I consider friends from the online games I played and like the communities I was in that I have never met in real life.
Right.
Like, but I still think like I know how we interact. I know what we talk about. Like if they called me up and were like, hey, can you do this for me? I'd probably give it a solid think because
it's transformed the world.
Yeah.
For the and a lot of good ways, but also some bad ways too.
Yeah.
Especially after reading Lance's thing. Oh my God.
So Lance, you need to be more liberal with the block button, okay? It will change.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what you can do, Lance. You can say unfollow.
Mm-hmm.
See, but I feel like that's a slippery slope, though. Like, you don't want to get to the point where you're in a bubble. Like, I feel like that's a big problem.
But I want to be in a bubble.
Yeah. Well,
You thrive on that, though. I think, Forrest.
No, I see what Forrest is saying. You want different opinions, but
You don't.
you don't want
I-
ancient alien fucking opinions.
Bigfoot is real.
I've never blocked anyone for disagreeing with me on Twitter. I have blocked a ton of people for being a shithead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
There's a very distinct difference.
Why do you get to decide they're shitheads?
It's like, I mean, I've blocked people who agree with me who are shitheads. Like, if someone comes in like on a comment chain and they just start like trying to rag on someone, I'm like, fuck you, I don't need you around me.
Hey, Mikhail, is social media as acidic over there in Sweden as it is here?
Yeah, I think so.
Is it? Just curious.
Oh, just for introductions. Aldi. This is. Is it Michael or Mikhail? Or which one is correct?
I mean, Michael goes fine, but Mikael is my name.
Okay, Mikhail. Well, then I apologize for not pronouncing your name.
worries.
Okay, so Mikhail, he's on Kickstarter right now with the Phantom.
Yeah, I looked at it earlier. It looks good.
Yeah, and so I was, Richard's probably, if he's still paying attention, like he's actually in the chat. Maybe I can step out and get him in here, and he can talk to you a little bit about the game, because I definitely wanted to hook you guys together.
How did you pick the Phantom?
Ooh, wow.
I've been a Phantom fan for since early teens.
He's like Sweden's Batman.
That was the movie, right?
Oh,
in
okay.
America, at least, that was just the movie, right? In the 90s?
There were comics.
He's a big fan of Billy Zane.
I remember the comic in like the Sunday funnies, right?
He was like one of the first ones, wasn't he? He was like Superman and him or something.
But I could never follow it because it's a series, right? Like it's always like you have to read it every week.
Yeah, I mean, the Sundays is every week, and then you have the dailies that are all the other days. And to the other, I mean, he was before Superman. It's like 1936. Yeah. So
Really? Does he have special powers?
no. What do you say? He works in mystery with they have been since 1536. Like when one Phantom dies,
so it's a
the kid of the other one takes over, and the bad guy thinks it's the same guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've got two questions for you that I always love to ask when I see IP games. So first one, did you design the game to the IP, or did you fit it into the IP? And what was the process like getting the IP? Because I'm always fascinated by that.
Yeah, I mean, I started off with thinking how could I do a good Phantom game? So I started with the IP, and I mean, I wasn't even sure I would get the license in the beginning, of course. But as I said earlier, I'm a big Phantom fan, so I was just thinking how could I do a Phantom game, and started with that premise, and started thinking could I do a board game? Could I do a dual game like Magic? And think no, there's not enough factions that are fleshed out. So I've thought this way you could be the Phantom or Phantom's friend, and then you play through the adventures. So that's how I went through with the design decisions. And with the getting the license, it's we already had with my fan club, we already had a relationship with the license holder of Scandinavia, so I knew who to talk with.
So you were a hardcore Phantom fan,
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Do you have him tattooed on your body somewhere?
Yeah, on my shirt.
Oh, the black work on there. That must have taken a long time. Ouch, that must have hurt.
Yeah, it was passed out.
Was that the one? Was Billy Zane the Phantom, or was it?
Yeah, he was just talking about how much he loves Billy Zane.
Okay.
And Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Oh yeah, she was in. I never saw the movie. I remember the previews, but
I watched with you. I was a kid at the drive-in, and it blew my mind. I remember it looked amazing. I remember that it looked incredible, but I don't remember much else about it.
I mean, I like it. It's like a Sunday matinee. It has the same scenographer. What's it called? Like from the Indiana Jones movies.
Oh.
So it has quite the same feel and look. But then I feel the end with it's going too far with the hocus pocus thingy.
Right.
And it's a bit hard to swallow. But I really like how it looks and how it feels in the first 2/3 of the movie.
Cool. Oh, Chris, Monster Train is awesome.
See, I tried to tell them that.
I played it while you guys were talking about it, and I was like, "Yeah, that's pretty good."
Did you download it?
I just downloaded it. I downloaded it when you mentioned it. After you guys
Look at Moneybags over here. Just
What is it? Monster Train?
$20.
It's so good, isn't it?
It's $20.
What is it? What's it called?
It's better than Maneater.
$22.49. Don't
I feel like I wasted
lie.
my money with Maneater, but
What is
so
it?
good.
Monster Train?
Monster Train.
Monster Train. The name is so dumb, but so good.
The presentation is very cool, and it's
All I can think of is Dinosaur Train. Like you look up the theme song to Dinosaur Train. The kids think Dinosaur Train.
Not the game.
I'm actually surprised Pete's so positive about Maneater. I wanted to talk to him about it, but I don't know.
What's the
gave up.
thing where it's like buyer's validity, or like where like you can't.
But he was destined to like the game. I mean, he's been.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's catered to him.
It's very much a just level up as you go to tell the story. I mean, the fact that like it never changes the collectibles ever, it's kind of like, okay.
There's not a variety. Like, it's a good first step, I guess, for the company, and they can figure out really what to do. But I mean, you're so limited being a shark.
I think Kabuki nailed. Maybe Pete is blinded by the theme. I think that's a great way.
It could be, yeah.
That gives it a whole extra 2 points right there.
Blinded by.
It's really like a 6.5 game. It's above average, but it's not great. The voice acting is awesome though. The guy that got to play the main bad guy is great. But
yeah,
the play just gets boring after a while. I mean, you can't. I haven't hurt my hand from a mouse game in a long time, but that I literally had to like ice my wrist because of the.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, no, it cramped my wrist up with how much jabbing on the mouse button you got to do in that game.
That's what she said.
I had to. I was trying to dig up my controller so I could at least use my thumb. Because all you do is mash the chew button or whatever, the bite, and then you're flipping your camera back around because you lose your camera angle on your enemy.
That is the really annoying part too.
It's like push the button to bite him. Okay, you jump in and grab him for a bite and you hit him, and then you're past him, and then he's behind you, so you have to hit the button to recenter the camera. Okay, then you flip back around and you hit the bite button again, and so you're constantly like, yeah, the mechanics of the combat is awful. I'd rather a shooting game, but I know you can't do that with a shark. Like, what are you gonna do?
You give him a fucking gun, Aldi. That's what you're doing.
The shark with laser beam.
Give him a laser on his forehead.
Teeth out of his mouth.
I wanted more. I mean, the collectibles are lame.
Yeah, go and collect.
I know.
These,
I didn't catch any of the pop culture references he was talking about.
Well, like there's one like when you collect the signposts or whatever.
Yeah.
Like you'll collect certain things. Like one of them is like there's a very like to the TV show Arrested Development where it was like
the banana stand or something.
Yeah, the banana stand. It's like
I didn't see any of that. I mean, maybe there's
banana,
one. I don't know. I'm more negative. I mean, it's fun for 8 hours. I don't think I want to. I'm not going to finish it. I'm done. Basically, it's like I don't want to hurt my wrist any more than I already have.
He needs it for other things.
I can't get Richard in here. Richard, get your butt in here to talk to Mikhail about the game just for a little bit.
Streamyard, Lance.
What? I was going to step out. I was going to step out for him.
Can you show me what it's doing and maybe I can debug it or something? Did it create a live event on your YouTube and it basically can't connect to that?
No, it tells me I do the same thing that I've done every single time, and it connects and it says can't sign into Google right now, even though I'm signed in all across the board. It says can't sign into Google right now, and then if I try again, it gives me a 403 error.
Can you deconnect it and then try connecting it again? Like you've done that.
I've done the disconnect, and I mean, because at the very beginning when we tried to go live at 9, it wouldn't let me go live, so I just disconnected everything, and then I had everybody wait, and I restarted my PC, and I did the whole 9 yards, and it just wouldn't do it. Well, maybe
their token 403.
Yeah. So I don't know. I submitted a ticket to him.
Unauthorized, forbidden.
Yeah, that's a forbidden unauthorized. Yes, I did, Kabuki Kid. I did try a reboot. In all seriousness.
Have you tried unplugging it?
Yes. Count to 10 after you unplug it.
Facebook Live, but then nobody would watch it.
Yeah.
Have you tried Facebook Live?
No, I'm not going to try Facebook Live. I'm not going to do anything lame like that.
Lame.
It's fine. I'll figure it out. Why would it work?
Well, good luck, Mikhail. It looks pretty cool.
Did you back it, Scott?
I'm on a moratorium, but I probably will back this.
I'm going to guilt him into being a backer.
So
Come on, Scott. You run Board Game Geek. You need a copy for your library.
It's a bad year for me. I don't have the excess money now to drop on Kickstarters. I mean, I really have to.
Well, it's trickle down, right? Things hurt all over.
Well,
but I mean, if I could leave otherwise,
about
if Richard wants to join.
The latest things about SN and Gen Con being canceled. Have we talked about that? Oh, you guys talked about it when I wasn't here.
Yeah, I was. Me and my wife got our plane tickets to Essen, so now we're gonna try and find a nice remote location in Europe.
You want my hotel room?
Where's your hotel room?
In Essen. They will not give me a refund, and they will not. They will not advance. They will not move the reservation. I have 10 rooms, by the way.
Holy shnikes!
Yeah. I haven't called Amex. I was using Amex as the last resort. I basically just reminded them, and I'm a customer since 2011 at the same hotel.
Hey, nobody cares. I bought 10 rooms. I'm gonna buy 10 next year if you play your stupid cards right. Just give me my damn refund.
Yeah, no, their answer is really ludicrous. They're basically like, we have to protect the jobs of the company, and I'm like, bullshit. This is capitalism. Right, Chris?
Fuck capitalism.
I mean, like, fuck you. I am paying for a service that I'm not getting. That's robbery. That's not capitalism.
Yeah,
and like they aren't going to rent those hotel rooms out to somebody else.
They're going to rent the hotel rooms anyway. That's a business hotel. It was always full every year when we go there for non-Essen stuff.
No, they'll take your money and they'll rent them to somebody else.
I know.
So did you see? I mean, this is kind of garbage.
So annoying me.
This is garbage.
Can I do a grievance for it real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
It's the Hotel Atlantic in Essen. It's right next to the Messe, which is a 5-minute walk, if that. Maybe 10 if you have to walk and then the Messe sometimes doesn't open the door on that side, so you have to walk all the way down, which is like a half a mile. So you do have a bit of a walk. But basically, we used to do it because we used to carry all the equipment back and forth from our hotel. So it's like perfect location. It's very expensive. It's $2,500 a room for a week. 2,500 euros for 1 week.
Wow.
So do the math. 10 rooms. That's what I'm sitting on. I've been going there for 11 years or 9 years. Sorry, 2011 was my first year there, and it's a good hotel. It's the rooms are pretty good. They have they think they're like a 4 or 5 star hotel, but they're more like a 3 because they have no service. They have no what do you call them?
Amenities.
What do you call the people that carry your stuff to the room and help you?
Valet.
They have no valets. They have no car service. They have nobody to take your bags. They have none of that. So that basically knocks a star off, in my opinion. Like when you rank hotels, right? They have crappy internet that barely works. They have a great breakfast buffet, which they charge you for, very high priced. But we do it because we load up in the morning and then not eat till way late at night. Maybe have like a very small lunch from the Messe during the day, but like that's why I've been going there for so long. It's like it's a good hotel, it's a good location, it's close, but their service sucks. They don't remember who I am. Like I've been coming here for almost 10 years. When I walk into the hotel, I'm not expecting like red carpet, but I don't expect not knowing anything about it. Every year, it's ridiculous. Is this your first time? And I basically say no. This is my 10th time, or whatever time.
If only there was some sort
I buy
of
10 rums from you every year for the past 9 years, and you're basically telling. I tell them, I go, your customer service is not good. Like if there was any other hotel within the area, I would not be here. I don't say that, but I'm like, you have no concept of me.
You
Spend $25,000 a year. You don't know who I am. I'm just a regular old customer. I'm nobody to you, basically.
What if they do?
That's what I'm dealing with these guys, and they're basically saying now, if they won't give us the hotel back because we've entered into a contract, a non-refundable. I'm like, sure. If the fucking show was going on, I would be going, and if I don't use the hotel, I expect I will not get a refund. But the fucking show is canceled. Your whole hotel is going to be closed that weekend, probably, or whatever. You're not getting
right now.
You're basically going to bank. You're going to bank and get the money from everybody. But I'm going to call Amex and I'm going to have a talk with Amex. Amex basically can do magic with these guys, right? I paid it with an Amex card. If Amex can't get the money back, I'll be really shocked. And I'm basically fucked with the hotel, right? They'll probably like they'll remember me now because right? They'll remember me. They don't remember me when I walk in the door.
Just go with somebody else's name. I mean, that's an easy fix.
Sure, I'll just book it with
Yeah, because they're not
they won't care.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty big grievance.
But they're fucking everybody. No one's getting a refund. They said, "Oh, we can give a 10%." I wasn't even offered that. A friend of mine was offered
10%
one room. I'm like, this is fishy.
Fishy. They're fucking you.
Yeah, it's a robbery. I don't expect to have. I understand if the show was going on and I don't show up for rooms I agreed to pay for. Yeah, I'm paying for them. But the show is fucking canceled. And they know this. They know it now.
Well, yeah, everybody's trying to cancel.
Yeah.
Well, that's the cost of doing business. I'm sorry. You don't get to have your cake.
So with the reservations, I'm not trying to do a victim blame here, but do they have a no cancellation policy, or what's their cancellation policy?
It's a non-refundable rent.
And I suppose that they're just holding on to that like it's gold.
I looked at the I mean, it's like a 2-line thing. It's something that you agree to when you buy the room, and you pay up front. Like I've already paid for it. Paid for it like last January, or in January, I should say, not last January. I always book like in January or something. So,
what a pile!
It is.
What a fucking pile!
In America, you can cancel a room up till 2 days before you show up.
Sometimes, some places they lock you.
Sometimes.
I actually we were going on a little family weekend vacation to Indianapolis, and I totally forgot to cancel a hotel room, and they canceled it for me. Like we didn't show up, I didn't pay, didn't anything.
They didn't charge you for one night.
Yeah, because
they charged you for one night, right?
No, they didn't charge me anything because of COVID.
You got lucky.
Yeah, this was like March 31st or something. We were supposed to go, and they're just like, "Nope, you're good." I was very surprised.
I'm not, and I don't think this is I don't think this is like an unreasonable request. Just because I don't know. Like it strikes me of someone being pretty unreasonable in business that don't want their customers happy.
Well, so
$1,000 you're paying for nothing.
If you're going to look on the flip side of things, look at it this way: you're a hotel. Nobody's fucking traveling right now. Yeah. Any money you have, I mean, the money you paid them last year, they've already spent. Yeah. Right? It's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm not saying that what they're doing to you, what they're doing is right. I'm not saying what they're doing is right, but I mean, I'm sure in their thing, they're getting. They probably have like word from up top. They're saying nobody gets anything or else we're gonna have to close our doors and you're not gonna have a job. So I mean, where's the inspiration on their end to be like?
They're not doing any service. So why should they expect to have a job?
I think
why aren't they furloughed?
I think you need to big dick them. I think you need to be like, hey, here's what's going to happen. I either need the refund or I'm going to call American Express right now, and I'm going to be going somewhere else. You know, I always do 10 rooms, $25,000 is going to be gone. It's going somewhere else. Because, yeah, I think Lance has got a good point. If they go under, you don't get anything back. I think you should probably strike while the iron's hot, give them a little threat and say, all right, if you don't do it, I'm going to American Express to
Well,
get it out before you
What I'm saying is, I don't think they'll give him a penny. I mean, I think it's somebody way up top who's
Sure, someone made a decision. They don't understand the relationship. This hotel is special. I doubt any of the other hotels in Essen can be so bold, right? Because of the location. Anyway.
Right, but so basically, what you're wagering on then is whether American Express cares more about Scott's future money, or the hotel cares more about Scott's.
I guarantee you, American Express cares more about me.
So and that's why
Express calls me.
Right. Well, and that's why I think it's worth going with the suggestion of like tell them this is what's going on.
And I'll escalate. I'm trying to give them an out, like to move my rooms next year or something. Although whether or not even next year will happen, right? I mean,
have you floated?
Anybody you guys listen to Dominique Metzler's interview with the guy from 5 Games for Doomsday? I don't think it's very interesting what she says. This is the runner and the owner of Spiel, right? The company that runs Spiel. She was on a podcast, and he asked a lot of questions, and she's like, she's refunding everybody, which is, I think, the right thing to do. Now, if she basically said that if people wanted to keep their money and keep the reservation and keep the booth, right, like take the money and apply it to next year. So she's applying this year's income to next year. So she'll be hurting next year too.
That's how you run a business. I mean, it's
she's in it for the long term, right? Yeah. No, I mean, she's doing the right thing, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, but she's questioning next year. Like they weren't allowing, I forget what she said, like 1 person per 5 square meters was the rule in Germany. I'm like, have you been to Essen?
That's gonna be tough to get people to
She basically did the math in the Essen Messe, and she basically said there's no room for anybody to attend if all the exhibitors take up all the space.
Yeah. It's like one of those logic puzzles. You gotta try to find.
How many people can you fit into a 250,000 square meter arena?
Those old puzzles where you move the one slide and you had to get it over. I need to get that one up there.
Oh man, I eventually figured out a system for those. I got pretty good at them.
Well, if you do them long enough, you just figured out the process. It's just like doing a Rubik's Cube.
It's like a little clockwise motion that you just whoop.
Yeah.
Once you get the first one, then you just start sliding the rest in.
Yep.
All right, my grievance is over now. I feel warm actually because I'm getting angry.
I feel like Scott.
I'm a pretty laid back dude, right, business wise, but this just feels like a robbery. Like I don't understand how you can. Yes, I understand by the legal letter of maybe signing a piece of paper. You got me, right? You got me, but like maybe there's bigger things at stake here.
So Paul Tompkins wants to know what BGGCon looks like.
Who knows, man? I wish it was happening. I mean, I hope it happens.
Next question.
So Scott, I'm assuming you put a deposit or something down for November, right? Do you have to wait for like the hotel to say no, or?
It's a tricky situation that I probably don't want to air publicly.
Okay.
I will say from what I have seen, generally conventions cannot cancel because otherwise they're out all their money. They have to wait for the hotel to accept that it's force majeure.
Yeah.
So that way, act of God, like there's nothing anyone could have done about it, then the insurance actually pays out. So that's also why you saw a lot of the big cons like Gen Con, like Comic Con, stuff like that, like literally waited until X amount of days before, because that's probably right when the contract stipulated here's when it's force majeure. So
Well, I was just curious because Texas is starting to open up, right? They're one of the states.
Oh yeah.
Delaware is too on the 1st.
But nobody's doing anything. I mean, I haven't seen much. They're not doing 5,000 people conventions.
Scott, I would like to say that I would disagree with that wholeheartedly. I live in Indiana, deep red, and it is It's as business as normal, except me and about maybe 4 other people in the store look weird because we fucking look like we're about to rob it. It is terrifying.
Yeah, have you gone into a bank with a mask yet?
Yeah. No. All of our banks are still. No, I think they're starting to open up now. But like, I had to go to Walmart just for food. It was just picking stuff up, and it looked like day before Thanksgiving. Just absolutely stock packed, and I was just like, I just want to get my shit and get out of here.
Good luck.
Yeah.
And we were taking a walk by the park, probably about 100 people in the park. It's a big park, but it's
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see what happens over the next 2 weeks.
Yep.
Very interested.
Probably the same thing that's happened over the previous 5 months.
I'm going back to work on Monday with a bunch of kids, so we'll see how that one goes.
Really?
I don't have a choice. I've taken off the 6.5 weeks the government gave me, and I think that's all.
Hey, I got Richard in here to talk to about the fan game with Mikhail. So shut up about your other stuff.
About your life problems. Don't worry about it.
Wow.
Hey, Michael. Pop in and pop out.
That feels natural.
Oh, that's normal when we're in Streamyard. Hi, Michael. Lance specifically insisted I come in so that I could talk to you about Phantom, which I can only assume nobody besides you and me cares about Phantom.
Oh, they talked about Phantom a lot already.
And you've already finished talking about Phantom, so there's nothing more to say.
You're right. You're probably the only one that actually cares about Phantom.
Yeah.
I didn't care about
know
Phantom until I
but
played
I didn't
Michael's
know.
game, and
I
it's
didn't
excellent.
know. Yeah.
And it was funny. I had to, as I was filming it or I was playing it, I was realizing, oh crap, is this a really problematic game that's full of all kinds of out-of-date stereotypes? And is Michael one of those Europeans who doesn't give a fuck about sensitive American sensibilities? Am I going to step into a whole nother goddamn slavery in 5 tribes? Because, hey, he's got an entire mission 100% devoted to slavers and hunting down slavers and freeing slaves. And like, Jesus Christ. So I had to spend a fair bit of time finding out just how woke Phantom was. And so I'm sure I cannot hold a candle to Mike's Phantom knowledge, but I'm really interested. But
yeah, I mean, if you look at like the really early stuff, like the 30s,
yeah,
it was like colonization things, but it has evolved into so much more. Now it's because back then it was like, oh, he's the leader of the jungle and blah blah blah. Now he's more the protector of the jungle and keeper of the peace.
Yeah,
and more of a reasonable voice to help negotiate peace between the tribes when they go out and fight.
Well, I'm just going to talk to you about it anyway. I know nobody else cares, but I'm really interested. How did you pick those 3 missions? Because they're all taken from like the 70s and 80s, right? I mean, you had like 80 years to choose from. Are those 3 missions like really crucial? Or like, the biggest ones that Phantom fans know about?
I mean, the first one, the Store of Devil, when he finds his...
right, the origin of his canine sidekick.
That's like, in Sweden, it's been reprinted 4 times, and every time it's won like the best adventure of the year in the comic book.
Okay.
So it's like a really classic.
So it's not just you. You're not the crazy Phantom fan. It's your country. It's your culture. It's your people.
Yeah.
Are cuckoo for Phantom. Why is that?
I think, like, it started with, like, it came out around the World War II.
Yeah.
And it became like a sign of we're not with the Germans, we're with the Americans. And this is, like, representing that, I would say.
Are you serious?
Your
country's fanaticism about the Phantom is a repudiation of Nazi Germany and Hitler.
I would say that's the origin.
Wow, that's crazy. That's awesome.
Yeah, and then it comes
sure.
like the first comic books in Sweden is like 48. We have Donald Duck, and it runs for a few years, and then we get the Phantom, and that's basically because this guy went overseas and like, oh, I really like this strip in the daily newspaper, and talks with Lee Falks and get an agreement and can start doing this.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been like, it's been 70 years continuous. The amount has differed a bit, but about every other week there's a new comic book. And from like the 60s, we ran out of the original stories, like the ones that goes in the daily press. So we started doing our own stories, and then
wait a minute. Oh, there were Swedish specific comic creators making new Phantom? Was it bootleg, or was it with the approval of?
Yeah, it's licensed. I mean,
okay.
All the 3 ones that you played through are from the Swedish.
Oh, really? I was unaware.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that made it like it became more. I mean, there's some really sensitive topics that have been taken up. Like once he fights with Fidel Castro, and that's like that would never gone through today, but in the 70s, that's like of course he fights with the freedom fighters against oppression. And
did you consider putting that one in the game?
No, not at all. But it's like there's been like lots of lows and lots of highs, and I mean, the first one, like the Story of Devil, it felt like I have to do this because it's such a good episode, and it has been.
Well, yeah, 2 of your 3 are origin stories. One for, for the pooch, and one for his femme fatale, or not femme fatale, his lady friend, who's now I don't remember. I remembered it. I would remember it when I filmed it. Yeah. But then the slavery one. Did that give you pause, or you like, nope, fuck it, we're going hardcore. Half of these cards are slaves in danger. Modern day slave women. You know what they're being enslaved for, and you're going to save them. And
you're gonna save them. So they're never gonna be used that way. But I mean,
why is that a taboo topic?
Oh, I'm not, because it's. I do not begrudge doing it. I think it's great, but it's. I mean, it's very heavy. It's
as soon as you get into that topic, some people have an issue with it. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, right. I mean, and it's. I think it implicitly limits the audience that this game could have, because I don't know that people are going to want to play it with their families or kids, because a lot of these are about really hardcore, strong human suffering that's happening today.
But what about that Underground Railroad game?
The Underground Railroad.
The issue
I don't think anybody would consider the Underground Railroad a fun, rollicking romp adventure game.
No.
But the Phantom is. The Phantom, as I talked about in my video, I'm amazed. This is forget about the subject matter. Where did you come from? Because you made a game that stands toe-to-toe with fucking Marvel Champions. And that is a game that's effectively been in development by one of the biggest companies in the industry for 2 decades. It's the culmination of everything Nate French and everybody at FFG has been working on to get it perfect. And then you just come along, oh, well, hold my beer. I'll be buying 3 months later, and I just did this for myself just because I like this old comic strip. I mean, were you taking inspiration from other games, or is this?
Thank you. I mean, when I heard about Marvel Champions, I was on vacation, and I've been working on this game for like 1.5 years or something.
Oh, I bet.
And I was so struck down. I felt like, this sounds exactly like my game. And because the first official announcement was very vague, and then I was like, I'm gonna continue doing my game. And then when I saw the game, I felt like, at least it's enough different. And I enjoy my game more. Then I feel like, then I can go ahead with it.
You would have to stop if you didn't. No, I mean, I totally get that feeling. I mean, back when I used to make video games, I mean, I've told the story many times of when we were working on Siphon Filter and killing ourselves, and then we see the first video for Metal Gear Solid, and we know we're all doomed. But in the end, it worked out, and it worked out okay. Yeah, we made it. We made good.
You didn't get Half-Lifed like me.
Sin versus Half-Life. Yeah. Half-Life's a tough act to follow, definitely.
Well, the best game ever made. I mean, come on. Anyway, well, that's cool that you stuck with it. I could see that you could be pretty. I mean, is the mechanics very similar? Like the way the process.
Well, they're both. No, I shouldn't talk.
Please. I think.
I would say they are both in the same wheelhouse, because they both are cooperative or solo, multi-use card, dealing with a series of obstacles. They stack. Actually, yeah, yours is more story driven than theirs. Marvel stuff is like very loose and kind of abstracted, whereas you're like, no, we're actually you are recreating these classic stories from the comic strips, but cool. There's still enough variety from play to play that depending on the order the individual cards come out in the individual chapters, you'll get a lot of variety. But I think there's a lot more permanence. Marvel, you get stuff out, but stuff is ethereal. It comes and it goes. I'm doing a bunch of cards and then boom, it's gone. Whereas this game, you make a lot of investments. A lot of your cards is harvesting resources to get your allies into play. And then, okay, I'm ready to go. But now we're 2/3 of the way through and we're into the final act of this big adventure that was told, I assume, across a year's worth of comics. And it's all hands on deck. All my people are here. All my sidekicks, my animals, everything I've got. But I have to go up against the biggest, baddest thing. So there's a lot of similarities, but the way Michael goes about it is really very different. But it's hard. I mean, I assume you got, besides, did I mention it? I don't know if I mentioned Marvel Champions in my video. If I did, I probably shouldn't have, because that wasn't fair. But I assume other people must be drawing comparisons.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. But not that much anyway. But yeah, I think that was a great summary. So
I'm curious, though, and I may have come across too strong. I personally have no problem with the slavery subject. I'll admit my wife did not enjoy playing that one. And she's like, could we just play the one with the dog again? Although I'm killing wolves, I don't know if I like that either. Can we just play the girl power one? That was her favorite one, which is that's why I filmed that one. But yeah, you just chose that one, I assume, because like you said, it's one of the biggest, most important and well-loved stories in Sweden.
You meant the slavery one?
Slavery one.
No, that one it's not super well received. It's more like they tried to do the year one, like Batman did way before. They tried to do like the Phantom year one. So this is like chronologically the first thing he does when he takes over as the Phantom.
Oh, I see.
So that's why, because it introduces a lot of things, I felt like, that's a way to introduce as well. And he, like, if you remember, you get this, like, you're doubting yourself and second guessing yourself, and it feels like, since it's still in the beginning of the game, that's a good way to do it.
That's another thing I really liked, which I don't think I gave enough credit to. Your game, you have a universal system for how you deal with problems, but not all problems are just, I got to kill another guy. That there are definitely other things. I mean, the first time I played it solo, and I realized, the first thing I have to do is I have to study for finals. Basically, and make it through, Jungle Patrol school. And I thought that right off the bat, that was so clever that it wasn't just, all right, well, who do I have to kill now? Who's the next three things I have to line up? You have plenty of, combat and fighting too. It's a really nice system. I really liked it a lot. What are your plans for it? Sorry, everybody. I know you're talking about more universal stuff, but Lance said I had to come in here and talk to Michael, and I'm happy to.
I'm curious to know, because it sounds like an awesome system.
Yeah.
I mean, is it an adaptable system? Like, could it, if you had like a different IP? I mean, the Phantom is awesome, but
but we're not all Swedish.
The audience is limited by IP recognition, right?
Yeah, I think I could.
Like if you made a Cthulhu game, I'm not saying you should make a Cthulhu game, but like
Michael.
Yeah, I think
can the Phantom go up against Cthulhu? Can he take down
Cthulhu? There you go.
Depends on how many.
Is it a team-based game? Or are you all playing the Phantom? Like, are you all controlling one Phantom, or is it you have different characters?
Different characters. It's Diana and Phantom, but
Diana. That's right.
Diana.
Yeah, and they have the same abilities, but their starter decks is totally different.
Okay.
So you get the difference out of there, and Diana's starter deck has resources that Phantom doesn't.
Okay, so there has
and vice versa
aspect.
I assume you started out as a solo design, right? And then you worked co-op in?
Yes.
Yeah, I got that impression. I mean, but it works well. I mean, it very much reminds me of the Oniverse games in that way, which I know they start out solo and then he gets that working and then he finds a great way. And yeah, Jen and I did definitely enjoy it. It was really simple. Just, we share our stuff. Simple as that. Easy. I have to admit, I'm sorry, I never looked. After I did the filming, I had to move on to the next games. I assume your campaign did well, right?
Yeah, it's ending tomorrow.
Well, folks,
I get Mikhail.
if you
we're all
Breaking my rules.
Yeah. The only reason I would say not to get it, I mean, and then this is a valid concern for some people, it is only a solo or 2-player game.
Yeah.
Did you try to crack that nut and go for a higher player count, or you said 2 players enough?
I actually think with the expansion, I might have cracked up to 4 players.
Okay.
And
that's a great way to
test.
If you do,
Still
that could be a potentially great way for you to kick Marvel Champions' ass, because Marvel Champions is terrible at 4-player. Oh my God, it never ends. Jeez.
Yeah, my issue is I will probably only be able to do it with the adventures that I make for that player
it
count.
Backwards compatible to the first 3.
Yeah, because it's going to be like you're doing simultaneously different parts of the mission, and then you go together in the middle.
Well, your price is very inexpensive.
Thank you. I tried to push it as low as... I mean, I want it out to as many people as possible.
Right.
Yeah, and...
No, I mean, I was expecting like at least a $50 game. It's $37 according to what I just paid.
Yes.
Awesome. But too bad. We're still working on trying to get the shipping down. I feel
that's the biggest problem. It'll
Because
be like $33, but 92 shipping.
I know a guy that can help with shipping. Just so you know.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But once again, I'll step out.
You could kick other people out besides Barry when you do that.
I was going to say, why is it always
Next,
Barry?
Otto, you're out.
Stop taking offense to it, cocksucker. I always like Oldie better.
So the thing about, and I haven't played all the new Marvel Champions stuff, but like, I shouldn't give a commentary about it because I've only played 2 scenarios. The first
totally
2,
should.
I've not even played the third one.
Absolutely should.
It's not like we're live being
So,
recorded.
I'm trying to hang on it. I do enjoy it, but it's very one note, right? You're just trying to come up with damage, right? Like that's damage. I wish there was some other things there, like the horror type card games, where they have other stuff, right? Like, it all comes down to like
there are 2 things. There's damage and I forget what they're threat.
Yeah, but threat is no, it's like a dual. What do you call it? Dual problem.
Well, it's about your alter egos.
I mean, I do like it, but I'll get a little bored of it.
How you shut your mouth?
The new stuff. Has the new stuff.
Next time, Lance is kicking you out.
Yeah,
so
I know.
you can jump in for a second. Talking that way.
Now, have you gotten bored of it because you feel like you figured the optimal solution for each scenario?
Yeah, you basically every character has sort of like a formula, right? That you have. Like, I played Captain Marvel. The only one I really know is Captain Marvel. My buddy knows Iron Man. Like, he knows how to do Iron Man. I know how to do Captain Marvel. If we get our optimal setups right, we're just pounding the crap out of the enemy, right?
Yeah.
What I have discovered as I got more and more cards, I have zero interest in deck building and trying to create an optimal deck and come up with the perfect protection version of She-Hulk or whatever. Zero interest in that. But of course, I keep getting more and more cards. When you first get it, you just got just enough cards to make a deck. But now I've got so much cards I have to deck build, and I say,
I mean, I wouldn't call it deck building, but I would maybe call it tuning, right? Like I don't.
Fair enough. Yeah. So, of course, all your base cards for whichever hero you have to put in, and then you have to pick one aspect, I think it's called. But then, there's still a lot you can do. Once you pick up a couple of the expansions, there's a lot. You and I could have radically different protection decks. There are enough unique cards now, and with more coming out all the time. And I personally don't like that. And what I like to do is say, okay, well, I'm going to be this hero, and I'm going to choose this aspect, and here's all the cards. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Here's the first 15. Boom, there we go. And so I start out having no idea who my hero is or what they're capable of. And I find that, one, a lot more pleasant to actually get up and go rather than have to spend hours trying to agonize. Oh, should I throw in one more shield helicarrier? Or no, if I take one out, I probably will still have a decent enough ratio that I can get, blah, blah, blah. All that Magic the Gathering stuff. And it makes the game more fun and unpredictable, too. Because, oh, my God, I can pull this off. Look at this card. I find that to be preferable. And it also increases the difficulty level.
The game is fun, but it's just done.
Character. That's a whole different game. That's cool.
Yep.
I mean, it's the same game, but yeah. I'm the kind that like to meticulously be like, ooh, if I replace this with that, I can get, that's going to optimize this card. Yeah,
that is there for you. The game definitely supports that.
Well, I see what you're saying, though, because I love when games kind of just throw you into the muck and they're like, all right, try and figure your way out of this bag. Like the beginning of a Dominion game where you don't know the cards and you're like reading the cards and you're like, ooh, what's going to click? What's going to work well together? I haven't thought about it like that.
Yeah. Okay. So you've been successful. You're planning on an expansion, potentially cracking the 4-player barrier without falling prey to the 3-hour minimum game length that Marvel Champions, your arch nemesis, has run afoul of. Will you be, for your future missions, still saying, to heck with parents wanting to play this game with their kids, I'm going to go into the deepest, darkest recesses of the history of Phantom that I can hit? I'm going to...
I don't know. I'm just gonna pick the adventures that I feel makes most fun gameplay. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I have a question for you, Mikhail.
Have I saying it wrong? Should I say Mikhail? Sorry if I said Michael.
He's accepting Michael or
all
Mikhail.
Right. But I think this is really important to note too, because we're coming at this from the very American perspective. But what's the history of slavery like in Sweden? Is it something that's much further in the past than it is for us?
They're Vikings.
Yeah, I mean, the Vikings had slaves, but that's like 900 years ago.
Yeah.
But we also we basically I know this because I read some not Phantom but another comic book that we actually had a slaving thing in Africa for a very short time. We didn't do very well, but I mean it's nothing to be proud of, and most Swedes don't even know about it because it's not something we learn in school or something. So what we see with slaving is mostly like what has happened like in other countries.
Okay. I do have one more question. This is definitely kind of more of a deep political question in this aspect, but we had all sorts of issues with segregation. And so while slavery, actually I just looked it up, slavery ended about the same time for both of us. It's like within a 10-15 year window. Our slavery just kind of I mean, we had a lot of racial issues up until
the legacy of slavery resonates in our country today.
Yes, so we do.
And people still suffer today as a result. Yes.
Yeah.
Is that the same way in Sweden? That's what I'm trying to get there.
I would say no. We don't see like anything of that in. I think like the slaves we took, their ancestors aren't alive. I would say like from the Vikings and such.
So, and I think that might be the disconnect that Richard is having, trying to so like maybe in Sweden, this is purely, I mean, it's a fine family game because the issue isn't as polarizing now as it is.
That's an interesting question. Is it? Would playing your game, would parents have a little, I don't know if I want to have that conversation with my kids when we play that mission in Sweden, culturally?
I can't speak for everyone, but I mean, the first time I realized it was a touchy subject was when you did your video.
Sorry.
But I mean, I understand why it is a touchy subject, but I haven't heard anything from.
I will say one thing, Richard, though, and this might just be me. Like, I try and tackle that stuff head on with my son. Like, I was like, hey, buddy, you're going to learn a lot of things over the next 10 years about how terrible America is. And you just need to realize that most of this is in the past. But and I mean, I know you don't interact with kids that much, but I mean, I would say probably around. I mean, when I did my student teaching, I did a whole unit on slavery for second graders. So I don't think, especially since you're, I mean, that's.
Is that a unit you created, or was that part of the curriculum?
Yes, it was. It was about slavery. I obviously I made it very interesting because I put a lot more. I went to very interesting.
It was a lot about dates originally.
It wasn't about dates. It was about the characters. It was about the person. Oh, I forget his name. The guy who stole a boat and then he sailed off and then he came back and rescued more people and now he's like the mayor of a city or something like that. But yeah, I don't think it's a topic that's really shied away from most families. I think. Because like Mikhail said, you're rescuing the slaves. Like you are the hero here.
Yes, that is certainly true. Well, I did not mean to imply in any way that the game doesn't handle it deftly and well. I mean, although honestly, all the art of this game is taken from the original comics, which personally I really loved. Growing up reading comics and having that kind of 70s aesthetic to it. I don't remember. Can you actually see the dots? The chroma dots in your art, that were originally done?
In a few,
yeah,
but not. Some of them are made digitally, I think. But
okay, yeah.
In a few of them.
So personally, I didn't have a problem with it. I was just so surprised because to me it felt like, wow, what if this showed up in Marvel Champions? It would be really weird if Marvel Champions had an entire expansion about the Marvel heroes trying to rescue sex slaves. Whoa, that's kind of whoa. But like you say, Phantom, as that's kind of his background, that they are a lot more upfront in tackling those issues.
Isn't there also something to be said for the fact that games can also allow you to have conversations about weightier issues?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah. Like I said, my concern was more, was he worried? Just in terms of a first-time designer and publisher, this could potentially limit my audience. And maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. I have no kids. I personally don't have a problem with the content. My wife did. My wife did not want to play that. She did not want to, while she's just sitting down to have fun with me, be presented face-to-face with, oh, right, yeah, that's right. There are millions of women suffering in bondage all around the world at this very second. Thanks for reminding me, game. Kind of a thing.
I want to feel it like you're standing up against that.
Yes.
I love this conversation. This is meaty. This is good. This is what happens when we kick Lance out and let Richard run this shit.
Well, next league, let's get Bruno Cathala in, and we can talk about Five Tribes and its use of slavery. That'd be fun. Seeing as how I think I kind of inadvertently got that changed. I didn't mean to. I was just saying I didn't like it. But
you led that charge.
I wouldn't say I led it, but the game was hugely popular. No one was saying anything about it, and then I put out a big video that blew up. And so much so that Bruno Cathala stepped in and started talking about, well, to we French people, we do not see it as a problem. We have different cultural norms than you. Like, right. Fair enough. It's still really weird to make effectively Disney's Aladdin, but around every corner, there are black men in bondage. In every third card you see. Imagine if that were Disney's Aladdin the movie. That's just weird and tone deaf. And they ultimately changed it. But I'm sure they changed it because, oh my gosh, it didn't even occur to us. Yes, we can see how with American culture and our ongoing problem with systemic racism born by our terrible history of slavery that still affects people today, maybe we could have done that a different way. Maybe we didn't have to just do nothing but bright, colorful, happy, friendly, cartoony stuff. And then a black man in bondage, head bowed. And, oh, what do you know? As a player, I can buy him. He's just another commodity, just another resource, like dates or gems. And it's like, maybe that was a bit out of place. I felt it was tone deaf. Of course, to this day, a month doesn't go by that I don't end up getting a few haters saying, you fucking suck, Rado, social justice warrior asshole. Never mind the fact that social justice warriors hate me now too, of course, for other reasons. So everybody hates me. But yay, that's so wrong.
We like you.
Yeah, I'll always have the Alaboom. and you know, as long as there's a slot. But,
Oh.
boy. Well, I just want to say I'm so happy for you. I'm sorry, Chris. I don't know your game at all. It's not my kind of. Or else I'd happily really drill deep into all of your stuff too. But I think
No, it's
Lance
cool.
drilled deep into you in previous weeks as well.
Yeah,
we
no,
not
that's fine.
use it like that?
Yes.
Drilling into people?
Yep. Drilling deep.
He'll drill you in, Chris, once you get him a copy of that game. Get him
Give me a copy. we can trade some cards.
Yeah. So is this everything you were hoping for, Mike, when you hoped you could talk to me? Because that's what Lance said. I got Michael in here so he could talk to you. That was going to be so awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it was really nice. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I'm a big fan of the game. I think it's great. I'm so happy it's so successful because it is really sharp. Yeah. I was really nervous. It's like, oh my God, this is going to seem like a knockoff, but it really stands on its own. And it's a brave game, for reasons I pointed out. And Aldi, I do think, there's still a lot of fighting. It's still, I would say what? It's still,
Fine.
who's the guy we have to fight now? But it does do really cool offbeat stuff as well.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you will double down on that kind of stuff even more because your system is really nice and universal. And it's just a great way to abstractly represent threats and challenges that we have to overcome. And sometimes with a gun, sometimes with a judo chop, sometimes with some careful investigation, kind of a thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Or even communication.
Yes.
That's
Awesome.
cool.
Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully I didn't steer you wrong because you can't trust Michael. And of course, I preface all that. I did provide a paid preview for this game, so I could totally be in the pocket of Big Rick.
Chill.
You're the pocket of
I thought Lance was the only one here.
Okay. You guys can go back to talk about COVID now. Sorry to interrupt you. Or
I think we're on
Lance,
COVID anymore.
no.
you can switch me out, Lance.
We talked
because
about it.
have
I guess
to work.
Michael.
You could just
Well, no, I don't want to switch you out without. I don't want to switch you out without you being able to like.
Barry, jeez. That's
Well,
so
it's always Barry. It's always Barry. So fine. No, I don't want to switch you out without saying, just once again, everybody go take a look at it. You heard it from the paid chill, Richard. It's good.
Yep.
So, but no, go check it out, and then I really appreciate you taking the time, and also just for your input on like what Sweden's like. I love hearing about how things are different, and like the different cultures and stuff, and like how COVID and everything up on that was so good stuff. So just I appreciate you coming on, man. I suppose you gotta like go make breakfast now or something, or
Yeah, I saw my kids. My son woke up. But thank you really very much for having me. I had a blast.
no, I sometimes feel like it gets a little bit I don't know what's the word I'm looking for here. Imposing. People are like with the not the celebrity that's on the screen, but just as far as the fact that we've all been talking like this every week for years, literally. So it can be a little bit difficult to jump in and express your opinion. Not that it's ever bothered Chris, but
I got lots of opinions.
But yeah, you take care, and I'll email you soon, and I'll or your business manager guy Jonas, I'll email him soon. So
Awesome. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for
Thanks, Michael.
being so nice to me.
It's nice to meet you.
Yep,
I'm
likewise.
sorry I didn't get to drill you about herd immunity, but I imagine the guys did, so I'll listen to that later.
we did.
No, they didn't. But we're not even close.
Yeah. That's probably a good summary, yes. What do you mean? The conservative right in our country says you guys are awesome and you're doing everything perfectly and we should model you because it's all great and everything is awesome. Everything is cool when Swedes are not social distancing.
We have
I'll watch it
a
later.
good... Yeah,
You don't have
yeah,
to repeat.
sure. Have a nice one.
All right, Barry's back.
Fucking high. Always been. My feelings are hurt if I had any.
Gray would be the color if I had a heart.
Our Kickstarter shills, I will say, Good Cop, Bad Cop. The new expansion is up there. And if you like Good Cop, Bad Cop, it's a really cool expansion. We got that played tonight.
That's a party game. You have to have a group of people to play that.
We had five. I've been slowly opening up game night. 4 last week, 3 the week before, 5 this week. Granted, one of them was me and my son. So
did you have plexiglass sheets cutting the table in half?
No. I assume that these people that I've known for years and years and years would not come if they were just a social contract.
Or asymmetry. No, not asymmetry.
Asymptomatic.
Asymptomatic. Thank you.
Yeah, well,
I guess that's sort of the false sense of security that we're kind of lulling ourselves into.
Oh yeah,
because someone doesn't mean they don't have it, and that can lead to.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Nobody thinks they have it, and they're walking around spreading it to everybody.
Yeah,
I think we're right now to a very.
Hence, his chief of staff didn't think he had it.
No.
But he did. What do you know?
Nobody did.
We will know. Like, it will be fucking ironclad. Either, all right, we all fucked up. We shouldn't open everything up. Or, all right, we were being way too sensitive about this. The death rate now is spiraling at 1.5. I feel like in 2 weeks we're going to know, lock, stock, and barrel, one way or another. Oh, are we going to be doing stuff in October, November together, or is this going to be stretching on forever? And I'm just glad we're going to get that answer.
Keep dragging this out because we could talk about other things, but like, how did we not already know this?
We did.
We know it.
Yeah,
the experts knew it. Who could have known? Oh, just the experts, just the preceding administration, just every fucking buddy.
And here's the thing: like, I wear my mask. I don't go out. I have stayed home the last 6 weeks pretty much exclusively. And it's the thing is, I want to see the numbers. I want to see the numbers in 2 weeks, and not our numbers, everybody's numbers. Because everybody's numbers.
Did you see did you see how Florida reported that they've had like 1,200 deaths or something? I forget what the exact numbers were, but they said they had 1,200 deaths from COVID, and they had but they've also had 5,800 deaths from pneumonia.
Yeah, they're underreporting.
And then, but in all preceding periods of time, their average for the number of pneumonia deaths during that period of time and every year prior was 900. But they've had 5,800 now. But it isn't.
Oh, go figure. Yeah,
that's the left-wing media covering up pneumonia deaths right there for you.
Yep. Hillary's always been in the pocket of big pneumonia.
They're in it with Bigfoot.
Gotta sell those iron lungs.
Big pneumonia.
Yeah. So, did any of you guys watch BGG Online last week?
I did. I was on it.
Besides you.
Oh.
Nobody watched it?
The first episode is in my to-watch list. I don't believe you put the second day on YouTube yet.
So the second day failed halfway through, so we just uploaded it yesterday. Because normally I just export it from Twitch, but we had a hardware failure in the first hour. I wouldn't say hardware failure, a problem. That we had to restart the stream, which basically cuts it into two pieces. So we wanted to download the piece.
You know what platform that doesn't happen on? YouTube.
It would have happened on YouTube. If you're live streaming and it stops, does it make the stream cut in 2 pieces? Or
no, it does. That does not happen. I can confirm. I've done several live streams where my router failed halfway through or something like that. And I don't know. There must be probably some timeout window, but if you can get back relatively quickly,
I think Twitch has 180 second.
Yeah,
180 second timer, forgiveness timer or whatever.
Yeah, the last 2 events, I did have to reboot my router live, and that took 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say,
hey, everybody, the connection is shit. I'm going to reboot my router. I'll be back in 5, and you can go watch those videos, and they're all just one video right now. And then there's just this jump where it just skips while I was out. I don't know what people saw at real time.
I mean, I couldn't really care less which platform we do it on, but what we do on YouTube, nobody watches.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, we talked about this before, and I can't blame you. I just don't like it.
No, I know.
I appreciate that you put it on after the fact, though, because I really do want to watch more than anything else. You're having the because I mean you had the Spiel guys on, right? And they actually talked a bit about their thought process.
Yeah, they talked a good long while. It was an hour.
That's what I'm really interested in seeing.
Yeah, they covered a lot of ground.
Cool.
Had Matt. We also had Matt and Rob Davio on day 2.
And they had no secret surprise announcements?
No, because they were like, it was too soon or something like that. I don't know. You know what?
Someday
they'll respect me.
Did you rip on them?
We had 7,500 unique viewers.
Nice.
Hey, out of curiosity, when they got done with their time, did you rip on them, or was that just me?
I did.
Oh, you really let the Spiel guys have it.
Matt,
Totally.
Matt is too nice. No, I mean, can't rip on Matt Leacock, man. You got to respect the Leacock. Oh,
yeah, there's not much to rip on that.
Here's another interesting thing. Pandemic is about to become the #1 owned game on BGG as far as the stats go.
Oh, really?
I'm not one of them.
It's going to overtake Catan like in this week for sure.
Oh wait, Oldie, don't interrupt Lance. He was telling us how counterculture he is because he doesn't like the most popular game on.
He's edgy.
So we just let Lance focus on that.
Lance's board game hipster. He doesn't go to BGG anymore. He doesn't like the best games. I've got Lance. We need to start a new channel, Board Game Hipster.
You're grievance about
it maybe taken already.
That's really surprising, though. #1, according to BGG stats, the most owned game in the world.
Marked owned, right? Like
of users who have marked it owned. Obviously, that's self-selecting. Board Game Geeks are a bit geekier than average people and all of that.
Yeah,
but still, that's huge.
Yeah, it's an interesting stat.
And is that just Pandemic, or is that's not combining all the different variations of Pandemic?
No, it's just pure base Pandemic.
Oh wow,
gee, that's insane.
If you add them all up, it'll be. Well, I mean, you have all the Catan variants too, so I don't know. I'd have to.
That's a good point. Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, that's a project.
There's something you do on the next board game. There is a segment for the next board game show or board game geek show.
I'll have to do math.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Which has more ownership? All the Dominion expansions combined, all the Ticket to Ride versus all the Carcassonne versus all the bit. Yeah, that'd be
interesting. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
There was a Bonacore grievance apparently.
Oh yeah, he told me he was going to give me a scoop. I think he gave me a scoop of dog shit.
That's what he does. You don't know that.
A scoop of poop, but that didn't sound right. No, he was going to come on the show and drop a bomb about some big IP that he had, some big game he has, which I'm assuming is Terraforming Mars. But he didn't do it. He said I would get in trouble. And I remember.
Did he tell you what it was offline?
No, he did not. But I know what it is.
Really?
Because he basically spilled the beans like 2 years ago on a Board Game Gumbo podcast.
Yeah.
I'm like, what's that?
I know what it is too. So.
Sorry.
What is it?
What did you say, for?
What beans did you think were spilled? I feel like that could be answered. What beans did you think he spilled?
He also said he was going to come on the Alaboom and give us the scoop.
It was a Terraforming Mars. No, I mean he likes to talk.
Yeah.
It's hard when you're in that position and you know everything and you know what you're supposed to say and not supposed to say, and then in the heat of the moment you get caught up in it and he wasn't really supposed to say it.
Well, plus he has partners to answer to.
Yeah, he's got partners.
He used to.
Yeah, he's like, they're gonna kill me.
Can I talk about something crazy that I saw? There was like it has almost it has nothing to do to do with board games.
Let me say one more thing, Lance.
Go ahead.
So we're doing BGG Conline in July. It's probably a 2, maybe 3 day event. So right before Gen Con.
Wait, what?
We're gonna do another one, BGG Conline.
Okay.
Probably a 3-day event. Similar format. We may tweak it a little. We may have some pre-recorded segments that we want to put in there.
Will you follow the, once again, only games that people could turn around and order right now?
Probably.
Okay.
That's sort of what we want it to be, right? Along with the store, right? And then store is going to get some modifications. I know everybody was not super happy with the initial launch of that, so we're tweaking.
Oh, really? What happened?
There's been some complaints.
I mean,
I don't
technical.
want to
issues
give it
or
any air. Like
shipping stuff.
No, it's a starting pain. It's a startup pain.
Okay.
It'll get better.
Yeah.
Funny how everybody thinks like the first thing I do has to be perfect.
Well, see, I would expect
Like
you would.
never been perfect.
I can see why people would expect you not to have as many startup pangs because you've been doing the geek store for years.
Sure.
And this is the same thing, right? Except it's probably not.
Except different. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love everybody's expectations of perfection these days. Like, it's hard to compete with billion-dollar companies who launched products with millions and millions of dollars behind them. Whereas we're just like, yeah, let's do this. And we decide and we get it done in 60 days, 30 days or less, basically. Anyway, whatever. Besides the point. So we're doing BGCon online. We've got the virtual conventions coming. And we've got, during virtual game convention, anybody who streams live, and I don't know who's watching this, the 23 people, if you're a streamer and you want to be streaming during that time, contact me because we're going to have a stage kind of thing.
What do you
We'll
mean?
be showing streamers during the day playing games.
Meaning that you would like repeat their stream that they're doing?
Yeah, we'll like rehost their streams.
Oh, that's cool.
Like, and it'll be on schedules, right? So like, let's say Rado, you want to stream from like 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Thursday. Then we can save you a slot for the front page of BGG. So that you'll be on the main stage.
But you don't mean stream on my channel on YouTube.
Yeah, I do.
You do? Okay, so that you would basically. I mean, how would you do that technically?
Yeah, we're gonna host live streamers during that week. It's a 5-day period. The virtual.
Is that a feature that I have in OBS that I just have to? I mean, I have a stream key I use to go to YouTube, and I have to give you that stream key so you can intercept it too or something.
We'll just have to host. We'll just have to get your live stream links ahead of time.
Okay.
Like you schedule the event, the stream.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then we can basically just set it up so that between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. your stream will be on front page of BGG.
Now, isn't YouTube gonna throw a conniption fit about my live YouTube feed appearing on Twitch? That's not allowed, right?
It'll be on Board Game Geek, not on Twitch.
Oh, I see.
So every streamer can stream on whatever platform they want. We'll just put it on BGG as we're like rehosting.
Yeah, on BG. What? Yeah, I mean that's a new page you created. BGG was it BGG Live or BGG TV or something like that?
Live.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. So
not only are you trying to take on Amazon, now you're trying to take down Twitch too.
Well, we're not actually. It's not a platform.
Yeah.
It's just a hosting platform. Like we'd host your show.
Yeah.
You do your show however you want, whatever platform you want. It'll just be on a live Board Game Geek stage.
Okay.
Where we got like pretty good numbers from our Twitch stream last week. So
yeah,
thousands. It was like 7,500 uniques, 600 average.
Okay.
Is it going to be like a Mystery Science Theater 3000 thing where you've got my stream, but then you've got Eric and Beth Hiley, silhouettes down at the bottom making fun of everything we do?
Dude, you should get color commentary. You should get color commentators for the streams.
We'd repackage your stream and commentate it. I don't know. That seems like work.
Yeah, that's always the problem. It's always.
But also,
you need to pay
sort of taking your content
and do it.
I mean, there's a big thing on YouTube where people do reaction videos to things. Like if someone did a reaction video and copied 90% of your stream, like, is that a copyright violation strike? You know what I mean? Like, but they added their commentary to it and made it better. So I don't know. Is it a fair use deal?
Ooh, that's
There's
obviously in this case it would be obviously it's there's an assumed and that would actually be fucking hilarious if I was doing a live stream playing with Jen, and I would definitely want to watch afterwards. Oh, what did they say? There's when Rado loses the game right there.
What a tool. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what now? What? Okay, time out. Get Lance in there. What? So you can make fun of me, or
I don't know. Lance, I'm talking about you would be no.
No, he's saying that you would be the roaster, not the roastee.
Oh well, yeah. I'll blast anybody you want to be the blast. That's fine.
Yeah. I'll have to play some Carpe Diem so you can tell everybody ad nauseum at great length about our time playing Carpe Diem together.
No,
the fact that I have to play Pandemic, Richard.
Yeah.
The base game of Pandemic.
Yes. Yeah, and force him to watch me. That would be an interesting level of torture. Yes.
Yeah. So basically, think of it as like a set of stages, right? We have main stage, and then you have sub stages. Like you'll always be on the sub stage, right? As long as your stream is on. But the main stage will be scheduled out between all of us, right? Like I want 2 hours for myself. Tom will take 2 hours. You can take 2 hours. Lance can take 2 hours. Whoever wants to. Like,
are you saying the BGG live page will literally just have, here's main stage window, and then here's stage 2, stage 3? That's all three of them could play simultaneously, or
no, you have to switch between.
Or there's like a thumbnail of the other ones, and you can click, and then this will shrink down, and the other one will, that kind of thing.
That kind of thing, yeah. Like
okay,
like a meta channel, right? Like where you see who's doing what.
That's
if I
really
could pull it off technologically, if I could just switch between them, that's all I really want.
Yeah.
If I can make it look good, that'd be better.
Yes.
Like if I can pull your current thumbnail. I don't know how YouTube works it with live. I have to look into their API, but Twitch, how Twitch shows like the thumbnail like of the last minute. I don't know if you've seen that before. Although I think
I mean YouTube does the same. I mean, if somebody went to Lance's Undead Viking channel right now and said, what videos, there would be a thumbnail of the 6 of us from 45 seconds ago.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow. That is very ambitious. I do not like for ambition.
Cool.
I mean, here's the deal. This is a chance of a lifetime. Like things are
because you have a captive audience.
Well, I mean, who's going? No one's going to shows this year, so why not make some shows happen? Like with people who are doing this stuff now, like in the absence of shows.
So now you are kind of competition for them. Has Gen Con announced anything about what their virtual convention plans are?
Their competition with me. None of these guys ever did any digital work before.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
We're absolutely 100% competitive. I mean, here's the thing. I never charged a dime for any of this stuff. Not even advertising, right? Mm-hmm. So they're all charging. Like Origins has a price menu. If you want a 15-minute slot, they're charging X dollars.
What do you get for a 15-minute slot that you pay X dollars for?
I don't know. You get 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you go download Origins packet, it tells you what all the stuff you can buy.
Okay.
I think it's 1,000 for 50 minutes. Is that correct, Lance?
Wow. Sure.
It might not be that much.
Mm-hmm.
RPG Geek videos, Chad. We're doing it. We'll figure it out. That'd be cool, Chad. Actually, we'll have to talk about that. I'm a pandemic opportunist. Oh gosh. Well, here's the thing. You guys know what we do. We go to shows, we do video, we live stream it.
Mm-hmm.
We break the videos down after the fact and upload them to the Board Game Geek Experts channel. Why should I stop doing that just because the shows don't happen anymore?
Sure.
Like everybody's just sitting around, like no one's doing anything. Not everybody's doing. There people are doing stuff, but you know what I mean. Like normally we would be getting ready to go to Origins right now. Like we would be compiling the games list. That's Eric's full-time job. We would be recording, some live demos when we're at the show.
Mm-hmm.
Eric would probably record 20 videos or so on his own, or not that many, but maybe like 10, let's say. Mm-hmm. Why should we stop? Now we can have a show, 2-day show. We ran it last week, 8 hours a day. You watch the demo for a half hour. You can click the button to buy it right there and have it in 7 days.
Yep, that is definitely a killer app for your platform. Yeah. At least I would assume it is for publishers.
I mean, if people want, what
else? They can pay $1,000 to go on the Origins feed and then hope somebody will find their website, or they can come to yours for, I assume, significantly less, if not free. And actually have a buy now button.
Charge for it, if ever. I mean, if we sell games, we're making money. So
yeah,
I don't need to charge for it. I just need your game in the shop.
So
that's all.
Considering last week was your trial run, your first test, what have you learned so that you will avoid for this next one? I know the big one is let Derek breathe.
Yeah, Derek did not have any cut time. Meaning the first day, this was hilarious because the first day we ate the full half hour at the or that was an hour for the SN guys. There was no downtime, and we put the first publisher on without a cut, without a break. Like it just. Yep. And Derek's like freaking out, and then it happened again and again and again. And of course, Derek is so nice; he doesn't say anything. He just does the work. He never told anybody we need cut time. We need a 2 to 3 minute break between each episode.
I made these bumpers. They're awesome animation.
We had bumpers. We had all kinds of like graphics to put up, and none of that happened on day one. So day two, he's like, "We need to cut." I'm like, "Why didn't you just tell me on the first day? We could have like altered course right away." You know. So anyway, that was one of the things. The second thing is you don't run Zoom on the same machine you stream from because Zoom is actually needs its own hardware encoding, separate from the streamer from the stream software we use. So we had that problem on day two. No, I mean we learned a lot, and then we're gonna have commercials. That's basically I was told that if for all those little 2-minute breaks, some people wanted to buy commercials.
Yeah,
and the lesson there is yes, you should be doing that.
I should be selling 1-minute commercials during the stream.
And why aren't you?
I am now.
How much?
Okay, so you're rolling that into the Forging Geek marketing packet. Buy commercials on BGG live events.
Yeah.
How much do the commercials run, Aldi?
I haven't come up with a prop. Here's the deal. It's always a very like ad hoc thing.
You don't even come up with that, right? You have people for that.
I have people for that. Yeah,
exactly. You're the big idea guy.
Yeah.
You're the puppet master.
I don't like big idea people because it feels like sometimes they never do any work. But that's fine.
Was it a shot at Peter Molyneux?
You still
Well, here's the thing. Peter Molyneux was a coder too, so he did his big ideas on his own at the beginning.
And in the beginning, yes.
As
did you in the beginning.
As did I, yeah.
But the year 2020 is when it all changed for Scott Alden. And he had to change his business card to big idea guy.
It's called pivoting because I foresee problems, let's say.
Yeah. Well, that's ominous.
Yeah.
You want to expand on that?
No conventions for a year?
Mm-hmm.
That was a pretty significant part of our income.
Right.
If it goes to zero, then I have no income from a convention for next year. Right, because
you mean specifically board game geek conventions and
we have a number of problems
and the cruise. Was the cruise a moneymaker for you, or was that more of a? I can't imagine that's as
not as big, but it made money. It was profitable.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, enough about me. Lance, I just wanted to get announcements in there.
We need to know more about your Animal Crossing village. Someone in
chat. Oh God, if that's where we're at, I'm going to bail. I have another question for Bauer though.
What's up?
You briefly a while when I first got on dropped. Yep, going back to work next week.
Yes.
I would like to hear more about that. I'm scared for you. What's going to happen?
I don't have a
has the daycare center still been working all this time? Have they only recently reopened?
They shut down, I believe, for 2 weeks.
Okay.
I have been off for 6 to 8 weeks. I took a pay cut to get off. It's all part of one of the big government programs. There's a lot of precautions in place, but ultimately my classroom is filled with 6 to 11-year-olds. So social distancing is going to go out the window, and
they're filthy little things.
Yeah. So fingers crossed, not going to die. I mean, I got to go back to work. My wife's like, crunch the numbers and see how much it would cost you, because she's getting a new job, hopefully, or she's going to get a slight raise. And she's
What's
like,
your wife do?
She right now works as a biller for a hospital, but her degree is in photography. She went to school to be a photographer, and then that got crushed with the cell phone. But so I'm going back because I have to, and we're looking into, like, I've thought about logistically, could I make enough money? Because I don't have to make enough money to like live. It's just because we would cut off daycare, and daycare costs us roughly $1,000 a month.
Well, you mean you have cut off daycare because of the situation you're in where?
Yes. So it's like, could I quit my job? Because the other thing is, I've been homeschooling my 2 kids, and with my degree in education, like my 4-year-old has leaps and bounds. Like he's adding.
Wow.
He's fascinated with words just because I can, I'm working with him 8 hours a day, 6 to 8 hours a day, and it's just completely focused attention. And she's like, wow, I've never been a fan of homeschooling, but this is, I will never knock homeschooling again. I've always thought the social aspect of school is just equally as important as a lot of other aspects. But honestly, after homeschooling my own kids just for this last month and a half, it's insane. Like just how much you can cram into their heads and how much they want to learn. And but I'm going back to work because I have to, and I'm wearing a mask and social distancing. But it is what it is.
So are the kids going to freak out because Mr. Bauer's wearing a mask in class all day?
No. Everybody has to wear masks. Well, they don't have to wear masks. All the
kids don't
have to wear masks. Their kids, the parents, they've updated the safety precautions. I get like a new email every 2 weeks about how the safety. So at this point, the parents are no longer allowed in the center. It is drop everyone off. You have to get your temperature checked every single day. I believe I have to get my temperature checked twice a day. It's
wow. That forehead temperature test, right? That kind
of. But they have to get the money. They have to get the money, or the whole place shuts down. Because I work in a low-income childcare primarily, so most of it is government funding. So you have to stay open to get that government money, and it's not ideal.
Do the kids have to sign waivers now, or is that a part of it at all?
Honestly, I have completely tuned out from work for the last 6 weeks. I don't even care.
So you have not been talking with your coworkers via email and getting stories about what they're having to go through, the ones who didn't get to take 6 weeks off, or?
Nope. I clocked out. I called my boss yesterday, and I talked to her for the first time in 5 weeks.
Wow.
It's just like,
and she said, "New phone, who dis?" Basically,
who dis.
So she was very happy that I was coming back, and I was like, yep.
That makes one of you.
But I gotta work.
I mean, Michelle has asthma. She's very scared about going back to work. Luckily,
really?
They put it off another half a month.
Well, that's why I was really hoping they would have like some sort of medical condition thing where because I have a boatload of PTO. It's one of the perks of my job, and I would gladly spend it all. I would spend it all and just ride this out probably another month and a half, but don't have a choice because I am slightly at a higher risk because of something I got. It's herpes. There you go. It's herpes. Alaboom after dark. I have genital herpes, which makes
Boris Bauer, your local congressman.
Everybody.
No. You, Richard, more than anyone else knows that. Well, don't let me put it like that. But I mean, those are the kind of things that should be normalized. There's a large portion of the country that has genital herpes.
The vast majority of people, yes, have herpes.
And a whole boatload of them don't even know about it. So I will, damn it, I'll be talking about genital herpes every once in a while.
Yep.
It's no big deal.
It is time to normalize genital herpes, I think.
New Year's Eve 2008 is in my past, baby. That was a hell of a night.
All right. I'm glad you can identify patient zero there. Nicely done.
I know.
And since there's no conventions, like, are you guys going to do anything extra beyond normal releases? Lance?
I'm sorry, what was that? Say that again.
So what are you
What's
guys
Gray Fox doing?
Like going to conventions is like a third of a publisher's job. Like it's almost half of our time.
We're just ramping up our productivity. I mean, as far as like development of games and stuff like that, since we don't have to handle all the logistics of all that crap, we're just, right now I'm working on the next our next Kickstarter, which is a card drafting engine building game called Arcana Rising with some fantastic art. It's pretty amazing.
Arcana what? Arcana
I do have to say that is an incredibly generic name. I feel like I've played 7 games called Arcana Rising before.
Well, thank you, herpes. Anyway.
Is anyone disagreeing? Is anyone like, no, that's a great fucking name, Lance? Arcana Rising. bam.
Well, I mean, it's just the people that and I apologize. I shouldn't have said that. That was mean, Forrest. I'm sorry.
I don't care. I would rather.
I know you don't care, but somebody's going to hear that. They're going to say I was a jerk and I shouldn't have said it. It was just a knee jerk response on my part, and it showed no class. So I apologize. And I'm saying that because it was a knee jerk, no class response, not because I'm worried somebody's going
As
to
always,
say
for anyone who's concerned about that, no apologies needed. That's
Okay.
that.
Anyway, so no, but the biggest thing about it is, like I said, it's card drafting and engine building. So, and then each person, you have to decide which types of magic you want to dive into. I mean, do you want to use charms, which are going to be able to like use the other people's cards against them? Do you want to use blood magic, where if you don't use up all the blood magic and anything you have left over actually hurts you? And so, like, you know, things like that. And it's just, but it's and then so it's you draft your cards. And then everybody runs their engine, and then you continue to do so. The really cool thing about the game, though, is that there's a draw bag that has like these moonstones in them. They're the different phases of the moon. And hey, cat, see you later.
The sweet mechanic.
Yeah, no. So, but the moonstones, like you'll draw them out of a bag randomly, kind of like when you draw like, you know, tokens in Orleans or something like that. But you'll set them up on the for the different phases of the turn that you play. And so like you'll be playing an engine of like, you know, 9-10 cards, but you'll actually look and you'll see like at certain points it's like, oh, I want to run this card now, even though I wouldn't normally want to run it early in my engine, because the phase of the moon is going to be strong for this particular card here, and I'm going to get an added bonus for it. And the cards have multiple uses. Some cards you'll actually just burn for the resources that they'll give you, and then, you know, in certain ways. And so that actually will enable hate drafting a little bit more, because you'll know somebody's building, like, say, a blood engine, and you'll take a blood engine card just because you'll be able to burn it for resources. And so it isn't just, you're not just hate drafting it to like hurt the person. You're hate drafting because it actually does help you and stuff like that. It's an extremely clever game that we've been developing for like 3 years. So anyway, that's what I'm working on, you know, getting all that stuff. I'm also working on.
Can I interrupt on there? Because I
go ahead.
Designer Tim Armstrong, I really liked his game Orbis.
Yeah, that's a good game.
Orbis is an excellent little, very sadly overlooked tile layer, and so it's got a great pedigree as well, I would just say. So I hope this puts him on the map.
Was that the Days of Wonder one?
Why did Orbis not do anything? Yeah, it kind of went nowhere.
Asmodee ruined Days of Wonder. It used to be a special thing every year. The Days of Wonder game. What's the Days of Wonder?
Well, I think it's a Space Cowboys game.
Oh, well, Asmodee still ruins everything.
Yeah, still Asmodee.
Well, they do.
Asmodee.
When you are under the Asmodee flag, you're not going to get as much attention on your game, I don't think. Well, let me rephrase that. You will, but especially at like Gen Con or big conventions, you are in that giant area in the center, and you have to compete with all these other huge banners. Like, let's go to Gen Con. Oh, there's Marvel Splendor over here. There's the new Days of Wonder game. There's Pandemic Legacy Season 2. There's this, there's that. And when you're your own separate company, you know, you could be the big fish in the small pond over here, and I think you can get more attention on your game. Whereas in Asmodee, you're a big fish in a big pond.
That's a really good point. That's a very good point.
Yeah, you're right.
I'll buy that for $1. So, Lance, how much attacking is there in our? How bloody is this blood magic?
It's not attacky. It's most people just will run their thing themselves. I mean, the only thing like I said, there's sometimes when you can co-op somebody else's card, you know, but you don't like hurt them with it, right? You just get to use a card for your own purposes, kind of thing. So there isn't a lot of tacky like you that I know you love. I'm sorry.
I know. So why are we even talking about this?
Yeah, no. But I mean, like I said, like it's like there are certain things that are really, you know, cool. Like there's like alchemy magic. There's charms. I'm trying to remember it offhand. I could look it up, but that would take too long. Alchemy, charms, blood,
magic, potions, alchemy, and artifacts.
There you go.
There you go.
Is it like Res Arcana at all, or is it different?
No, because Res Arcana to me is like this is strictly like the premise of the game is that there were once like 5 great archmages or whatever, but they're long gone, and so each person is like a student of magic, and they're trying to basically steal and stand on the shoulders of the giants that came before them, and search their dusty tomes and find their magical artifacts and things like that to be able to ascend to archmage status and take back that crown, if you will. So there's no like, oh, I need to get to a certain number of points. It's like you're just building your engine over the process, trying to get as many points as you can with your engine. It is the Res Arcana, which I think is a good game. It just has that one thing where you got to get to X number of points, then the game's over, kind of thing. And so I mean, which is a different, in my opinion, different kind of game. Res Arcana, I think also it's just like kind of like like you're drafting. You have dragons and things like that. That's attacky. That game is attacky.
It was.
Yeah, I mean.
But anyway, Ryan, send me the rules for this when you got them ready. It sounds really cool. And like I said, I have
extremely rough rules that I could send you, but but you can get a feel for the game. Oh, I also got to send you the Reavers of Midgard rules too. I'll do that right now while I'm thinking about this.
What's that game that I was hot on last year with the minis and the magic and all that stuff? Do you guys remember that?
Which one?
I know I can't remember the name. Maybe Kabuki.
Vindication is the first one.
Res Arcana. Was it Res Arcana?
No, it was a minis game, and it had like the rooms where you were trying. The rooms were like breaking down. Man, it was so cool. Nobody
clearly. Oh, I do remember. Yeah, there was something you were crazy into for a while.
That one, and
right around this time last year, because it had banished Gloomhaven or something like that, as I recall.
Yeah, whoa, gosh darn it.
Kabuki Kit guessed Tainted Grail. But no, that's more recent.
It was definitely a foreign company, Europe.
Arcane Wonders?
No. I don't think.
Awakened Realms?
No, let me look at their game. Man, what was the name of that game? Oh, well.
You were hardcore into Kingdom Death Monster a few years ago, but not last year.
But I'm still am. I want to finish it. I never finished the damn thing. I love that game. The things that game did, I feel like all game designers should like at least look at.
Wow.
You know what I mean? It's like it could transform the way games are made.
I think if every single game apparently played that game, we would.
No, Kingdom Death Monster is what I'm talking about. But the other game I played was really, really cool. It had a lot of cool like stuff that no one had been done before. That no one had done.
Yeah, Kingdom Death Monster is full to the brim of amazing ideas.
Yeah.
Black Rose Wars.
That's what it is. You got it.
Ding, ding,
Black
ding.
Rose Wars. I don't think I've ever even heard of that.
It was so fun. Yeah, good job, Chad.
All right. Jeez, yeah. I don't know anything about this.
I don't think it's your kind of game.
No, I assume that must be why I don't know anything about it. Because I know everything about everything.
Now, the thing is, it has the solo mode. I'm actually kind of curious of what the solo mode is. But anyway, it's like a deck building. You're building spells, and you have all these different types of magic. And
ugh, that box art is terrible.
Yeah, but the game is beautiful. It really is spectacular on the board.
What, you don't like the poop rose on the front?
Yeah,
the poop rose doing it for you. I need to find that now and see.
Any fancy minis in Arcana Rising, Lance? Or are you playing it straight?
Oh, I'm sorry, what now? Say that again.
Any minis and fancy production tricks in Arcana Rising?
No, it's a card game.
Yep.
So I mean, there's going to be like, I guess we can play around with the stones, the moonstones that you draw in the bag a little bit. We can we can put like an embroidering on the bag, I guess, or something like that.
Can you do a box sleeve?
Well, I would probably do a box sleeve actually.
Damn straight.
Here's the deal. So if you can take a fantastic piece of art and put it on a box sleeve, and people put that over the game, it is something that a lot of people really like. It's something that a lot of people will take off and throw in the garbage. And it is something that is relatively cheap to add, and it makes the game look nice. I mean, it does. I mean,
I just like to give you shit.
I know. I'm probably the only person
You forgot
signed up to stream a game on your channel. At the very end is like, hey, it's Lance. Let me run in here and give him a little bit of crap.
I know.
You forgot the third class of box sleeve owner, which is the motherfucker. I gotta take care of this thing. I resent having to put it back on every single time and taking it off, but I dare not ding it or dent it.
Yeah, I'm that guy.
Did I bend a corner? Oh crap! I bent a corner.
So when I was a kid, I would buy hardcover books, and one of the things I would and a good friend of mine, his name was Skip. He'd always he told me, I buy the hardcovers even though they cost more, and I said, why? And this is when I was in junior high or whatever. He had the hardcovers of the Dragonlance novels and things like that. And he said, because books always get banged up because they're in my backpack. I take them to school and stuff like that. But I take the box sleeve off and I put it in a folder and I put it in this this container over here. And then after I get done reading the book, it's all beat up, but I can put the sleeve on it and it looks nice. And so I've always thought of that. Whenever I think of a sleeve, I always just think, and I still do that. If I get a hardcover book, I take the sleeve off the hardcover book and I'll put it someplace where I'll put it in my filing cabinet or something like that. And when I get done reading the book, I put the sleeve back on. And he's right. It does. It just looks really nice. It doesn't look all the book's all banged up or anything like that.
I've never done that.
Yeah, and, I feel sorry for your kids. First the fucking board games, now the books. Man.
I mean, I can see why you would do it though, but yeah, I just read them and fucking if the sleeve gets banged up, it gets banged up.
Gives it character.
Well, I don't have NFL money, Chris. I just can't throw in.
Buying out the Barnes and Noble on a daily basis.
They'd love you if you did that. Actually, I got a bone to fucking pick with Barnes and Noble too, by the way. So my son has this this string of books that he's reading. They're basically mystery novels based that are all zoo based. They're I don't know. He picked up one, he liked it, and that's just been his reading material. And there's 5 or 6 books in the series. And so I mean, not that there's no such thing as a local bookstore in town, but we do have a Barnes and Noble, and I know Barnes and Nobles are hurting. So I would go into Barnes and Noble, I would see if they had the next book in their series. If they had it, I'd order it for them to pick up at the store. I drive out there. You basically go out there, you text them, say I'm outside. They come out with the package. They're wearing a mask. They come out, they hand it, they put it down by your car. You get out, you pick it up. And I'd bring the book home. Yeah, it was a little bit of a pain in the ass. I could have just ordered from Amazon and got it delivered, but no, I just did it. So to get the next book in the series, I went on their website, went to Barnes and Noble, next book in the series, $8 or $8.99 or whatever. Order it, buy it. I'll pick it up at the store. I get an email. Usually I got an email an hour later. Your book's ready to pick up. I didn't even think about it. I was I'll just go when I pick it up. The next day I was I should go pick that up. I see they emailed me that night. And I went in there and I was we're sorry, this book is actually out of stock at your local. We're going to have this shipped to you instead. You'll get it in 17 days. I was no, that isn't okay. No. I was okay, I'd like to cancel that order. I'm sorry, we can't cancel this order.
Yeah.
So it's so they went to their warehouse where they found it, just a million miles away. They put it in a package and it's media mailing its way to me. It's it's been stuck in Tennessee for 4 days. Just oh, hey, what's up? I have a God, this. So I got another bone to pick. Actually, I love this dog. Hey, puppers, get out of here now. I love my Siberian Husky. I remember when we got the Husky, I was my wife was this dog's gonna be huge. I was oh, we already have a dog. It's 45 pounds. So I looked it up. Male Huskies, average, they'll get to be 40 to 60 pounds. And I was well, that doesn't sound so bad. Right over. He weighs 75 pounds. And he's also on that 99th percentile for height, weight, everything. And he's not done growing. So, and everywhere I look on Wikipedia, yeah, Siberian Huskies. And then I even I took them for a walk the other day, and I ran into somebody else that said a husky, and they're like, oh, and they had this little husky, and I was just and then I was like, oh, how old's your dog? 6 years. What did we just get? The Hulk husky? It was just what did they? Some sort of Nazi fascist breeding system that they made this and he's dumb as a box of rocks, and he just I love him. He's such a nice gentle dog for being as big as he is. He just doesn't know how big he is. Anyway, enough about my silly dog.
Oh, is it a year yet?
No, not even. He'll be a year in November.
Get full grown. How long does it take?
Well, they grow for the first year that they're alive. I mean, he's definitely slowed down. Right now, he's playing with the cats and chasing Ivan, leave her alone. Oh, and my cat got out, even though she's in. She got out of the house somehow. Even though we've been keeping her in because she hasn't gotten fixed. We can't go to the vet because the vet's not open. And she's running around sticking her butt up in the air everywhere she goes because she's looking for a little companionship, and so then she got out last night, and I'm just praying to all the heaven that she did not meet a gentleman caller, but she's running around the house sticking her butt in the air still. So
a suave yet sophisticated tomcat.
So I'm guessing she did not find somebody to tickle her fancy, so to speak. But she okay, and this is birds and bees, they're dumb animals. She's like a 7-pound cat, and she's backing up and representing to a 75-pound husky. I'm just you gotta. We're all wrong here on all sorts of levels.
You gotta shake it if you want to make it.
And then he just walks over and and he's super gentle, but he just basically puts her entire body in his mouth and just holds her how's it going? No, you're supposed to give me kittens. No can do.
Basically, your grievance is with the animal kingdom.
Well, I have lots of grievances lately. Yeah. But anyway, so I really hope they fix this Zoom thing. I've tried it a few times now since and it's still just giving me the same error.
Yeah, they're probably gonna have to do something internally, cut the connection and have you reestablish it.
Yeah, they got to get fixed, or how else is Forrest going to invite John Cryer to our next week?
I don't get here early enough to do that. I got to get with my game night back. I don't get here until late. I'll have to do that next week.
All right.
You want John Cryer? I don't know if he board games. I'll still invite him.
Are you serious? He's just the C-list celebrity I could think of.
Does he board game, John Cryer?
I doubt it. I don't know.
I actually met John Cryer.
Okay.
Was he playing a board game?
No, it was for the science fiction book that I wrote. Apparently, my agent, my literary agent, got a meeting with his. He has a film production company, and so it's just kind of bare bones. Somewhat interested. Tell me what this is about. It never went anywhere, but yeah, I got to sit down and talk with him for an hour.
So you went and pitched your sci-fi novel to John Cryer.
Yeah.
Direct. Wow. Okay.
I mean,
there's your angle, Forrest. You're in.
I don't know if he remembers me.
Oh, I'm sure it was unforgettable.
Yeah. Chris.
I'm sure it was eminently forgettable.
Well, it wasn't 2.5 Men memorable, perhaps, but it's something.
Oh man, guys, you brought up his name. I'm just wait a minute.
Yeah,
that guy.
I think we're on to something. I think it's time to make this happen.
So, have you guys talked about the Snyder recut of Justice League yet? I'm actually pretty hyped for that.
I think we mentioned it. It's only an HBO Max though, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
I've got the Pirate Bay. It's really good. You
Oh
can
yeah,
get
I've heard of that website.
yeah, Amazon Prime stuff, Disney Plus stuff, porn, whatever you want. Pirate Bay's got it all, man. No, but because I wanted to like that movie, and I think his half was the half I enjoyed of it, because it's just so damn disjointed.
I'm curious if it does well, what it will do to what they're doing with the Batman and all that. Yeah,
I mean, the Batman versus Superman movie was great. I mean, it wasn't great, but it was.
It wasn't a flaming dumpster fire.
It wasn't
right.
Well, they're saying it's going to cost like $30 million just to make this cut of the movie.
Yeah.
Which is
No, I think it's supposed to be more actually.
wow.
Yeah, they did a podcast interview with the whoever the Warner Brothers executive is behind it, and they asked him about it. He's like, let's just say if it's 30 million, that'll be great.
Wow.
So, yeah, he wouldn't commit to an actual number.
Over 30 million, yeah, from yesterday. Ooh.
Tell you
30 million for what?
Just to make this cut of the movie. So they already have a whole bunch of, but to do, I'm guessing the CGI, the animation, all that stuff, over $30 million.
Are they having to get the principal actors back to film more stuff?
I couldn't imagine that.
No, from what I saw, there's going to be no new footage, actual
Wow.
film footage. It's just going to be CGI and kind of recut whatever raw stuff they have.
What movie are you talking about?
Justice League.
Justice League.
Oh, the redo or whatever.
Digitally
Yeah,
excised Joss Whedon.
Oh, here it is. They could be brought in to record new dialogue. What is that?
So they've already taken his mustache off. Now they'll actually make him lipstick new dialogue.
Fully
Dance,
animatronic.
Henry Cavill, dance for us.
There's no way this will end badly.
Nah.
Either way, it will be a very interesting experiment to see if we should
I'm
try
currently
to
signing for HBO Max since I already have HBO, all the other channels that I don't watch. I just got a New York Times alert. The White House is preparing an executive order that is aimed at curtailing legal protections for social media companies.
Yep.
Oh my God! Seriously?
Yeah, just got the
Because of the Twitter thing?
Twitter thing.
Threw a tantrum earlier
Wow.
today.
Hey, come on. They were kind of mean to him.
And meanwhile, Zuckerberg gets on Fox and says, "Oh, we wouldn't do that."
They should just cut his account off now.
They should.
So
You're gonna have
MySpace.
Time out.
MySpace.
So the guy who directed Shazam, his name is David Sandberg. So he's been holed up in his. He made his name. He got people excited about him when he made a short horror movie that starred his wife. It was just called Lights Out, and it is a spooky as hell little 5-minute, 6-minute YouTube horror movie. He
Is that the one where it's a blind guy, or not something different?
no, totally different. So they did make a longer feature film of it that wasn't. It was but like the YouTube short movie was good. But Shazam, I thought was a pretty good movie. It wasn't great, but it was good.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's just basically quarantined in his house. He can't do anything. So he made 2 more short, scary YouTube movies starring his wife because they're basically just stuck indoors and they can't do anything else. I would strongly suggest, and also if you are anybody who does film or makes film or streams film or whatever, if you go to his YouTube channel, he has wonderful like things of like how I make movies and like what I think you should use or what I think you should do and how to do this and how to make really cheap, good lighting for when you're doing things. And like he shows how he went to an IKEA and he bought basically the outside. Leave that kid alone, Ivan. Just
What's the name of the channel, Lance?
give me a second. God, just my animals taking over the house.
Kids.
What?
Sounds like kids.
Pony
Smasher.
I just hold on. It's Pony Smasher. Yeah, exactly. Is this thing?
Sure.
And if you go to Pony Smasher on YouTube, like I said, if you are anybody who does anything with film, like he shows how he makes a like watch Not Alone in Here, watch Shadowed. Both. I mean, Not Alone in Here is horrifying. I mean, like if don't watch it if you don't like horror things and you don't want to like think about what's going to happen later on or whatever. Yeah, just like don't watch them. But I mean, they are spooky things. But anyway, but I would strongly suggest, like I said, go and watch his little videos about like how he makes his movies, what kind of equipment he uses, how you can make cheap equipment,
how to build a shitty dolly.
Yeah. And like he says but it works perfectly fine. He's like, and then there's one where he talks about how basically he went to an IKEA and he bought, like, if you've ever been to IKEA, you will see that there are these big cloth balls basically that are supposed to be lampshades.
Yeah.
And they're cheap. They're like $8-9. And he bought, and then he just takes this like basically an LED light that's rechargeable. It's just a box basically, and he just throws it in there, closes it up, and he says, I can put this anywhere. And it's just a nice soft white light that I can put anywhere. Doesn't cost, I mean, it is well worth your time to dive into what he does and how he does it. I spent a good 2 hours just watching his stuff. I mean, I went there just to watch the horror movie stuff, and then I was like, oh wait, there's cool stuff here where he's just sharing it with people and sharing how he does what he does. So
subscribed.
Yep.
I just subscribed. What game you got there, Richard?
This is Yincy.
Oh, Yincy, yeah.
Yep.
Our good friend. Gosh, I'm trying to remember his name.
Can't even think of his name anymore. It's been so long.
Anthony Ricano.
Anthony Ricano.
Game.
Yeah, this was going to be his launch title, right?
What's that?
This was going to be his launch title, I think, right?
Yeah.
Is that so planned? I had talked to him on the phone a couple weeks ago, but.
Oh, did you? What's he up to? Stuff.
Lots of family stuff. I mean, I'm not going to speak for him, but I mean, he's just, and not everybody's fine, everybody's healthy, nobody's died or anything like that, but he's had some, just things that he's just had to take care of house, basically, and just take care of his family and what have you. So I mean, there's just that. I mean, so I mean, I didn't want to, I'm not going to like share that stuff with you, but hold on one second. I will share one thing in private chat just so you know.
Zoomy's back on.
What?
When we get Zoom back on, you got to get him on here again.
Yes.
Oh, is he still doing the game company?
He says he is.
Okay.
Well, Richard's got his game, right? I mean,
Well, somebody sent it to him.
I'm just filming this because it was a request from the person that won the Jack Vassal Memorial Fund entry I had, where donate to charity and I'll film whatever game you want. And they said they wanted me to film this.
Is it hard? Is it complex?
It's a big old beast of a game.
Okay. I always think Republic of Rome is coming my way if I ever do something for charity. Do you know Republic of Rome?
You're a monster.
I'm not doing anything for charity because I don't want to play Republic of Rome.
So the reprint of Republic of Rome was actually a very, very good reprint that Valley Games did.
Did they streamline it?
No, it was pretty true to the original.
I want a Republic of Rome solo game right now. Is there one out there?
Uh,
Republic of Rome is so
the
much
Republic of Rome is 1 to 6 players.
Yeah. Oh, it has a solo mode?
It's going to be all about the solo. All of a sudden.
The rules are just so impenetrable.
There's also a Scott Nicholson teaching video with, quote, a silly intro that you can watch. Oh, I wish he still made videos.
That's probably one of the ones that he got suckered into making for like a fundraiser.
It's like the people that win these fundraisers really want hard games being taught.
Oh yeah.
Just
They're not having me film Love Letter.
Mars or like the Gallerist or like Lisboa or something that takes like an hour to teach.
Yeah.
At least.
All right, I gotta get off for the night. I'm dozing. Night, gentlemen.
Good night, Forrest.
Later.
Hopefully
Bye.
see you next week. You're not sick.
Yeah, be safe,
We'll
man.
see you next week.
I'm curious if we still have any copies of that game. We had a fair amount of ding and dent on that one.
Let me just see here. Republic of Rome. So that the reprint of that came out.
12 left. Hopefully you can sell my 12 copies there, Richard.
Of Yancey?
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll do my best.
Thank you.
What's the game about?
This is a game in the early industrial revolution in China. Yinzi is Chinese for silver. Silver is your victory points in this game. But it's got a very cool action selection mechanism where these are the different actions you can do. And you've got every time, I think you have 3 cards, if I recall correctly, over a given round. And the cards tell you how much I could do, say, this action or this action.
Gotcha, yeah.
But it also tells me if I do a lot of actions, I don't get very many workers. And over the course of the round, I will do one action a lot. And in this case, another action a lot, and one action not very much. But I'll also be generating all these workers that I can send to all these worker placement spaces. So, and eventually I will go through this entire deck. So sometimes I'm drowning in workers, but I can't get anything done and vice versa. So that's half the game. And then the other half of the game is, harvesting fields to get the different resources that can go into the factories, that can be converted into goods to be shipped overseas. Standard Euro stuff. But a big part of this game is very brass-like. If you build a factory that produces the stuff I want, I can send my stuff to your factory, and you'll get a little something out of it. But even more, I can send the stuff that you're growing to your factory. And I'll just be a middleman that does all the logistics, getting it around, and your people do all the work for me. So there's a ton of interplay between players. And it's neat.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah,
it's like the imperial bureaucracy, just kind of getting right in the middle.
Yep. Yeah, and there's a very much a what do you call it? Year of the Dragon style. There's disasters that are constantly that are right around the corner, and you never know when they're going to hit. You can donate to the war effort. There's actually a very cool system for playing turn order, where we draft to get special actions we'll be able to use, and that also gives us our standing in turn order. Over time, the Western powers start showing up, and so they change the economy of the world because they bring corn and potatoes, and that changes everything. And this die gets rolled, and if it's higher or lower, the value of silver goes up or down. So by the end of the game, silver could be worth nothing, but you might have worked really hard at it, or it could be, So it's got a lot. There are a lot of moving parts in the game.
That sounds pretty sweet.
Yeah.
That's, how many players does it normally play?
2. Is all I pay attention to. 2 to 4.
Okay.
I just put
We'll see a video soon
for the next Spielworks game.
Yes, it was. That's right. It was a Spielworks game. That's correct.
Journey being shipped to me now.
What's that?
The Grand Trunk Journey. Did you play that one?
No.
Sounds like a railroad or transportation game.
Did you? Hey, Steamopolis is going to. It got picked up by Academy Games. They're going to run a Kickstarter for it. And they're gonna pretty much kind of the same exact thing, but they're gonna give it a wider release. I know you played it.
Oh, I was just trying to remember, what is Steamopolis? Why do I remember that? Wow, that's impressive. I thought that one was that's not really good. I mean, do you know if they're making any changes? They must be.
Uva is making a really good English rulebook for it. So,
right, awesome.
I mean,
it definitely needed that. Okay. I'm glad. Although I still think it needs a little something. But
did you guys play Captains of the Gulf?
No, I really wanted to.
Oh, that's a game I totally wanted to play.
Yeah, kind of disappeared.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
not-
that was going to be like the next. What was
The Glory to Rome.
Glory
yeah,
to
the
Rome.
next Glory to Rome, right? And then it just
Yeah.
kind of bad. That's just a bad theme, though. I mean,
Oh, fishing.
yeah. I mean, well, hold on one second.
Yeah, I definitely would have wanted to check that one out.
Yeah. A lot of those Spielworks games passed through my fingers, and I have not had a chance to play them.
How did that happen? Why were you being a distributor for Spielbergs? Just made a deal with Uli?
Funnigan shut down.
What shut down?
Remember when Funnigan shut down? Threatened to shut, or remember do you remember that news when Funnigan did the fire sale and they're like, we're shutting down? You don't remember that?
Oh wow, no.
Oh
okay.
yeah, I do.
It was years back. I basically called Uli and I said, well, if you don't have anybody to sell to, I'll take over.
Oh wow.
So we have.
So here's my Glory to Rome black box.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah, and then of course.
When's the last time you played it? The business card version.
So this one I actually picked this up at BGGCon. This is like
Someone selling.
By which you mean
No,
you
it
did
was-
not return it to the library when you were
this was
library.
this was well, you should not have that. Somebody will just steal it, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember when you used to be like, I don't think people will steal from me, and then people started stealing from you, and you're like, son of a bitch, people are stealing from me.
So here's the deal: you buy a ticket to BGGCon, and if you're local, you come in, or sometimes you don't even buy a ticket; you just come in, mingle, and then you steal a game, and it's like $500 game, gone.
Yeah. So no, this was the guy that had the suckers. Remember?
Boulder Jim.
Yeah. So
Or
no. At
the sucker
BGGCon, the guy that had the drew the suckers and
game.
yeah. So no. I told you were there for this. So like you're buying them, and I actually got of all the games I got. I remember I gave a kid one of the games I got. 'Cause
I gave all the stuff I won or one.
No, I won the old. I won Serenissima, but the
I remember that.
the Europe games or Euro games or whatever that company that was in existence for a while. Which that Serenissima copy, I mean, that is like the best copy of Serenissima. And I don't know if I'll ever play it. I've only played Serenissima once in my life. I really liked it, but it'll just that's a good game.
Yeah, well, that
It's a
was
good
a
game.
free draw, or well, what was it? $20 for?
Yeah, so then he had, I think it was 3 big prizes, right?
Wingspan.
And then, well, there was a wingspan, and but there was this, and there was Gloomhaven.
Yeah.
And so the one guy, he said the one guy had drawn it, and he was like one of the very first people, and he drew like the big prize, and then like he said, well, I'm going to come back later, and I got to decide which one I want. And so he told the guy, well, okay, fine. He said, if you win the big prize, you got to wait because the first guy gets to make his first pick or whatever. And so the guy finally made his way back at the very end, and the guy came back, and he was like, and he was like, I'll take. And I was like, oh, just don't take Glory to Rome because I'm gonna buy that Glory to Rome from that guy. And then the guy was like, you know what, I'll take Gloomhaven. And so the guy gave him, which, whatever, if you want a Gloomhaven, it's $140 game. You got it for, drawing a sucker, whatever. And so then this guy walked up to him and he said, you want to sell Glory to Rome? And he's like, well, what do you offer me? And he's like, the guy said, I'll give you $50. The guy was actually like, I just walked around. I was like, I'll give you $100 for it. And he was like, done. It's just like, because I had 2 copies of this, and one of them I played it like all of the I mean, this is like a pristine copy, and it has the expansion, and I played that one to ribbons almost, and then somebody I traded it to somebody for something else, and then the other one, when I backed this, I was like, well, I might as well sell that one because I'm going to get this one, and so I sold that one. But ever since, I've always wanted to go back to the clamshell version.
So yeah, does the clip art version demand crazy high prices like the black edition?
No.
No, I mean the clamshell version. Well, any version of it demands high prices at this point.
$30 game. It should be in print.
It should be in print, but what's his face? Not Carl Chuddick has said you will never reprint that game. He's just basically said no chance.
Despite the gaming community now,
It basically says fuck you all.
fuck you all. If I can't have it, you can't, or one of those kind of things. Like,
yeah. So
I mean, he did have some kind of like ambitious shipping plan. Remember that, all that stuff.
Well, if you go back to it, it's one of the ones that like really. So, Glory to Rome clamshell is being sold for $125 on BGG.
What's the black?
Some guy wants $500 for the black box sealed.
Well, yeah, you can sort it where it only shows what people have actually paid instead of what people are asking.
Yeah, look at price
only at actual sales.
Well, so how do you do that?
I don't know. All you should know.
I don't know how to tell him to do it. If you go to the game in the marketplace,
price history. Here we go. Price.
Yeah,
history.
there you go.
All right.
Everything sold lately.
So condition, any currency. Let's go U.S. dollars. So, and so then how do you? Is this 699 sold? So,
share your screen. I can talk you through it.
No, so it says on 5/18. No. So back in it's 2018. This would be May of 2018. They sold one for $160. Some have sold for $300. The most anybody's spent is $330 for a like new version.
It's great, but
and the lowest somebody has bought one. They bought one for $50 in 2018, and it was the clamshell
For 50?
for $50.
Yeah. 2018.
Yeah.
Has anything sold since then?
No, I mean, like he recently had clamshell sold for $100. Clamshell sold for $125.
So the clamshell, you jumped right up to the market price there. Like, you didn't just say 60.
No, because I wasn't gonna. That's just because I've told the story before, but I mean,
well, how else are you gonna get it?
But somebody once told me that, like, cash is king, and it's just like, which I've also said, I wish I could be a professional wrestler, and then my name would be Cassius, like Cassius King, be like professional wrestler, it's like Cash is king. But anyway, so no, no, so like if you walk up to somebody and like, cause it's how I got my the first edition of the what's the Cthulhu what's the Lovecraft Sherlock Holmes game? I can't think of it. A Study in Emerald. Like, so the first edition of that is way better than the second edition game. First edition game is just superior all around. And so, but somebody had a first edition game like 2 or 3 years ago, and the girl was, and it's one of my grails. It's just like, that's why I love the BGG flea market. I almost always find one grail there, and I saw it, and she had a sign. She said, "Impress me with your offer," is all it said. And I walked up, and I had 4 $20 bills in my hand, and I said, "I'll give you $80 for it." And then she's like, and I reached into my pocket and I pulled out another 20, and I said, "How about 100?" And people see the money, and they realize that money can be mine in my hand. All I have to do is hand them this thing, and then I get that money, and that money is ramen noodles, or like it's it's something that I can exchange for anything, as opposed to that game. And she was like, "Fine, done." Now
take it home.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like, and she probably could have got somebody to pay it more, just like that. But that guy with Glory to Rome, it's just like, I walked up, I said, "Here's $100. I'll give it to you," and he was just like, "Done." And it was a crisp $100 bill. I had an uncle who always said, "Keep a $100 bill in your pocket. No matter where you go, you're going to have a situation where if you give that $100 to somebody, it's going to open a door for you, or it's going to be like something like, 'I need this done. Here's $100,' and they're going to say yes." And it's just, now that's a little outdated. I mean, that's like 1980s $100, which is like $10 million now or whatever. But I mean, But I mean, so it's just like, yeah, it's just like one of the things I always have cash on me, even though I never use it, just because you should always have cash on you. Because you're going to run into a situation less and less nowadays, but you will run into a situation. It's yeah, there you go.
I wonder if we'll ever see it reprinted. Someday. I think it will be reprinted.
It's got to be somebody. Yeah. There you go.
I mean, I think the game is fine. I'm not like
it is one of the best card games ever made.
It is a real tragedy that people cannot get this game.
It is.
Yeah.
Has anyone copied it though? Like, I'm pretty sure there's been copies made, right? Like,
oh yeah, I mean, people are talking in the chat about how they've gotten bootleg copies.
no, I meant like a game that mimics it.
There have been a few,
like Uchronia.
Come close, including all of Chudik's attempts to try to recapture the magic.
Well, it's because what's his name has said if you come up with a game that's too much like this game, he says I'll sue you. You know, and he's a lawyer, so he'll just do it pro bono.
Really, I didn't know that.
Because we've already established that game mechanics cannot be copyrighted.
Can I just say that I just realized there was a live comments bar?
Oh, yeah.
What?
Pretty useful. I wish I could type into it. That would be the perfect app.
I was like, yeah, private chat's pretty dead. It's pretty quiet.
No, this is a different.
Comments.
This is a different system, Chris. The one we usually use, you don't have that. You have to actually go to the YouTube page.
I gotcha. Yes, and I saw that comment earlier. My eyes did move.
You can get Glory to Rome. It would probably be what's it called? The shipping container one inside
Container?
No. It's basically like Glory to Rome combined with Container, and I want to. It's called like Inside Outside or something like that. Oh, that's not it.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
The box literally looked like
import
a
export. Import export.
Import export. Thank you. Yep. And
it was a great idea, but it fell a little flat for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it has very interesting ideas and has kind of the same vibe and kind of the same feel to the cards, although it adds this really oddball auction. It's like Glory to Rome with an auction in it. And then I guess there was that food truck game. Something.
I know what you're talking about.
Food truck game.
God dang it!
Who made it? Do you remember?
Nope.
Chat will get it.
I want to say food truck was in the title, but
food
truck champion.
Captains of the Gulf.
Captains of the Gulf is apparently the new one.
Food truck champion?
Food truck champions. Hugh's very close to it, but food truck champions is like a very very lightweight version, basically.
I mean, it boils down to the cards that can be used 4 ways, right? Multi-use cards.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no, that's what these other games have emulated. Right. But the other thing that's so unique about it is just a deck this thick of insanity.
Yeah.
The incredible variety. I mean, I don't know. I don't think are there duplicate cards? I haven't played it for a few years.
No, yeah, I'm pretty sure there are.
Yeah,
they're not. I don't think they're unique.
Yeah, I mean, but it's just insane all the stuff that's in there. You'll never play the same game twice. It's just they threw everything in there in a time when games didn't have everything thrown in, and it's a bit of genius. I've always been under the impression that it's a bit of genius because Carl Chudik is a crazy savant with his really far out design. But that the lawyer, that he actually had some input into the design as well. I don't know if that's the case or not, but that's kind of why any of like what Chudik did. He did Matainai, which is not bad. The Matainai is actually pretty good.
Yeah,
it's like baby Glory to Rome.
Yeah, the theme doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah.
Did you play Innovation? Do you like Innovation?
I thought Innovation was very cool. But God no. Yeah. But it is really neat. And Impulse is really cool too.
I couldn't figure out Impulse. There was something wrong with my brain that made me not understand the rules.
Yeah, it was a far
I
off.
think the rules were not great.
For me, actually.
Or somebody taught it to me.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
So yeah, Chudok is pretty special. Probably his only miss was that throwaway thing he did for Bonacore.
The Bear Valley.
Bear Island.
Did you guys see the $100 Stronghold pack or whatever it was called?
No, what are you talking about?
A bailout or something. It was like you spend $100 and you get a whole pack of games from them. But they pick.
Yeah.
Now you could spend more and choose from certain games. I'm just curious if anybody got one to see what they got. Like as soon as I saw Bear Island in the list, I'm like, every person is going to be getting a Bear Island.
Yeah,
I can't imagine
Bear Island to go around.
Sold very much. Like it was so. Like when he demoed it, I was like, you know how you lay down the cards and you set it up. He won just from the deal, right? Like he just walked through the whole Bear Valley or whatever it was on the demo. He goes, that never happens. I'm like, oh really?
What game is this?
Bear Valley. Carl Chudok miss.
Oh yeah.
Bear Valley or Bear Island?
I think it's Valley.
Bear Valley.
Yeah. Or maybe it's Island. Whatever.
Did you see that $100 pack, Lance? The Stronghold pack?
No.
You buy a pack of their games. I guess only me.
Oh yeah, I did say that. You buy a pack of the games, and then what do you get?
And they fill the bag. It's a bag of stuff, games, but you don't get to pick. And then they showed their best games on top in the picture. But if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you see the full list. There's some not so great games there.
Clean it out the warehouse.
It happens. Bear Valley. I remember the demo it was at Gamma, I think, and he deals it out, and he starts moving down the valley, and he just won from the deal. It was what? Unless he did the games wrong, did the rules wrong.
I got to assume he probably made a mistake. Yeah,
probably.
He was very excited about that game.
He was because it's Carl Chudok. He's like, I got a Carl Chudok game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, great. Sometimes you get a.
Yeah. Uwe Rosenberg's name is on Hengist.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about games that if you games that came out and in my opinion they should have gotten way bigger, and if they came out now maybe they probably would, but I'm proud of games that I own. I like this one, Camp Grizzly.
People are going ape shit for that game trying to find it.
Yeah. Really? I own two copies of it. I own the black and white and the color because they sent both of them to me.
Why is it so good, or is it not?
It really accurately represents being in a slasher horror movie. It is, and in this one, I only played my black and white. Look, it's unpunched. Yeah, I could
sell it for $500, Lance.
I could sell it for a chunk of cash. It's also one of those things where a team of 4 guys got together and decided, hey, let's make a game, and then they decided, and then they never decided to make another one, and they
made an expansion though.
They had expansions that you could get if you back the Kickstarter. You could get their rated R expansion, which basically upped the gore a little bit and things like that.
There was a game like that came out a couple years ago at Gen Con, and it came in a tin, but it was a slasher horror game. Do you remember that one?
Offhand, it sounds familiar.
Man, I wanted to play it so bad. When I saw the demo, I was like, this is really cool.
Yeah. Red Creek, right? Red.
That's it. Man, you guys are on it. How do your brains work like that?
Yeah, well, I filmed it.
Oh, you filmed it? Red Creek.
Yeah.
Did you like it? Was it good?
It was very, very clever. And actually, I know the designer. He's a good friend. We've become good friends since then. And so he's talked to me at great length about his successes and failures with that as his first game. But it's really sharp. But to be successful at it, it requires really focusing on trying to see the world from the perspective of the other players. because everybody's trying to hide from the slasher, and it's a super very deduction game that if you do not understand how to play it, everything just feels random and unfair.
Yeah,
but if you,
I could see that.
yeah, I mean, he actually showed it to a bunch of designers like Davio and all of them, and all of them to a man said, "Yeah, this is really amazing. You made a game only for game designers because regular players will not be able to play this because it's so deep."
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he gave the demo, I was like, wow, this is really cool. And like I thought, the more I think about it now that I'm remembering it, it's like you really have to understand that game to play that game. You can't just casually play it. I need to make a list of games where you have to really understand it to play it. You know, like those kind of games where you can't just jump in. You really have to know every little bit of the mechanics. Huh.
Yeah, and that was the problem. I mean, it was a game that was clearly very much marketed as a mass market thing. And I think he was on Kickstarter right around the same time as there was that really big Friday the 13th-esque game.
Yeah.
Not Camp Grizzly, the one that Lance got. But
it was it had a major flaw.
Yeah, that's you know, you always run away or something like that.
Well, there was some logical issues that like you should just let the players kill you in the round 3 because you'll waste a lot of resources, and then round 4 you'll have nothing, and like you still have to beat round 4. What was the name of that one? Last Friday.
There you go. That's the one. Yeah,
I got one tonight.
Yeah.
Last Friday,
and the game was Crimson Creek, not Red Creek.
Crimson Creek isn't bad either. It's good. Yeah, Crimson Creek. But no, last Friday they screwed themselves by the first production. Whatever they had a massive
the print. Yeah, I think the print cut got inverted or something like that.
Yeah, and it made the game functionally unplayable. For what it was. And people could work around it, but I mean, once you can't do that and then recover in this day and age. You've got to be you can't be just good. You've got to be amazing to get past that much a problem. And so by the time they were able to like, oh hey, here's the fixed one, everybody was like, yeah, we moved on. See you later.
They came out with that Lord of the Rings game too. Was it the same year or the year after maybe? Like which I felt was pretty good. But nobody seemed to really pick up on it. Like those guys made the best hidden movement games.
Oh right, Hunt for the Ring.
Hunt for the Ring, yeah.
Yeah. That was an excellent game if you like that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
but it really demanded a lot. I mean, I guess not as much. No, actually, I would say. I mean, I'm trying to compare it to Fury of Dracula. Fury of Dracula is more complex. Yeah. But Hunt for the Ring is deeper.
Yeah. Fury of the Dracula, I had those random gotcha cards for Dracula, right? Like, oh, you just expose yourself. And so it messes up all the... I didn't like those.
Yeah. All right. It is almost midnight, so it must be late for you guys. So bye.
Yeah.
We done, Lance? Too. We done, Lance?
What? No, I'm not done. What?
I'm bailing.
I think we're done.
I was. What? What's going on?
I'm bailing.
Who's dialing? What?
I am bailing. Goodbye.
Oh. Okay. Well, take care, brother. And I appreciate you coming on and talking to because I just wanted to connect you two because he was really happy with your video, and I just figured.
I was happy with this game. I think it's absolutely lovely, and it's just so great. I mean, that is the definition of, people who keep saying, Kickstarter is just a piece of shit pre-order system. No, Kickstarter made his dream come true, and good on him. Don't have to be so nice. He's not here now, but I believe it. So I will talk to you guys later.
Yeah, and I'm always impressed by people that hang out for a long time with us because I assume we're like the most boring. Or they feel so out of touch with what we're talking about that they feel like they can't say or do anything to be a part of it. So
this is fascinating. I can listen to you guys talk for days.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Did any of you ever play the game Murder at Devil Pines?
All right. Bye.
Nah. See, man.
Oh, you see it, buddy. No, since we're talking about these like kind of slasher type things, whatever. So,
Lance, I'm gonna head out too.
Oh, okay, Mr. Cluey. Well, I appreciate it. I'll see you on Saturday, brother.
Yeah, I'll be there.
I almost killed you last time. You were like, you ran off all by yourself, and
I did.
You got surrounded.
You almost got me.
I almost got you. I couldn't roll anything higher than a 6 for like the first 4 combats. It was just absolutely ridiculous.
Oh man, there's like, and the thing was, I knew as I was moving, I'm like, this is a bad idea. Like, I've been so cautious the whole time.
Well, I have to. Okay, so I apologize. We're talking about the D&D game we're playing. And the big thing was that we so they're running around in this dungeon trying to find this artifact to like basically uncorrupt this temple that's been corrupted. It's full of filth and zombies.
There's a MacGuffin. We got to find it.
Yeah, there you go. Let's see. So anyway, so he got surrounded by these basically
like these 2 giant rats and like some zombies.
Yeah, basically, and these plague zombies that were like barfing up disease, and everybody now has the plague, which I think is hilarious. It was like everybody was like, okay, you got hit, you need to make and the save was low. It was like a 10. It was just like, but you
roll
are forced. Yeah, you roll enough, you eventually fail, and so like one by one. The players have just been getting like plagued, and so no, it's been fun. I've been enjoying it. But the one thing I love is the fact that my buddy Brad, my crazy friend Brad, who also has a wife who's Mexican, like Chris and him just are sharing. I have a Mexican wife stories with each other.
Yep,
just got him. and then the one time, so in roll 20, you get to move your character down different paths, and I can actually set up like invisible walls that the players can't get through. So as they're like, both Brad and he's got this thief character, and you've got that drow cleric character, and you're both creeping down the same hallway, just inching, like daring each other to keep going forward. And then, of course, that's when the giant rats and plague zombies and everything jumped out and ate you up. So.
Oh man!
It's if you're willing to put the time in as a dungeon master into Roll20, you can really make it do some fantastic things. And honestly, I don't think, I mean, when we're able to actually play in person, I'm going to look into making one of those TV boxes that you can just put on the table and then play around. And I want to continue playing online because I don't want to, like, obviously I want to keep, like, I think I'll probably still keep the campaign going even if we can play in person. I love playing it online. Yeah. I don't know what it is. There's something about it that I used to think, oh man, I can't play D&D online, but I think there's something like nice about everybody just being in their own area, but also being able to talk. And
it's a good system. I've really been enjoying it. Like it's been a lot of fun. So, all right. Well, I'm out. See you later, chat.
Take care, Chris.
All right. Adios.
So anyway, so Murder at Devil Pines, just really quickly, it's kind of like it was a Kickstarter that they did, and then I managed to I tracked down a copy just because I was interested in it. And strangely enough, I picked it up at the Lamentations of the Flame Princess RPG table at Gen Con. They had like 4 copies, and I was like, oh, this is neat. It's definitely really simple, but it does what?
I'm looking at it. It looks like a rolling right. You got a rolling move kind of thing, maybe.
Well, no, it's like you so it's social deduction. Like, so you are like Scully and Mulder, and you're trying to figure out what the supernatural killer is. So
no ratings and no comments on this. How did you find this?
Yeah, just really randomly, I heard about it, and then I just wanted to track down a copy, and I managed to do it. You are eventually, what happens is that like it's like I mean it's the supernatural aspect is pretty straightforward. basically you can eventually one of the people. It's very possible that somebody that's on the side of the agents actually becomes part of the conspiracy and actually starts working against the players. It's got a really good aspect of that. No, it's if you can track down a copy and you like that type of game, then I would strongly suggest snagging a copy. It's
social production doesn't go well with my current group. Like it just never seems to play off right.
Yeah. I mean, so like, and it isn't just the like the one line they have in there is just like, so wait a minute. So the monster was a Wendigo, and you let it eat you, so we wouldn't figure it out. It's like so basically like you can get converted over to the other side. It reminds me a lot about. It reminds me quite a bit of. I actually want to do a video on this one. Because I would like people to actually know it exists. But it reminds me a little bit of my favorite thing board game, the print and play one. That like I've gushed and gushed and gushed about.
Do a video on that game.
I
don't think I'll ever be able to play it.
On Murder at Devil Pines, or the Thing, because I did a video on for the Thing print and play.
Cool. I'll have to watch that.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Fantastic.
What do you been up to, Barry?
No, it's just the usual. Yeah. Finishing up the screen door now and walking again.
Awesome.
And then, I actually got done today, and Jen tries to sneak up on me. I'm like, real nice. Sneak up on a guy who can't turn his neck more than fucking 90 degrees. Yeah. But she's like, what do you think about it? Like,
to a motion of neck movement?
Yeah, because of the rods.
Oh.
Yeah. So she's like, what are you thinking about it? Like, how much I miss the outdoors, being outside. Because after I'm done, I'll sit out there for about half hour or so. And she's like, yeah. Well, you're getting out there. And I was like, no, it's more than that. I realized I became claustrophobic at one point. I spent the majority of my career outside, building houses, working in houses, in the, train yards. And when I first came home from the hospital with this, I realized I was claustrophobic, because I couldn't move. I was just shut in. Yeah. And then all of a sudden I realized how that's starting to wear off again. Like I don't feel as claustrophobic. And then it got me to thinking just like how the human body adapts so well to all this shit. Like a year ago, they said I may not be able to walk again. Now it's not like I was. But, yeah. It amazes me how much. Once they drilled in my head in the hospital not to fall. So once I got that out of my head again, it amazed me how much you could push the body, to places I didn't even think I could. Yeah.
Did you do a rehab?
Yeah, I did. Right after the operation, about 7 days after the operation. No, it was 10 because there was a certain time I had to stay before I could get moved. They did intensive physical therapy for about 2 weeks. And then I went to that god-awful nursing home. And that set me back a good 3 weeks probably. But then I went to UAD after that. Last June, it was the first time. And then I stopped that in March. Yeah. Well, there was a break over Christmas too. Yeah. But I've progressed since then. Me and Jen were talking about that today. Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like I've actually walked without the crutches outside. For about 200 feet now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's tough because the way my street is, it not only goes uphill like this, but it also valleys off for drainage. So it's not real steep.
World.
Huh?
It's not the smoothest street in the world.
Yeah, and I can't do it on the sidewalk just because they're just so uneven.
Do you drive?
Nah, I wanted to try last week, but I couldn't find an empty parking lot to see if I could do it. You know, and I don't want to do it here, especially with people walking and all that. Like I said, I can't turn my neck so far.
Yeah.
I got to rely more heavily on the mirrors, which I always did because I drove. You know, derailment trucks are almost the size of a semi. You know, I could never see out of the back of them anyway. But
You're back up on your feet. That's great.
I'm getting there.
Gaming at all, or are you just kind of taking a break?
Here and there, Jen, she's still going through her shit with her mom and all that. But I'm actually getting close to saying something about that to her. It's been a year. Yeah. But she just comes home and watches TV anymore. You know, it's pretty much all she does. She's got to get ahead in the game again. Yeah. Most of the firsts are over now. Mother's Day, her birthday, shit like that. Christmas.
So you have a fear of closed spaces or open spaces?
Closed spaces. I've developed the fear because, like I said, most of my career has been outside. You know, the train yard. Even if I was inside the car house, and that, you know, the doors were always open. You know, and then Jed was like, "Yeah, I noticed every time you're in the car, no matter how cold it is, you had the window cracked." You know, or
so you knew you had a way out or something.
I didn't even realize it was that. It was just because I worked in tight spaces under the trains. Like I've had to go between the trucks and the car body, and it was this much space. You know.
Yeah, that's pretty claustrophobic, I would think.
And it didn't really bother me other than when jerk-alls walk on the car when you're underneath it. You know, it's air shock, so there's nothing. It's just you and the body. You know, but that didn't bother me. It's just I noticed that they're sitting a long time. Even with the house, I had the window open or a door open all the time.
So how, if you had gave me like an optimist or pessimist expectation of yourself to some sort of brand of normal, where do you think you are?
That's hard to normal as in 2 years ago or normal as in 15 years ago before the lower back. It's hard to explain. No,
I mean, where do you want to be? Okay, let's put it this way: where do you want to be 6 months from now? I mean, physically, in your capabilities.
Probably walking with a cane. I don't know if I would trust myself with that. But before this, towards the end, I was walking without a cane anyway because the leg would give out on me due to the lower back. That's still another issue I got to deal with. I do want to get my knee looked at again, just because I think, I walked into that hospital, I couldn't walk out of it. It's still not fully extended. So I want to do that, but I want to do that up in Pennsylvania. I don't want to deal with these doctors down here anymore. So to that, I'm hoping 80%.
All right, guys, I gotta call.
Yeah, that sucks, but I'm sure you'll get there, man. You're way better now than you were. I mean, I can totally tell when you're
fixing doors.
Well, yeah, there you go.
Well, yeah, this table saw has actually done a lot for me. Even just standing in front of it's built up the legs a lot, and that's what one of my problem was. I was plateauing. Well, I gained some weight too, and I was just the leg strength wasn't there. I didn't use them for 6 months.
No Indian leg wrestles for you, huh?
Yeah, not anytime soon.
All right. Yeah, it's late. Let's go to bed. Hopefully, Zoom will work fine soon enough. And then, yeah, and yes, it is. It's plague. It's plague, Kabuki Kid. Don't make fun of me for the way I talk.
Not plague.
Plague. What I mean, what I mean, it isn't plaque. It's plague. Black plague. What I mean?
Plague.
Yeah,
I think it's
plague. Plague. Black plague.
plague. Plague.
I mean, there's always something. Kabuki's got to just be grammar police on me.
Plague.
You hear that?
Plague. Plague.
You just type that in to make it say it like that.
Plague.
I did.
Anything.
Plague though.
What?
I like plague.
I do too.
That sounds old.
I've had more. I'll one last thing, and then I'll let everybody go. This whole thing, with I see all these people like posting. It's like, oh, I've grown my quarantine beard. I'm just like, you all can shave. You know what? Just like, it's not,
I know. Is it just kind of like you don't want to shave, or?
What is it like? People are like, oh, it's like and then I don't know. It's just like
maybe it's just an excuse.
I remember when having Civil War era, facial hair wasn't cool, and I still I will fully admit I did not shave because I was lazy and I didn't like shaving. It was like I shaved with this. I used to shave even with a straight razor back in the day, But I mean, it was like, but as my wife said, like I always had the big. Even when I didn't have a big beard, I still had a goatee, and I had these big long mutton chop sideburns. So there was I only shaved like this little 2-inch gap, like it was like right here. That's all I would do. Yeah. So I mean, I figured, well, why am I even bothering? But. Yeah, and Kabuki Kid, I did not take offense to you and my plague, whatever. Anyway, hopefully, like I said, Zoom will tell me how to fix this damn thing, and then we'll get it figured out, and then we'll have it. I'll monkey with it tomorrow. I just don't have the wherewithal right now to fight with it. But I'm glad I told myself I should go in and just cancel my Streamyard account, but I was like I meant to do it so many times and I just forgot to so many times, and now I'm glad I didn't, because otherwise you would not have had a streaming platform. So
yeah, true.
That is true. All right, good night, everybody. And hey, Aldi, if you want to hang out just for a quick second.
Okay. Make sure the stream is off this time.
Well, I'm hitting end broadcast now.